Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And joining us as guest is Noel. I actually don't know what you want to be called here, because your YouTube is Kaika Productions, is that right?
Yes, I updated my YouTube channel to be Kaika Productions because I want to do more original shows in the future.
Yes. People who are longtime fans of the show will notice an absence. Kaiser, the absentee Kaiser, yes, he gets a nickname even though he's not here.
Yeah.
He's currently busy with things in the real world, which we all know makes him lame and gay. We all know that is the official rules for prioritizing his well-being, his future career, and all that. How dare he abandon us to our lonesome when covering such a heinous video?
Celtic, the truth is I was actually Kaiser.
Oh no! Kaiser was a black Asian this entire time! But no, and joining us later, he's going to be running about an hour late, will be I Know Nothing. So we'll look forward to him joining us, and the inevitable scuff him joining the call will cause. But the reason why we have brought Noel on specifically is that she is our official Team Jacked and, I guess, Sketchy Huntsman and also all other Celtic Phoenix production Japan correspondent.
Yes. As I am speaking, I am in Japan, in the mountains.
Near this little town called Ebisugaoka.
Funny you mentioned that because the town I live in kind of, sort of, literally looks like Ebisugaoka. So I was like, oh, did they come to my town?
Oh my god, it does. She showed me what her town looks like. It is so much like that town.
That's
right.
Oh, so what you're saying is they did an amazing job recreating the Japanese countryside.
Oh, absolutely. It's scary how accurate it is.
So it's like 2 a.m. for you? Is it 2 a.m. for you?
No.
For me it is 7 a.m.
It's 7 a.m. I was like, yeah. Live from Silent Hill, it's Team Jacked. Maybe I should have splurged out for a Halloween background. That might be something to look forward to in the future. Celtic's JP branch promo, I see. I mean, sort of. She is helping on quite a few projects of mine at this point. Very, very, very closely. It's so kinda. 010, not enough backrooms. Okay, you take your knockoff existential bullshit and get out of here. Silent Hill was the OG existential dread on the block. You will pay reverence. But yeah, I'm tempted to well, I'm not entirely sure. Like, hold off starting the video until I Know Nothing gets here. I know he's going to be listening because he's on a car drive, as opposed to a blood drive, which would be very, very uncomfortable, I imagine, in transportation. But I kind of wanted to find a way to fill in time at least and kind of buffer it, so even if we do start, he doesn't have too much to catch up on. So we've already talked to a great extent about Silent Hill F in the coverage of Synthetic Man's video. This video is coming at it from a different angle, at least in its title and some of its delivery, as scattershot as it can be from what I've checked. They're arguing that Silent Hill F is not, in fact, a Silent Hill game, which is very
interesting.
It's one of the reasons I had both of you, or at least I requested that people that were going to join us, watch that compilation of the wonderful Dina Natley, who I've also reached out to and tried to get on the podcast to no avail, unfortunately. But, just that's how this goes. Internet things fall through the cracks. But not the 10 gifted memberships from Robert Glendinning. Those didn't fall through the cracks. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast.
Woo.
Welcome to the crew. Enjoy your custom emotes that are down below. But yes, we are. How could you guys let this happen? Wait, what happened?
What?
No, we have
it's me.
Synthetic Man 2, Electric Boogaloo. Well, this is interesting. It's a woman this time around, which I find very curious, considering there is very strong feminist themes running throughout the entirety of Silent Hill. At least, at the very least, the first 3 games. And I would probably no. I mean, like they're lightly in 4. Not so much like anywhere near the forefront in 0 or Downpour or Homecoming. Definitely though in Silent Hill F.
Unfortunately, you will learn that just because someone is a woman doesn't mean that they can't be sexist towards their own gender.
Yeah.
It's
Or
very
a lot of the-
baffling.
Yeah, a lot of the sexism also comes from women.
Well, it's
Mhm.
interesting. It's almost as if Silent Hill F kind of touches on that in some way, shape,
Yep.
or form.
Wow, what a surprise.
Wow.
A game that talks about women's rights in 1960s Japan also tackles the feminine view.
Mhm.
What I find amusing is that there's like this one Twitter person named, I think their name is June, but they are like the biggest Rinko stan on the planet, and they just bitch
Why?
about every single day about how people unnecessarily hate her. And I'm sitting here off to the side like, no, I actually really like Rinko. I think she's a very well-faceted and interesting character, and how she stands in the whole scheme of things, and how she emotionally grows over the letters you find from her. But I understand why people don't like Rinko. She is kind of a bitch until she goes through her arc in the notes. That's kind of the point, is she's representing a lot of the toxic female traits that are present in that society. Just a note, Noel seems to be a bit low volume-wise. Maybe she... look, I've been trying to balance her. She's at
I'm sorry.
150. I'm going to max you out. See what happens.
Please do. If I raise my volume anymore, I wrote this in chat too. You can hear me breathing from my nose. I think that would be very unpleasant. So to lower down my output.
Oh, there we go. That's why. I was raising your stream volume, not the U volumes. Let's see.
Well, my
Oh.
stream is quiet, Celtic.
All right, let's write 120. Let's see how 120 does us, folks. Because you were at 70. I had you at 70. When did that happen?
Oh no, Celtic is silencing me.
Oh no, I'm doing the sexisms. No. But yes, one of the reasons why, well, not one of the reasons, the major reason to bring Noel on is because she can give a series of unique perspectives, because not only is she Japanese, you were mostly born and raised in Japan, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I was born and raised in Japan. Fun fact, my family name in Japan actually is from Gifu, where the place, Ebisugaoka was based on. So I was like, hey, that makes me very closely related surface level. So
Yep.
But
kind of cool.
not only is she a current Japanese resident, not only is she a woman living in Japan, but she is also are you engaged to your boyfriend yet? Are they?
I am
Yes.
engaged.
So
it's
she
very hit home.
Yeah,
I
she
like
is.
a lot.
She is stepping upon the marriage process in Japan. So that's all very much like. And this is one reason I'm like eagerly sitting back and watching Markiplier play through this, because he literally just got married and picked up Silent Hill F without knowing anything about it. And so everyone's
my
like
God.
sitting there like biting their nails like, oh my God, Mark, you are about to traumatize your own marriage.
Oh no.
But yes, so now to be, intellectually honest, I believe I'm the only one here, aside from I Know Nothing, who will be here later, that has actually played the game.
Yes.
I played through it 100%. I've gotten the Steam equivalent of the platinum for it. So that means I've gotten all the achievements, I've gotten all the endings, I've gotten all the notes. I am fucking the master of this game at this point. I've probably done, I want to say, a total of 7 or 8 playthroughs. So I am very familiar with how this entire game functions inside and out at this rate. Probably could still learn a lot more if I did more playthroughs, and I do plan to, because I am very much considering making a video on this, considering how pissed I am at a lot of the coverage that's happening. But I'm the only one here that has played it, but the other two here, Twy has watched at the very least a summary of it, and we covered it in our last video, so she is at least familiar to the broad strokes of things. And Noel, I believe you also watched some coverage of it, right?
Yes, I watched an entire gameplay. I'm watching another gameplay that's done by a Japanese psychologist, which only the first episode's out, sadly. So,
Noel showed me a little bit of that, and it was very interesting. And I gave you a bit of a play-by-play of that. Raymond.
Yeah. When you were talking about it, it's like most of it I picked up on, which I was very proud of myself to like, oh yeah, no, I caught on to a lot of that. But like there were things like, there was one anecdote where I'm like, really? That's strange. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Like, there was something that stuck out. Also, one note of kind of correction in terms of the name of the town being Silent Hill. The reason why it's technically quote unquote Silent Hill, it's named after is he a god, Ebisu? Or is Ebisu just a legendary figure in Japanese mythology?
There is a figure in Japanese mythology, but I unfortunately know little to nothing about it. So, like,
allegedly he's deaf, which is why he's a deaf fisherman, which is why the name being Ebisu Gaoka, which means Ebisu's Hill, Silent Hill, the Hill of the Deaf, which I find that's the logic that goes into it. It's a little more of an obscured instead of a direct translation for naming it Silent Hill. Pirate King Thazar says, my favorite stream to listen to while playing through Armored Core 6 for the 100th time. Sorry, Air. Dad says the funny red cloud needs to burn. No! No! Don't do that! Air! Don't hurt Air! I mean, ironically, that's actually probably the best ending of the game, like, thematically, but...
Also, he is considered a god of fishermen and luck, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the most that I know. I'm sorry in terms, like, despite being Japanese, I know little to nothing about Japanese mythology other than, like, the really weird stuff that happens in it. Like,
I know more about Japanese mythology than she does, and I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
Well, and this
like,
is why
my only reason of existence here is to say yes to everything Twilight says about my culture.
Well, I was going to say, like, this is where we combine your powers and, through, like, making sure there's not some facets of the mythology that might be distinctly unique to a Japanese native that, we won't. Because one of the points I'm going to make about whether or not it's considered a Silent Hill game is the choice in venue for the game being set in Japan was already a big ask for a lot of fans. And that's because, again, Silent Hill has always been more popular in the West than it has been in Japan. It's also very much been deeply inspired by things like David Fincher films, like Twin Peaks especially is a big thing that's been pointed out as a huge inspiration. And so when you rip that away and just leave Japan, it makes a lot of people kind of squeamish about that. But what people don't also recognize in the West is there's a lot of Japanese mythological influence over the original series and all the other games, but has been tapering off with each successive game after the fourth, to the point that it's almost all purely American-based. And this is kind of in some ways, an overcorrection where it's like, no, it's much more Japan now. It's like all Japan all the time. Which I'm okay with, honestly.
Yeah, it's like as someone who doesn't really know deeply about the Silent Hill, only watching, like, I don't know, like 5 hours of someone talking about the entire game series. But I don't think just because it is set in Japan, you can go like, oh, it's not a Silent Hill game if it's not in Silent Hill.
That's going to be the thing that I'm most eager to cover in this. And like, I would normally start off a conversation like this. What do we think is the fundamental aspects of a Silent Hill game? I would normally ask that. But one, you guys are only familiar through those videos, which is fine. You know, I could ask that, and I'm pretty sure you've formed some level of opinion based upon what you've heard. However, I am going to more so challenge, as we go through this video, what this woman's definition of Silent Hill is, and immediately try to challenge it. Because
I'm scared.
Fog? No, not strictly speaking. Fog is actually not present in to any great degree in Silent Hill 4. And that was one made by Team Silent, aka the original creators of the franchise. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, Yugox, I keep trying to get to your message, but like I'm letting other people talk. My brain's all over the place. Yugox says, "Guy 100% the game still does sexism, feminism fail." No, that's the ultimate. That's the ultimate misogynism's move. All right, you understand, digest, and be able to completely replicate the arguments for feminism, and then just say, "But nah." It's the ultimate power move.
I don't think that my opinion has really changed. And admittedly, I didn't watch. I kind of thumbed through a lot of what you'd sent because there was a lot.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's like, what, 6,
I didn't have
7
time.
hours of video, something like that?
But from my understanding of the Silent Hill franchise, from what little I do know of it, my thoughts about like the core aspect of what it is like a psychological cleansing or judgment of a person's moral character.
That's not a bad thing to lean on. Greater Bar says, clearly all I learned about this game is accepting your partner. Gives you 2 of them. Excited for more F discussion. No, that's actually the opposite of what the story wants you to think.
That's the greatest
One partner
misunderstanding I've read
poisons
in
you,
one.
and one partner is on a path that'll lead you to shedding your entire individuality. And I guess if you count Hinako as a third partner, she's literally on the path to committing mass murder. Don't trust your partner. Get them help.
I'm gonna have to tell my fiance to get therapy now that you
my
said
chat
that.
isn't being brought up, not the right time. Did I miss your chat, Isa? Oh, I did. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was a while back. My issue with the whole X isn't part of the franchise is that it feels like it's limiting what the franchise can be, which can create an insular community. I don't mind there being criteria of some sort. But as our discussion will go on, from at least my perspective, the criteria for a Silent Hill game is always sort of in flux in that, at least in my opinion, you need at least a certain number of elements, but as long as you reach a base number of combined elements, you're fine. You can leave a lot of the other ones on the cutting room floor. Like, I go back to Silent Hill 4, it has like one really foggy location, and even though fog is such an iconic part of the franchise, it's not strictly necessary. So you can have a Silent Hill game without fog. I mean, Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Silent Hill Shattered Memories destroys a lot of people's arguments about this shit, because that's a game that's not even in the main continuity. That's a game all on its own, doing its own thing for its own reasons. And indeed, someone asked, what is the plot of Silent Hill? Does each game have its own special story, or is it all linked in some way? Yeah, it's hard to explain.
Yesn't.
Silent Hill 1 is sequelized into Silent Hill 3, and elements from that plot line... Okay. In technical continuity, you have Silent Hill 0, Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 3, and Silent Hill Homecoming. Those are the ones that deal with directly the Dark God, the cult, for 4 of them, it's a Lessa, but then Homecoming, it's a different sect of the cult, so it's actually slightly off center of that. So technically speaking, you can like form a chronology there, and then the other games like Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 4, and Silent Hill Downpour are all very different games that are much more focused on the internal psyche of an individual character, and the backdrop of Silent Hill is what fuels the psychic manifestations that you see, all the horror and such. Though not even that is truly accurate, because we'll get into, like, once she starts trying to define the games, you guys are going to discover with me, it's really hard to actually pin down what Silent Hill is as a franchise if you're going for a very strict criteria. Because even the first 3 games don't all match up. Someone said check the Discord, so I'm going to go check the Discord.
Yeah, isn't the only thing that's fairly consistent about Silent Hill is the fact that the characters have issues and the other world manifests in retaliation of that, and then they have to deal with their literal inner demons.
No. Shit. On the wrong screen. 1 minute.
Oh.
I'm trying to do this all. Oh God, which is the least? Okay, this is the least threatening thing. So if no, I'm trying to select the least number of things that I can pull free. There we go. All right.
Everyone taking
minimize
the
that.
information.
No one screen cap any of that. Copy text. I don't think there's anything super sensitive there. Let's not copy text. Copy image. There we go. Paste as image. Okay, there we go. This is from Yui Trigger, and it's us judging the person who made this video. That's amazing.
I love the pose that I have in there. It's so cute. Oh, this is so good, Yui.
I'll throw it.
It is. It's good. Yui's art is always so good when they do stuff for Jacked or for Marvel.
Yeah.
It's great.
Which you can watch the most recent episode of now. It's available now. That's episode 5, I believe. Session 5.
I died again.
Next one, she gets a free snow cone.
Oh, you downgraded it from Coffin. I see.
Oh no, the coffin is being provided by the is being provided by Lightning in My Hands. He's the one funding that raffle. And I flubbed. Not snow cone. He gets the ice cream cone. I didn't want to downgrade that. The ice cream cone is worth it. You died. And she was only mostly dead. No. Dead and mostly dead. Completely different things.
I spec'd as a glass cannon, guys.
Yeah. We have the Orange Man. Redo Cummings along nicely, long thought breaking.
Oh.
That is a sentence, Orange Man. And yeah, I haven't gotten to Redo yet. I'm working on the first thing you've made us watch. I'm still waiting on that to be finished on Batwoman. And thank you, Celestial Warlock, for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that. And sorry to Dederex, he didn't get in. I don't know why. That man's just unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Where was I in that whole tangent? What was that?
Someone needs an Ebisu, a lucky fisherman.
Yes, exactly. The where was I going with this? Yeah, so basically, I've always treated what is considered a Silent Hill game rather nebulous, just because there's a lot of different ways to approach it. If you say, well, I don't want to get into this because, again, she's going to start making proclamations, and we're going to be sitting here and wondering, how does this not qualify?
Oh boy.
Let's see. We'll start at the bottom of the hour, so we don't, I Know Nothing doesn't have, have like 2 minutes to catch up on knowing our speed. But yes, is there anything unique that you guys want to talk about in terms of this? Like any particular interests about Silent Hill that you wanna just at least broach a little bit?
I've got. Listen, I literally watched 5 hours of a deep dive into like each Silent Hill thing, even the movies, and I didn't even know that the movies existed.
Oh yeah,
But
yep.
but
And
I
Well,
will.
are there anecdotes about Silent Hill F that you would want to maybe like raise? Anything interesting?
Oh, I think I mentioned this to both you and Twilight, but I think it's really cool how me, despite not playing the game yet, I want to play it in the future. But like it's amazing how I can be so just obsessed about this game despite not playing it because of how scary accurate it is to my culture, but also one of the stories that I resonated the most with. And no, I'm not engaged to a fox man. Just putting that out there.
are you sure? I've
I
seen your fiance.
Would you describe him as Foxy?
stares at my fiance who's asleep. Damn, why are you sleeping like a fox?
He's curled up in a ball.
Yes.
I like how you just are starting to just describe everyone in terms of animals. You had Gazelle Man and Ostrich Man at
Oh,
school.
no.
Now
Don't
you're
even get me
describing your
started.
boyfriend as a fox.
The plot twist: Noel lives in Beastars.
Oh my god. Listen, we all know the animal that I would be. A freaking parrot, because I don't stop talking. It's so awful.
You should. I mean, come on, foxes are hot. Just look at Renamon. Okay. But if we're going by the German dub version, Renamon happens to be very attractive guy. So just making sure you know what you're attracted to.
I'm pretty sure in Japanese, Renamon had a male voice actor as well. That was actually one of the reasons why they made Renamon into a female in English, was because they thought that it would be very awkward and confusing to have a male presenting Digimon merge with a preteen girl.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you know that would have sparked the Steven Universe fusion discussion years earlier. Well, at least we know Gio's on for the male Renamon. Okay, you do you, man.
Yeah.
He sleeps standing up on a stage.
Oh my god. No, actually, no. He does. Like, I would have normal conversations with him, and he would still be asleep. Like, so in a way.
David, welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew. Thank you for joining the membership.
Welcome.
Welcome, even though I'm a guest.
Don't worry. You're. We have like tiers of this. Everyone that members is of the lower decks crew. You're on like the mid tier crew. That's how this works. Not that remember, everyone fills their role, so it's not like everyone. We're not demeaning anyone. You are all loved and helpful here. You're just in a different part of the ship. That's why this is the crew. This is the crew comms. You can barely. If I can actually just hover my guy behind it. Yeah, intraship comms. So you guys are below decks communicating with us. Reminds me of one of the Bakugan and Battle Brawlers had a female voice in English and also had a male voice in Japanese. In other words, I have 2 nickels. That happens more frequently. I mean, lest us all forget what happened with Fisheye and Sailor Moon.
Not just Fisheye, but Zoisite as well.
Right. Zoisite also got but Fisheye was kind of a bigger deal because Fisheye flashed their chest, and it turned it from a cross-dressing guy flashing his bare chest to a grown-ass woman flashing her bare chest, and that was aired on television. It's like, you guys, in your attempt to scrub away the uncomfortable things, just made it 10 times worse. It was great.
That's a consistent thing that kept happening with the Sailor Moon dub. I mean, again,
The cousins.
the cousins turning a homophobic or a homosexual relationship into an incestuous one. Amazing.
Yep.
Wonderful.
I mean, it did well in Alabama, though.
Yeah.
So is both of Luffy's VAs woman? Yeah, I mean, like, also Goku's VA is not just a woman, but, like, she's, like, 80 years old.
Yeah.
That woman is a
fact
cryptid,
about-
I'm convinced.
Fun fact about Goku's voice actress. Like, there's this medical show in Japan that they hire like professional voice actors to be the people like calling the ambulances. And they brought in her to and I was like, is that Goku? It's like reporting a freaking like person that's like in a rubble. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow,
It-
Goku could just lift it himself, but I guess he needs an ambulance.
I mean, admittedly, we're no longer drawing the distinction between played as a certain sex versus voiced by a different sex, because women voicing men and men voicing women, I mean, more so women voicing, especially like young men, is super freaking common in
Yes.
voice acting. I don't know if there's really many instances of men voicing women that haven't been like gag characters.
It-
Mm, I don't know. I'm very worried about my phrasing of this.
We're,
But
just treat everything as if you're pre-canceled and you'll be fine.
that's fair. The I see, why does the name like slip away from my head? The mother wolf in Princess Mononoke is voiced by a person who is I see, like the phrasing is different because we don't really like the word transgender didn't exist back then in Japan. But yeah, like I don't want to address them as transgender because I don't know if that's how they identify as. But yeah, it was voiced by a person who is biologically male.
It was voiced by a person of gender.
Person of gender. See, guys, this is how you know I'm Japanese. That I don't use the word transgender immediately.
The oh God, I gotta resize twice. She looks so small comparatively.
So I just
I am
bouncing
very
around.
small.
Yeah. I will bring you into the foreground. There we go. All right. So, if you could both, Twice already in here, but you will see, Noel, there is a channel for important links. That is where there is a watch together link. If you hop in here, you'll be able to watch this
Oh.
video with us.
Yeah.
Okay, let me find it.
Celestial Warlock, I'm a person of gender myself. Oh my God, I need Willem Dafoe to say that. I'm something of a person of gender myself.
Oh my god.
Oh, we got more art. Robbie Titan Executor. So that's probably a Titan then, a Titan original. Let's see. Oh, I can't show, like, I can't put this, like, how do I open link? I can't resize it, but this is Zero. Our friend Zero to Hero. Has he been on yet? I think he has.
I think he has once, but I think we're waiting for him to finish MHA so that we can have like an actual MHA discussion at the end of things because he's excited to talk about it.
I can go into the live stream my deep dive into Japanese railway construction. But no, yeah. So, have you found it yet?
I have not found the link. I
Okay,
made
so-
links.
It's the second one from the bottom. It's let's meet on watch together.
Oh, there we go.
Make sure you join. The freaking thumbnail for this video is just so disrespectful with the freaking ears.
It really is.
Like, I find it funny. If this were someone who's much more good-natured toward it, I could see this being kind of fun, but it's so derisively angled.
I hate the thumbnail.
All right, well, let's
I hate the thumbnail.
see what she has to say. Spoilers for Silent Hill 1 through 4. Interesting. Okay. I never caught that before. So she only considers Silent Hill 1 through 4 the only Silent Hill games?
That's interesting, because isn't there, like, how many are there in total?
Mainline games, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, Origins, Homecoming, Downpour. So at least 7 in the main continuity, aside from spin-offs. Technically speaking, Shattered Memories is considered a mainline game, not a spin-off. Even though I think it and F should be kind of flipped around, because F is considered a spin-off. I think it should be considered mainline. But Shattered Memories is its own continuity, so I think it's better fit in the spin-off category. So,
right.
Look, Konami's in charge of how they categorize these things. I will disagree with them, but that's how they've that's how they've said things. So technically speaking, we should also clarify: Silent Hill F, by Konami's description, is a spin-off, not even mainline. So, gonna be interesting.
I'm scared.
The reviews are in for Silent Hill F, and the acclaim is critical. The game is being widely praised as one of the best in the series. If you take that literally, it doesn't mean much. Silent Hill as a series has been marred with stains of mishandling and misunderstanding for almost 2 decades at this point, since Silent Hill Origins took the series out of the hands of Team Silent, the original creators, all the way back in 2007.
Okay, so there is a benchmark at the very minimum. Team Silent era is the only era that she's considering true Silent Hill at this point.
Interesting.
That's going to be very interesting, because she's going to further qualify things coming forward. I find that very questionable, and I should start why it's very questionable. Everyone likes to talk about, oh, Team Silent made this, Team Silent did that. Team Silent was not a consistent development team through and through. In fact, I'm pretty sure each game in the series swapped out to a different director. I'm pretty sure each game in the series, a lot of veterans that were on the team left the team to do other things at Konami. Team Silent was constantly amorphous and was literally just formed out of all of the, like, the not the rejects, the weirdos, effectively, the people that the people that didn't fit in at Konami. They were shoved on the Team Silent, and that's how we got Silent Hill to begin with. So already I'm standing on but Team Silent isn't even Team Silent. There is no true Scotsman in this equation. What are you talking about?
It is kind of
already.
It is kind of weird how you have some people who look at a group of people, a team, that go under a certain umbrella, and people view them and treat them as one singular entity.
Yeah. I mean, because what? I'm trying to think. Like, I want to say one of the environmental designers went on to direct Silent Hill 3 or something like that. Let me actually get up Team Silent.
Because, like, one of the interesting things about Digimon is that it's also created and owned by a group of people. Like, if you look for the creator of Digimon, you'll see Akiyoshi Hongo. That is not a real person. That is an amalgamation of anywhere between, like, 4 to 7 different people. Akiyoshi Hongo is not a person. It is a made-up entity for the purposes of better copywriting Digimon.
So going down, we have Akihiro Imamura, the lead programmer of Silent Hill 1, a producer on Silent Hill 2, sub-producer of Silent Hill 4 The Room. So he went from programmer to producer to sub-producer, meaning that he has... And he skipped Silent Hill 3 entirely. Masahiro Ito, who is probably the most famous member of the team because he is the background and creature designer of the first game, art director and creature designer of 2 and 3. So he is like a beating heart of Team Silent. But note, no Silent Hill 4. Gozo Kitao, executive producer of Silent Hill 2 and Hill 1, 2, and 3, not 4. Suguru Murakoshi, drama director of Silent Hill 2, director and scenario writer of Silent Hill 4, and then later joined Kojima Productions. Kazuhide Nakazawa, director of Silent Hill 3, also later joined Kojima Productions. Hiroyuki Owaku, scenario writer for Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, co-writer of Silent Hill, the original. So he stepped up into full writer territory, and then, again, not on Silent Hill 4. Takayoshi Sato, CGI creator of Silent Hill and Silent Hill 2, left Konami to join Electronic Arts in 2003, subsequently worked on Virtual Heroes. So he wasn't even involved in 3 and 4, the CGI artist, who, by the way, that man is dope in that he wasn't going to get credit for his CGI work, even though he did the bulk sum of it for Silent Hill 1. So they were like, we're going to credit it to your supervisor, who's not actually doing any of the work. He's just overseeing things. He's just a manager. So what Owaku did is he sat down. It's like, fine, if I'm not going to get credit for it, I'm going to do every single thing with it. I'm going to stay overnight in the office, rendering every single scene manually on all the workstations, all like 160 workstations. I'm going to do that all on my own, so you guys can't take my credit away. There's no one else that had their fingers in this process. And then at the very end, they were like, yeah, just do it for Silent Hill 2. You're in charge of the CGIs. And he's like, thank you.
That is the most Japanese thing I've ever heard. Like, that's overworking yourself so you can get the title that you want.
So then you have Keiichiro Toyama, director of Silent Hill, who then left to join Japan Studio and develop the Siren series of games, which is another horror franchise very similar to Silent Hill, much more Japan-focused. In fact, there's a lot of similarities that are typically drawn between F and Siren by people who know what they're talking about. So it's very interesting. He hasn't been involved since Game 1. Masashi Tsuboyama, background designer of Silent Hill, director of Silent Hill 2, art director of Silent Hill 4, and then left Konami to join Goodfeel. And then, of course, the only consistency in most of these things is Akira Yamaoka, who is the series sound director, producer of Silent Hill 3 and 4 The Room. This man, I believe, is the only consistency in almost every single Silent Hill game except, I want to say, Downpour and Homecoming, in that he did the music for just about every game in the franchise, as well as a lot of the sound design. The man is legendary for that. So, if you'll notice, where is the consistency? Because directors shuffled around, creative control shuffled around, artists shuffled around, writers shuffled around. There was not one single time where the same people in the same role worked on a sequel, on one of the sequels of Silent Hill. I don't know, and several people left after the games that they helped create. So, what is Team Silent? Why are we gauging things by that proxy when Team Silent itself was not a consistent monolith?
Yeah, it's weird.
It is weird. Like, you can tell that they didn't really look into, okay, so what is the definition of Team Silent then? You know?
This is why there's the lazy critics out there that are like, oh, Team Silent was better. Sure, they produced good games. But they aren't the only thing. They produced good games, but the other games in the franchise are good on their own merits. And people refuse to acknowledge that because they aren't somehow the original creators, even though, quite literally, the original director hasn't been involved since the first game.
Now, that's interesting.
Wait. Oh, Sakura. Sakura, you're mean. It's so mean. Detorex Titan Dave is hitting Titan again. It's all the gifted subs. It's just hitting everyone but Detorex. Oh, Sakura, thank you. It's wonderful. Got Titan twice. I love that so much.
Oh.
Oh. So already I feel like we're off to a bad start with this woman's analyses, and that, it got taken out of Team Silent's hands, and it's like, but what does that change? What's, like, you got to actually qualify this. You can't just say, oh, if it's not Team Silent, it's not a Silent Hill game, because I feel like that's overly restrictive as a criteria.
Yeah.
Look, just because people don't like what 343 did with Halo doesn't mean they're not Halo games. I'm sorry, guys. They're Halo games. Halo 5, as much as I hate it, is a Halo game. Resident Evil 6 is probably one, like, I actually had to do some soul searching on, like, is there any franchise that I love where I have a qualifier for it not being a faithful member of that franchise. And the only one that I can think about is Resident Evil 6, where it's like it's gone too far in several different areas to the point that none of the original DNA seems to have survived. But that's like the only one. Even Resident Evil games I hate, like Revelations 2, I consider Resident Evil games, they're just bad games. I challenge you guys, any franchises you're big fans of, is there any installment where you particularly think there's an instance where something fell out of qualifying for that installment, for that franchise? Like, is there...
I wish I played more games.
Well, not even games, like movies, television shows, anime, anything.
Franchises that kind of fell off. Well, like oh my gosh, I'm gonna get canceled for this. My Little Pony.
No, that's probably fine. Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
can't attest for how the bronies will take it, but
I mean, like, I mean, a lot of people say that Generation 4 is like really amazing, which it is. I love Generation 4. But it did kind of affect Generation 5 in not a good way, where the city felt like they had to keep it in the original world, like the original continuity, to make it more profitable. Only to make it, hey, remember those characters that you loved watching for the last 10 years? Yeah, they're all dead. They're gone now. So, like, not so good.
Also, Redis 427, member for 2 months, says Yamaoka was involved in Homecoming, but not Downpour. And I believe we finally have our other guest here.
Oh, yay.
Yeah. Yo, hey everybody.
Yay.
I just got done fighting the shadow people. What'd I miss?
Literally 22 seconds. We could just restart the video.
Yeah.
While
Sorry,
I get your Rahi tuber and everything set up, and I also draw back this little doohickey so we can start the video. You can start talking with them and establish your history with Silent Hill and stuff.
Also, just quickly, what was your question again, Raymond? Right before he showed up.
Sorry. Is there any particular franchise where you found that there was an installment in it that you would not qualify as part of that franchise? Like, it's so departed from what you consider to be the core of the franchise that you don't consider it a part of it.
Do you have to ask? We complain about it a lot.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I blocked it out in my brain. Yes. I would probably go so far as to say everything after the original Eureka 7 is not Eureka 7.
Yeah.
All right, I know nothing on here, and now I gotta just rearrange everyone. Don't worry. But yes, continue discussing. I'll fix all this.
Oh, no worries.
Yes,
I was
please
going
continue.
to
I know.
I was going to say my history with the game series at this point. I have, in fact, played through. I got my first playthrough of hard mode for Silent Hill F. I'm halfway through my second playthrough. I've platinumed slash gotten 100% for the Silent Hill 2 remake, and I've much to my fans, I guess, is it chagrin? I can never pronounce that word.
Contrarian? Chagrin?
Chagrin?
Yes.
Chagrin, yes.
Chagrin.
I've seen the Silent Hill movies.
I was talking with
Wow.
Twilight about that last night. Is that the first movie is supposed to be an adaptation? God, what the director said about about Harry Mason was so disrespectful. But
It is.
because he said, "Oh, when we looked at Harry Mason, we were like, it's very much more of a motherly energy, so we made it a female character instead." And it's like, wait, so the desire to rescue your daughter from certain peril and an evil cult is a female? Like the desire to protect your progeny is not somehow masculine? What the fuck? It was so weirdly like reverse sexist, or I guess just regular sexist.
It is sexist. It's terrible. Like, how can, like, use the word parental, not like feminine or masculine. Like, you can listen. You can be a mom and be like, yeah, I don't care about my child, which I think the Silent Hill series has, like, moments like that in its story. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, like I sacrificed my daughter. Like, yeah,
Yeah, well, they
how
also
motherly.
softballed her. Like that character got softballed into an actual caring mother, and she was replaced by like a fanatical like Christian priestess like deal instead of being, an evil cult mother, which is kind of look. The main thing though is that Silent Hill, the original film, it tries to be the first game, but then gets it all wrong. At the very least,
That
though,
seemed like it, honestly, for everything I've seen.
it also brought in Pyramid Head, which I've already bitched enough how Pyramid Head is uniquely James's thing.
Yeah, I saw that, and the first thing that came to my mind, because I watched them over this last week, the first thing that I had for my notes is, yeah, if Celtic was here, he'd probably be bitching right now.
Oh, absolutely. The saving grace, though, is visually, the movie is fucking phenomenal, the first film. It looks amazing,
it looks great.
And I'm kind of intrigued by Return to Silent Hill because it looks like, oh, we're just going to do a retelling of Silent Hill 2. Hopefully it's good this time. But yeah, no, the second film though, it just shits the bed completely. Turns Pyramid Head into a superhero.
I saw that. I was so confused. Like,
I looked down and I thought that I was like drinking straight vodka or something. I'm like, no, this is water.
So people are saying with their messages here, Chet Manley 93, I mean Rise of Skywalker, Last Jedi are my picks. Not bad picks. I can understand.
Oh, for
it.
not being part of the series. Okay, yeah.
For like, completely missing the heart.
I'd add Force Awakens into that.
Yeah, I mean the entire sequel trilogy kind of falls into that. Yugok says DMC Devil May Cry has to be mentioned here. It is. That one's weird for me because that is kind of a spin-off. Like it was supposed to be a hard reboot, so they were kind of trying to make their own identity. I don't quite know how to gauge hard reboots in relation to the core of the franchise.
As someone who has played way too much of all the DMC games, I love the DMC games. They're fantastic. I'll say this about DMC Devil May Cry. I will take 100 DMC Devil May Cries before I take another season of Adi Shankar's abortion.
Oh, you know what? That's probably a better thing to mention.
Yeah, that's what I'd go with.
Sky Slasher, so is it Silent Hill or not? I think it's Silent Hill, but we got to hear her arguments for it.
Yeah, I too think it is Silent Hill.
I think so too.
Also,
Yeah.
by the way, hi Noel. I've never gotten the chance to talk to you. We've only spoken through text. Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. It's crazy how
Pleasure.
like I used to be a fan of Celtic and now I'm here. Celtic cannot escape me.
Celestial Warlock, which is your favorite DMC? Oh, DMC 5 easily. It's by far has the most poignant message of the entire series. It goes DMC 5, then 3 and 4 are actually tied for number 2 because both are fantastic. Number 1 is after that, and then the bottom is DMC 2, which is still a decent game, but unfortunately it has probably one of the hardest lines that I've heard because there's a demon that screams, "I was supposed to be the king of this world," and Dante says, "A king? Yeah, here's your crown." Then he shoots him in the head, which is unironically one of the coldest fucking things that has happened.
I was gonna
It's
say
amazing.
DMC2's biggest failing is it had too many Gene advertisements in it.
That too. I would say DMC 2's greatest failing is that it's just not as polished and gameplay wise as the rest of the series.
If DMC Devil May Cry is a more faithful adaptation than the show, it must have fucked up. I've heard nothing good come out of the show.
It's a
Yui
legit.
made more art.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's the
Luby?
DMC2. It's a legitimately broken game. I'm not denying that. It's also fun. Oh, what is this art?
Pasting it.
This art is so good.
Ice cream cone is cheaper.
Dang it, man. And to add things into the conversation, actually, because you originally said like, "Oh, what can you add to like a game series, and when does it differ?" The thing that I was thinking about on my right here. Also, by the way, Celtic, you fucking scared the shit out of me because the first time that I opened up the stream, you were screaming, "Oh no," because Noel made the joke about her being Kaiser, and the audio of my entire car peaked, and I unironically nearly swerved.
Jesus Christ! If I accidentally caused the death of one of our planned guests because I was being goofy on stream.
No. I was in a parking lot, man. You don't worry about it. I jerked the wheel in the parking lot.
Oh.
So even before meeting, I'm already a menace to your existence.
Yeah,
I got it.
Yes. But, like adding things to a series to like when do they stop becoming a part of that series? And yeah, that is super nebulous because the series that I play too much of and I talk too much of, I'll fully admit, is the Soul series. And by all accounts, say Bloodborne would not be added into the Soul series, considering how different it is in
Sekiro,
fundamental game design.
even though it's looped in,
that's
it's
Sekiro
very
too. Yeah,
different.
like there's very few, I want to say, set things for that series, but they're still lumped in because they're created by the same team, they have the same general difficulty, I guess, is that what keeps everything in. So why people say, "Oh, these games aren't true Silent Hill games," when you've talked about everything being very, very inconsistent between even different directors overall. Like it made me tilt my head of like, where's the line? Because clearly people have drawn a line and no one wants to talk about where exactly that line is.
Yeah, and all this belies the quality of the game. And it's like, okay, here's the question. If it's not a Silent Hill game, is it at least a good game? And I think this woman's going to have the wrong opinion on that. We'll see. So let's actually, starting from the top, just so, get everything in. It was only 22 seconds. So let's see.
Well, at least they got a content warning.
Yeah.
The reviews are in for Silent Hill F, and the acclaim is critical. The game is being widely praised as one of the best in the series. If you take that literally, it doesn't mean much. Silent Hill as a series has been marred with stains of mishandling and misunderstanding for almost 2 decades at this point.
Okay, that's a fun
Since
visual.
Silent Hill Origins took the series out of the hands of Team Silent, the original creators, all the way back in 2007. Not that no one but Team Silent could ever make a good Silent Hill game, but Konami didn't seem to understand the series enough to find people who would.
I find it interesting that in, over the course of Silent Hill 4 came out in 2005, I want to say 2004, 2005. In the course of about 20 years, they haven't managed to land on one team that doesn't understand Silent Hill. That's very strange to me, especially when you have veterans from the Silent Hill series, from Team Silent, involved in production, like Akira Yamaoka.
It's very... Also, number one rival, again, this voice sounds like AI. Does it?
No, I'm pretty sure
No,
this is
not to me.
You guys will see, like, later on, it enters in this weird segment where it's like pseudo Let's Play and her discussing it. It's an actual woman talking to a guy, so like there's like actual people, unless it's two AIs talking to each other, which would be hilarious.
Had essentially
I don't understand why everybody accuses everything of being AI these days. Like, I know that AI is very prevalent and it's out there all the time, but like it really does seem like people are just like throwing darts at a wall blindly, being like, oh, this thing that I don't like, that's AI. This thing that I don't like, that's AI. Well, thing that I'm... Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, one thing that's also very interesting that might be part of the reason is that we're getting more tools to make it easier. DaVinci Resolve Studio allows you to take your audio and use an AI program to change it to a different voice, which is neat, but I don't.
Oh yeah, I turned that shit off immediately while I was recording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it post hoc. Like, if you don't, you can just record and then just click it. Jake the Surgeon says, "Where is Kaiser? Is he secret? Is he safe? He's being lame. He's like doing like real world stuff. You know,
he's got like
watch the beginning of the stream. We mentioned this before.
I know people come in late. He's a super chat. That's the reason I'm actually answering it.
Yeah.
Seawits, I said it earlier, but BB Tag isn't a Blaze Blue game. It uses Persona 4 Arena's engine and completely simplifies the characters." That's probably an interesting argument because mechanics do play a role in the identity of a fighting game franchise. So I could definitely see that being a huge point of contention.
I was going to say it's not a Marvel versus Capcom game if Virgil isn't broken.
Fair.
Not that no one but Team Silent could ever make a good Silent Hill game, but Konami didn't seem to understand the series enough to find people who would. They had essentially sentenced Silent Hill to death after years of torture, up to and including whatever the hell we're getting now, which is a mixture of flavors of all the gruel we've had for the past 20 years. Some PS5...
I'm sorry, that was Book of Origins, which I'm pretty sure is fucking dead. Like, we got it, and it was bad. No one bought it, and no one cared about it, and people generally ignore it. It's still technically there, but it doesn't really have much of a story to speak of. And unfortunately, the only story elements it has are really interesting, and like you can rewrite your future in a magic book. That's kind of a neat idea. It's completely wasted in that game.
Magic book rewriting futures. Huh.
I mean, I can see why she used it because she is saying like the slop that we're getting the past 20 years, which if the majority of the franchise is not what you would consider the franchise, then I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it seems like your examples are kind of one off at this point.
Sky Thatcher says, "I'd say F isn't a Silent Hill game because it doesn't take place in Silent Hill. Feels like that should be a bare minimum, but that's not."
Oh my god, stop!
Oh no, I don't. This is a fine point of contention for someone to raise, but it's one that can be easily disproven. Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4.
Like the amount of
you go.
The amount of times that I have heard that argument within the past week alone, ever since covering the first video.
Yep.
It's like, it's so, especially because we already talked about it last week. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, Silent Hill 3 starts in a town hours away from Silent Hill. Silent Hill 4 takes place in a town completely detached from Silent Hill, except for the serial killer that briefly lived there, manifesting things that are replicas of it. So it's not really in Silent Hill. Silent Hill Homecoming takes place in Shepherd's Glen until it goes over to Silent Hill, so it starts elsewhere. And now we have Silent Hill F, which takes place in Japan and is in a town that is thematically named Silent Hill. So
I just want to give my absolute Japanese opinion here, which is probably not gonna be like accepted for a lot of people. But if a company that created Silent Hill created this game and called it Silent Hill, it is Silent Hill. Like that's what I think about it. Like I don't look that deep into it.
Sky
'Cause
Slasher at least is consistent. He said that Silent Hill 4 shouldn't count either. It doesn't involve the town, and it's named after. It isn't. It ain't one of the games. I mean, so by that definition, then only Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, Origins, Homecoming, and Silent Hill Downpour are Silent Hill games. Am I understanding that correctly?
Under that logic, this is going to sound off base, but just to make a joke of it, Dark Souls 2 is the most Dark Souls game of the entire Dark Souls series because it's the one that actually deals fundamentally with the curse of the Dark Soul.
Yeah.
Also, we have this debate in the Digimon fandom too, because there are a lot of people out there who don't consider a Plymon to be Digimon, despite the fact that it's called Digimon Universe a Plymon. Because the only thing that's different between actual Digimon and Applemon is that these are Digimon that have evolved on your cellular phone or your mobile device instead of the PC. They are still fundamentally the same creatures. They just evolved in a different space. But a lot of people don't consider them to be proper Digimon or whatever.
There are some people that don't consider Digimon the English dub to be real Digimon. Discussion.
No, Zero is right. There's no two Dark Souls in Dark Souls 2. Therefore, it's a fake Dark Souls game. He's right again. Holy shit.
Yeah. That's right. But Sky Slasher, at least you stick by that definition. That's something, probably more than what she's going to give. Though I have to contend with that. You're getting rid of arguably the best antagonist in the series, who is directly linked to the town of Silent Hill and brings the power of Silent Hill with him. So it's still very much involving Silent Hill.
Titan is asking me, what about Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep? Well, it's still Kingdom Hearts if Sora is not a playable character. Half of the Kingdom Hearts games don't feature Sora as a playable character.
Half of the Soras you play as in Kingdom Hearts are Sora.
Yeah.
Fucking coded. Does Dream Drop Distance is technically Sora, but it's his dream avatar, so kind of yes, kind of no. Like, depending how you gauge things.
Okay. Let's be honest with Sora and Kingdom Hearts. Bro is half-assing it through his own goddamn series.
Yes.
So yeah.
Like the only real times that you get actual Sora in Kingdom Hearts is obviously the numbered games, Chain of Memories, and arguably perhaps Dream Drop Distance. Those are the only games in the Kingdom Hearts series that you actually play as Sora. And like Raymond said, arguable for Dream Drop Distance because that is a dream avatar. That is his dream self. That is him in his dreams, not him.
It's like, so Birth by Sleep, the Key series of games, Coded, Melody of Memories. Yes, we're counting it, unfortunately. Birth by Sleep 0.2 or whatever that was called with Aqua.
0.2 of Fragmentary Passage.
Thank you. I'm glad I have that
You're welcome.
encyclopedia there. So we're talking at least 5, maybe even more installments, because I think there were other games. I mean, the start of Kingdom Hearts 2, technically speaking, those are 358 over 2 days. None of those count as Kingdom Hearts games, I guess. Sorry, everyone.
None of them.
You don't have to play those to understand anything. Nope, no, not anything whatsoever.
One of the worst arguments that I've ever had, outside of the one that I had recently about Nominee, but like on a not Discord, I should say, is someone trying to argue that the beginning of KH2 should have been relegated to 358 because it featured Roxas as the playable character, and that
No?
meant that it was worthless.
Oh wow! I've rarely heard a person so wrong.
Yeah, I know.
That beginning was so fucking heart-wrenching standalone, and then when you find out more about it later, it's even
Mhm.
more painful. It's
Yeah.
such a good thing that they actually staggered that out that way.
Yeah.
And Halo 2, you don't always play as the Master Chief. Halo is not defined by the Master Chief.
I was gonna say there is a Halo game. There is a Halo in each of the Halo games. Well, versus
No.
Bungie trilogy.
No, ODST and Halo Reach. Technically, I mean, Halo Reach at the very end, you see
So the
the
words
start of the first game.
So the words "the original Bungie trilogy" meant nothing to you. I see.
Oh, Zero raises a good question. Which Kingdom Hearts games actually have the Kingdom Hearts in them?
So Birth by Sleep, Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts
1,
2, Kingdom
3.
Hearts 3.
Birth by Sleep.
I would even argue Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't really have Kingdom Hearts in it. It has the light of Kingdom Hearts, but we never actually see Kingdom Hearts.
358 over 2? I mean, I guess technically because it's the big moon in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Zero, shut the fuck up.
Halo 2
I'm
only
gonna
has
have it-
one Halo. Oh, shut up. No, wait, you're wrong. You're wrong. Alpha Halo makes a cameo appearance as they're flying into the heart of Threshold. Fuck you. There are 2 Halos in Halo 2.
There are actually,
Halo 2 confirmed, still the best Halo game.
And also, by the way, before you get on to this shit, like, oh, but Halo 3 doesn't have 3 Halos. You're right, it has more than 3 Halos, so it's overcompensating, motherfucker.
Overcompensating.
Okay, well, let's keep on going. She's talking about the short message there, which
We're not even 1 minute in yet.
Yeah.
I love it. I
Yeah.
love this podcast so much.
Exclusive hallway sim, Sodomy, the web series. Did anyone other than me actually watch this? I'm still mad
No.
I played Stones for hours grinding IP. So
I will say that both Ascension and the short message were really bad feat to step off into this new era of Silent Hill with. So, to clarify, short message is literally a free 2-hour demo where it's like no combat, very minimal puzzle solving, and it's all just a major allegory about mental health and being an online content creator. And it is, I would say, by definition, if I'm being consistent, it is a Silent Hill game. It's just a really shit one. Because the main character is so self-loathing, she is unlikable because she's so self-absorbed. And then Ascension, which is the other thing she's referring to, was this really weird, like, pseudo television game series where audience could live stream interact with things. It was basically a cheap cash grab, and I don't know enough about it to actually determine if it's a good Silent Hill story at all. By my outsider perspective, it really looks like it's not. It looked really bad. I don't even know if it qualifies. It might be the odd man out. Silent Hill PT was a promise of something cool, but Konami said "fuck you" is a shitty remake of MGS3. I don't know. PT. I don't know how PT would be.
Can I just say something here?
Right.
Sure.
If my voice would work correctly, hold on.
No, for free.
Use AI to replace it.
Oh my god. PT is the game where it like the demo that you walk through hallways, right? Like I think that's the game. I didn't know that was a Silent Hill game until yesterday. Like
Yeah, well, that
I
was
was
the
like-
big thing with it. That was like blew everyone's mind is that the PT, in order to solve the demo, like there was a super intricate puzzle that required a lot of like precise timing or like precise locations that you need to examine. It's like a very intricate like ARG type puzzle. But it took weeks for people to actually beat the damned thing. And when they did, the big fucking plot twist was watching Norman fucking Reedus of Walking Dead fame walking out from behind the camera, turn around, look around, have it boldly pronounce, this is a game with him as the main character. It's being produced and directed by Kojima and Guillermo del Toro. And it's Silent Hills. And everyone lost their collective fucking minds because it looked fucking insane. And then
I
Kojima
wanted
basically
that.
fucked up royally with Konami and rightfully got ousted because he was driving their entire company into a black hole of debt. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that's sympathetic towards Kojima getting shafted. He's a great, interesting creator, but he's also an awful businessman.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's talking about 2 games, one of which might questionably be a Silent Hill game. The other one definitely is, but it's shit. So I can see being annoyed with these.
I can enter the lottery to have my ugly character in the show permanently, only for them to pull it offline because, unsurprisingly, no one actually gave them money.
Yep.
And soon we're getting more of whatever Christoph Gans thinks passes for storytelling. The ride never ends! Now, after such a long stretch of bad games coming out with the Silent Hill title, we finally have a non-train wreck game.
Notice, I find very interesting, she didn't actually touch upon Zero, Homecoming, Downpour, or Shattered Memories. She didn't actually talk about those games. She talked about the most recent things that are very easy targets.
Yeah.
Like there are criticisms of each of those games. The combat in Homecoming and I mean, really, the combat in all of them are deep contention, but a lot of people love their stories. So why didn't you talk about them? Well, let's see. Maybe she has more.
But it's not all sunshine and rainbows in the resort town now. No. To be frank, I cannot seriously link Silent Hill F to the series in any meaningful way, and I'm frustrated that it wasn't released as a standalone title. That's not to say I think it's a bad game. I don't. On a technical level, it's well executed. It's got beautiful art direction and interesting themes. I have issues with the game, but not all of them are related to Silent Hill. But some are. I believe the game's title is holding both sides back, the game on its own merits and the Silent Hill series. Some might say, what are you talking about? Why does it matter
What are you
if
talking
the
about?
game is
Yeah.
called Silent
Yeah.
Hill? Who cares? It's just a title. Well, Silent Hill is a specific thing. Resident Evil is a specific thing.
No, okay, no, Choto a minute.
Okay, you will.
Sorry, my
I
God.
will be cold and dead in the ground before you take away Paul W.S. Anderson's Resident Evil films from me. Those things are comedic fucking gold, and they stand besides the most ridiculous shit in the Resident Evil franchise. They are more Resident Evil than Resident Evil 6's.
100%. Like, it goes like, oh, Resident Evil is a specific thing. A specific fever trip of whatever they're cooking up at that particular day? Excuse you?
Okay, watch her say that Resident Evil 7 through 9 aren't going to be Resident Evil games because of the whole mold thing.
Oh my god, watch that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have
And
huge
Mario
issues
is
with-
not a specific thing. Holy shit, no!
It very much is not.
It's like the antithesis of that.
It's, you can say it's a platformer for all of them, but like,
Not even that. Mario Party.
Mario
I'm
Kart.
crashing out. I'm
oh,
happy
that's
to
what you
eat
mean.
that.
Mario
Okay, yeah,
Party,
no,
Mario
I-
Kart.
no.
Mario fucking go. Mario is missing.
Luigi's Mansion.
Luigi's Mansion.
Luigi's Mansion.
Yep.
Oh
Which
my god.
it's popular. Wow, it's almost as if series are allowed. Fucking Mario Sunshine you're showing right here is considered the black sheep of the Mario franchise.
Excuse you, that game is goated.
No. You're misconstruing me here. I adore. It's my favorite Mario, but it is considered
You're
the
allowed.
black sheep.
You can continue.
Like I socially speaking, people consider this the worst 3D Mario. I disagree with them.
You could be
Why?
wrong.
I love this game. This
It's
is
be-
the only game that I love that is Mario.
It
other
has a
than Mario
distinct
Kart.
lack of like mechanical polish, so there's like a lot of glitches and shit people complain about. But you know what? This game survives on vibes alone, and I am here for them.
Absolute cinema vibes.
Is a specific thing. Just like Mario isn't any game with jumping, mushrooms, and a plumber, Silent Hill is not something with fog and monsters, or someone has a psychological horror. You might still say, who cares? Well, I care, and you must care too, because you're still watching the video. So,
More we care about figuring out what your particular mental illness is.
I kind of so admittedly
Holy shit.
when she said oh you're here, you're still watching the video, and then I'm here like I'm here out of obligation.
We're here observing you in the same way that, children going on a field trip to the zoo observe the gorillas. So
Yeah.
Now let me share an important Japanese phrase for you to type in chat.
Oh, please.
Nani itten no?
Nani ite no?
Nani itten
Nani
no?
itten no?
Nani itta no?
What does that mean, if you don't mind me asking?
What are you talking about?
Thank you.
I'm double
Yep,
checking.
perfectly reasonable.
Didn't miss any super chats. Yeah, okay. All right, didn't miss any super chats. Just double checking on that, and let's continue.
Obviously, video games are important to both of us. How they're classified and defined matters. But you might say, how is this game not Silent Hill? Is this some gatekeepy purist thing?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Sounds nitpicky to me. Well, you can decide for yourself. If you're happy to include the game in the canon, you can do so, but I'm gonna lay out why I don't accept it, and the exact reasoning behind that.
I mean, under this starting logic, is the Nordic duology of God of War not God of War games?
Someone was arguing in chat that
Right?
it was. That they were actually arguing. Someone mentioned that as a game that departs, and I can see the argument, but I disagree.
I also disagree.
I think it departs
Yeah.
in a good way, if anything.
Gameplay wise might be contentious, because like people really liked the camera angle the way the camera worked in the old games. But I think overall, from what I've observed, as someone who's outside looking in, it seems like a very interesting and fair translation of the combat and the storyline. In fact,
As best as it can be, as someone who has played all of the games.
in fact, as from my understanding from having watched Mahler talk about this, because he's very passionate about that series of games, he says that it's more faithful, as I understand, it's more faithful to the original Greek series than even the original Greek series was to itself.
I'll say yes with the caveat with the inclusion of the Valhalla DLC for God of War Ragnarok, but that's a topic for another day.
Okay. Actually, I think at the very least Twy would really love the Nordic God of War games.
Possibly, yeah.
It's so good. It's so good.
I completely agree, yes. Specifically how they do Loki's story.
Ooh, yeah.
Right? It's
As
so good.
well as several names of the giants that I'm pretty sure Twy will instantly get, and she'll actually she'll unironically guess half the plot points just because she recognizes several different character names.
Right.
Sky
Yeah.
Slasher says on the RE front, while much of a departure, 7 and 8 are still part of a shared continuity, so it's forced into being an RE game. It's not really that much of a departure. Like, it still has it brings back the gunplay that was like the slower gunplay featured in earlier games, but marries it with the more direct control you get from the action trilogy of games. So like you have more control over your character, but you're still very limited. He's not very well trained. It has a lot of the intricate puzzles and navigation. It's going to be. That's an interesting argument to say that it's forced into being an RE game when I feel like they're not the best made, but they are RE games.
So is the argumentation just if it's a bad game, it's not this X, Y, or Z game, or if it doesn't pass the vibe check, then it's not an XYZ game?
I think it's very much the vibe check one, because I don't get she's going to say she's going to lay down criteria. I remember watching this section because I wanted to know if we could cover it. I don't think she does a good job whatsoever. That couldn't be exploited to hell and back. Kyurem the Frozen, RE7 Biohazard has to be one of my favorite Resident Evil games because it's more horror than action to me, at least with the first-person direction. It is. It very much is. It very much focuses on the horror of the situation. In fact, it's possibly more horror than the original first game. Depending how you want to look at it. But yeah.
But to do so, we first need to touch on what Silent Hill actually is. If you ask 10 different Silent Hill fans, you'll get 10 different answers, and the series has muddied its own waters for so long that I think it's pertinent to only look at the original creators' games.
Also,
Again,
sound design for that explosion, by the way.
But yeah, okay. So it's like, oh,
What were you saying, Noel?
I was gonna
Yes, please.
say again, who are the original creators? Like this person, despite saying, "Hey, I'm gonna talk about what makes and doesn't make a Silent Hill game," and then immediately says, "Yeah, only the Team Silent." But okay, then what are the criterias for Team Silent? Because like Raymond just mentioned, like
it was a
it's
constant
not
shuffle.
that it's a constant shuffle. Like I just really like think it's such a like bad argument, right? Like, oh, like only these selected people. Yeah, yeah, but like, have you looked into who those people actually were instead
Yeah.
of just
Well,
grouping
there
it
are things
together?
that have been talked about that we need that are going to be touched upon that she's not going to like. But also want to point out Multiplit's Outbreak series, for its faults, still feels right at home. The Outbreak series needs a remaster and a remake, which would continue into like Outbreak File 3. I need more Outbreak because then I can play Resident Evil with my friends and not have it be a complete and utter joke. Because the co-op in Resident Evil 2, 5, and 6 are just god awfully like unserious. It feels. Meanwhile,
You're making me look bad.
The Outbreak series, meanwhile, is like, yeah, no, you're just a regular person surviving, and you guys have like friends survive. That's just don't die. It's like, oh fuck. By the way, you're all infected. You have a timer basically before you turn into a zombie. You're like, oh fuck.
Get running, bitches.
Izanagi, the lady seems like she's never worked in a corporate group project that is shifting staff. That's yeah, it doesn't sound like she has any familiarity with that, but I blame her for not doing extra research, but I don't blame the average fan for presuming that Team Silent was some sort of monolith, because you don't think that deeply about it. You just hear, it was made by Team Silent. Oh, Team Silent. They're the guys that made this, this, and this. People don't want to do the extra layer. And while I think that's very poor, and anyone that's doing a dissection to the average fan, I think that's fine, generally. It's when you start actually trying to qualify things based on that you actually need to start looking into it.
And to
Like-
the you first, please.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, now because this person brought up Mario, never bring up Mario in this. Mario has done nothing wrong. Okay, let's take this argument from Mario's perspective. Okay, are we gonna say that the only real Mario games are made by the original team? No, because they're mostly gone. Like, come on. Like,
Oh no. Oh no, Yui.
What?
Look at this real
Oh
quick.
god.
What?
I'm gonna forward this real quick. Give me a second.
Oh my god.
Forward to art. God dang it! I nearly threw it to a different person's art. Anyway, no. Here, let me just. I'm so sorry. I'm bad at this.
Waiting, bated breath.
I know. You're aware. I know. Just give
All
me a second.
right, yeah, I'll just copy it from the other channel. Copy image.
There.
Dude, paste as image. I was Kaiser all along. Holy shit, Kaiser was a black Asian.
Just zoom. the fucking wide eyes.
And this is how I Know Nothing wound up in his own Silent Hill game.
Yeah.
Well, I did say that I was
Kaiser's
fighting the
gonna
shadow. I did say that I was fighting for the shadow with the shadow people.
Oh, but yeah, she's already qualifying here. It's 1 through 4 she's looking at. So let's see what she says about them. Ah,
What
Mind
makes
boom.
something a real Silent Hill game? Some people would say only Team Silent can make Silent Hill games.
Said
I
that.
don't know that I'm that much of a purist. And I'm not naive enough to expect creators to never change their minds.
What a belly
make
on
mistakes,
Pyramid Head, by the
or
way.
betray their
Yes.
original visions. It happens all the time. Even Team Silent at the time were looking to experiment after the second game, and we don't know what they
I want to clarify here. They were looking to experiment with the second game. Because, legendarily, Team Silent have gone on records. Multiple members talked about how they wanted Silent Hill to be an anthology series from the get-go. People didn't like Silent Hill 2 initially because it wasn't a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. It was a controversial game in the franchise before the franchise was even a fucking thing.
It's only afterwards that it became the cult classic that
Yes,
it is.
there's a reason that Silent Hill 3 went back to become a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. They were going to further iterate upon the anthology. So, already, it's like, I'm blowing holes in this immediate line of logic, so...
I'm just staring...
my head already.
Yeah, I am too. All I'm doing right now is just staring at this picture of the door, and all I can look at is the Japanese kanji for pull.
Why? No, not us thinking the same exact thing. That's on only one side of the door.
What's really funny
Right?
is that it's so shiny, like, it looks like it's a keyhole. And it's like a very awkward fucking key.
I actually thought it was a keyhole, and I was gonna make like this is some like Uma Musume level keyhole bullshit.
Does the Team Silent offices have Silent Hill puzzles in them? Is this where they get all their inspiration? They're just trapped in the office. You want to go on lunch break, you have to solve like 5 different puzzles involving like 4 different sigils. Like,
if you're making a Resident Evil game, you gotta have certain keys that are certain weights, and they only take up a certain part of your inventory.
Would have gone on to eventually do with the series had they continued it. And I don't believe that a series needs to stay the same forever and can never evolve.
Oh my god, those pants.
Because of this, I think we need to consider what was established and then what would be an appropriate and acceptable change that fits the core theme and style of the game series.
I know, garish to say, but what makes you the arbiter of this? I know you're going to try and argue your point, but it's already like, technically speaking, Konami is final arbiter of this, so I don't think you have say in what is acceptable.
Yeah.
I don't like leaning on the creators say it's in continuity or it is a thing because I say so, because then I have to accept all the Eureka 7 spinoffs. But at the same time, there is something to the author's weight in words. You can't just discard them either.
Listen, like, I really don't like just listening to what the author says, because then, I'd have to accept that the Attack on Titan live action made in Japan is freaking...
I remember seeing a clip from that, and that's hilarious.
Like, oh my gosh, it's sad because the director wanted to make a very faithful adaptation and then went to the creator of Attack on Titan and said, hey, it's okay if we make a faithful adaptation. And he was like, no, change absolutely everything.
Okay, so this is actually something, can I ask you as someone native to Japan, and this is a rumor that I heard, did they actually change Levi's name because it was like hard to pronounce or something like that?
No, not really. They changed... Like, wait, do you mean like in the live action?
Yeah, no, live action, yeah.
So the reason why they changed in the live actions because, well, it doesn't make sense for a guy named Levi to be in like Japan or something. But
wait,
I guess.
Wait, fucking, they changed his name because it's no longer set in Germany?
Yeah.
That is...
Don't worry, Japanese people don't like that movie either.
Okay,
so bad.
Great Bar says, even with her argument only using the numbered games, 1 and 2 have different ideas from each other. Heck, 4 is so different, many don't like it. That's why I'm very curious she's including 4, because 4 is, for the longest time, was considered the black sheep of the franchise. So it's like very interesting to see how its reputation has been gentrified a little bit.
Consider Resident Evil 4, a game that would seem that it doesn't deserve the Resident Evil title.
Excuse
it's not
you?
Classic survival horror. It's over-the-shoulder action-oriented, and it almost ruined the series.
I'm sorry.
I
need...
What?
I'm sorry. Ma'am, did you watch the opening cutscene for fucking Code Veronica, where it opens with Claire Redfield running from 2 guards in Umbrella's French headquarters, getting attacked by a helicopter's minigun that mows down both of those guards, chases her through a glass walkway around the building, and then she lands in a room where she's held up by an entire team of 20 guards, from which she proceeds to hold her hands up, drop her gun, drop to the ground faster than the gun somehow, catch it, fire at an explosive barrel behind them and kill 20 men with one explosion.
Did she forget that the start of RE3 is a literal Terminator sequence
Well,
of running away from Nemesis?
Right?
that's Resident Evil
Right?
3 Remake. Resident Evil 3 Original starts with Jill jumping out of an exploding building.
That doesn't make it better.
That doesn't
I
make it better.
know! Resident Evil, as much as I hate it, had always been trending towards an action direction. Resident Evil 4 just took it to its logical extreme, and it should have stayed as the extreme, in my opinion.
And
Looking at you, Resident Evil 5, who is begrudgingly still a Resident Evil game in my mind.
Correct.
I have Ouroboros, complete global saturation. Honestly, Wesker needed to be in more of that game. He was awesome.
I mean, the thing of RE5 that always stays with me is that one. I can't remember even his name. Just, you're making me look bad.
Ivan, I think his name was.
I'm not giving that guy a name.
Oh no, he doesn't. They tried to do what they did with Salazar with him, and they just failed miserably.
Well, it's Salazar. You don't have a exchange like, I have sent my right hand to destroy you. Your right hand comes off.
Which I'm so sad they cut from the remake. It's like one of the greatest sins that remake commits is not having that line. Oh, anyway. Yeah, so she's already using an interesting example here.
After that, instead of the tank-controlled survival-focused gameplay that the series started with, Capcom turned RE5 and 6 into over-the-top action shooter games, which led fans to become upset with the series' direction. In the wake of that reception, Capcom eventually pivoted back to its roots with RE7. And yet, RE4 worked because
I'm sorry. I literally said in Japanese. Are those the roots though? Like it I feel like the root of Resident Evil, with my limited knowledge on the franchise, right? Because I've only gotten after the 7th game. Is what happens in the manor and
Yep.
Umbrella. So I'm like, yeah, but this has nothing to. The 7th game has nothing to do. You could almost say it is like Silent Hill F when you think about it, because
it's
in
not
a different place.
quite that. So, to give a quick, and this is going to be a longer than quick, but quick chronology
Please-
here for
Please
understanding.
correct me.
Resident Evil 1 takes place in the Arklay Mountains, which is where Raccoon City is. And in the mountains, during a massive wave of murders that were going on, basically the Alpha SWAT team, the STARS, were sent in to investigate. The events of Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 1 happened that night, or over the course of 2 nights in the Arklay Mountains. Then the mansion blows up, and STARS are discredited because Umbrella owns the town because of how involved the company is with the politics. So STARS basically are persona non grata in the city. Most of them leave the city except for Jill and Brad. Jill being one of the main characters of the first game, and Brad being the helicopter pilot. Resident Evil 2 is after the outbreak has spread into Raccoon City and taken it over. The main characters of that game are people that are coming into the city for different reasons. One, a junior police officer, that's Leon. One, the sister.
Or Leon.
One is the sister of the other main character from the first game, Claire. And they get involved in finding the first of many underground research facilities by Umbrella. Then Resident Evil 3 happens in the 3 days leading up to and after Resident Evil 2. So Resident Evil 2 actually happens during Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil Outbreak also takes place in Raccoon City. And basically at the end of Resident Evil 3, Raccoon City gets exploded. It's destroyed, and Umbrella's reputation is destroyed, and there are several games that are kind of filling in gaps gradually as Umbrella was dismantled until you get to Resident Evil 4, which in the very opening crawl, they say Umbrella has been defunct. They basically went completely bankrupt. They were sued into oblivion by the US government. Everything of theirs was taken. But as you hear in the game from Krauser, a different character, there's hints that Umbrella is still somehow surviving. So Resident Evil 5 then confirms that basically through a different company called Tricell, Albert Wesker, the main antagonist of the first game, has been slowly building up his own evil organization and such, and he's trying to do global domination such. Then you get similarly with the family and Neo Umbrella and Resident Evil 6, and Resident Evil 6 is a mess, and I like to pretend it doesn't exist.
I for one wish that the story of Resident Evil 6 was just Chris trying to get Leon and Claire together to continue the Redfield bloodline.
And Ada's the ultimate antagonist.
Exactly. You understand me, Celtic. You understand.
Yeah, I understand you, but I want Leon to get with Ada in the end. I want the bad ending.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
But then Resident Evil 7 does sort of a soft reset where everything takes place in Louisiana, of all places. But there are little hints throughout that the events of the Resident Evil franchise still happened, and as you play it and 8, you learn that there is a different corporation that's experimenting with a different type of biohazard known as the mold. It's basically a fungal infection. And that's where the Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8 games are focused on the effects of this mold and all the different permutations and such. So, Resident Evil is basically just, is there a corporation of some sort that is trying to exploit a biological weapon? Yes or no? Yes? It's a Resident Evil game.
Yeah,
That's,
absolutely.
it's generally just corporations or, for lack of a better term, organizations when we go into Village. God, I hate Village.
I love what Village could have been.
You and me both.
Same.
I enjoy it for what it is, but I don't think it's good. The Shark Jumping Walrus gifts 5 memberships. Congratulations to everyone except Dedarex. That's just going to be my thing now. Sky Slasher says RE6 is good. Well, now I know I can discard your opinion.
Yeah, but and look, the best thing about RE6 is that, okay, so if you play I believe it's the Jack storyline, which is Wesker's son, and that's a bad thing. While you're being shot up in a casino, you can press a button and Jack will immediately go into a really hype piano solo. And
that game is so unserious.
While in the middle of a fucking firefight.
Great Bar says, remember guys, Albert Wesker is still alive because of Umbrella Corps, hit by 2 RPGs in a volcano, but he's alive somehow. I don't know, maybe he had a clone. Look, there's several explanations why Albert survived the first game.
Look.
They're all bullshit. But he did not survive the volcano and the rocket launchers. He's dead. Albert Wesker is just clearly dead now. If they bring him back, I'm calling bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Isa says, hell, by the original Japanese title Biohazard, all of the games count because it's all bioweapons. What's the lady on about?
Yeah.
Like, we can talk about the nature of the gameplay all we want, but Resident Evil 4 is a great survival action game.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention like the whole difference of the Japanese title and the American title. Like, funny enough, the first time I ever interacted with anything that is Resident Evil was the quote unquote Biohazard movie that was in Japan at the time. And I knew nothing about it. And I thought Resident Evil and Biohazard were completely different games until like Revelations 2 was released. And I was like, oh, wait, Biohazard is Resident Evil? Why did I make that connection?
Fun fact, the reason why it's called Resident Evil in the States is because some rock band has a trademark on Biohazard.
Shit, really?
No!
Yes!
Why?
It was because they couldn't get the trademark to Biohazard, so they just flipped it to Resident Evil and created one of the most metal fucking names for a horror franchise ever.
Yeah, fair. Okay, fair enough. As you were.
Yeah.
Oh.
The story and the style of this series weren't in conflict with the new gameplay. Resident Evil was already pretty campy and action-oriented.
So you admit
Using
it.
more primitive scares for fear factor instead of trying to disturb the player's mind, with tactical ops members going in with big guns to blow up the zombie mutants. It wasn't exactly Shakespeare.
I mean, it progressively got more action-packed. The first game literally starts you with a fucking pistol, or if you're Chris, a fucking knife. You don't go in with a big gun. You have to find the big guns.
Excuse you, Chris is the big gun.
Not in that game, he ain't. That man wasn't smuggling cantaloupes in his forearms.
What?
Cantaloupes in his forearms.
Okay, I gotta pull up what Chris looks like in Resident Evil 5.
Oh boy.
I love
No,
how
it-
we're not even 5 minutes into this video and we're already talking about
yeah.
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 5. Why did I type that wrong?
Well, she said something stupid about Resident Evil. We gotta talk about it.
I know, and
Sorry,
I'm
I
mad
meant
because I just want
bicep.
to.
I want to clarify, I meant bicep, but this man is fucking nightmarishly jacked.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he fits for the stream.
Yes! Chris Redfield is an honorary member of Team Jacked. But that was like the running joke, is he's smuggling cantaloupes in his biceps.
I mean, look, it got so bad that even in the remake of RE7, there's a villain that literally screams, "I'm going to kill that boulder punching asshole."
That was Village.
Nah.
Oh, that was Village? Oh,
Yeah,
fuck me.
that was Heisenberg.
I don't remember Village at that point. and I
Heisenberg was like one of the
apologize.
highlights, though.
Then I had a
love
brain
Heisenberg.
fart. I
That
apologize.
and Donna Bienevento, who is like, has the most scripted segment in the game. We can ignore that because she's the most interesting character and gets like no screen time. I'm sad now.
Oh, right. Yep. Nope. It's coming back to me. My apologies. I had a brain fart.
But this fit the more action-oriented gameplay and ended up working, which is why RE2 Remake worked as well. But Silent Hill isn't Resident Evil, and we can't graft it onto an action game and have it feel natural. Silent Hill would need to evolve in a different direction than Resident Evil did. The genre has evolved since then, but there's still an emphasis on resource rationing and staying alive over mowing down
Wait.
enemies, and I think that
What was Alien Isolation doing in that compilation?
I don't know. Is it just
Huh?
an example of general survival horror where you have
Yeah,
resource
Nani?
ration? Is that like her point?
Nande?
Let's go back.
direction than Resident Evil did. The genre has evolved since then, but there's still an emphasis on resource rationing and staying alive over mowing down enemies, and I think that remains key to the series. Silent Hill was also
So okay, let's count that as a criteria: resource rationing and resource management. That's a key part of Silent Hill.
But you do
I
that in
killed-
Silent Hill F.
Yeah,
I killed a lot of people on Alien Isolation.
yeah. But the point is, like, the idea is resource management, very important. And Silent Hill F actually has some of the most intense resource management of the Silent Hill games because you have a limited inventory. Unlike Silent Hill 1 through 3, where you have unlimited inventory. You can just stack.
I was about to mention, like, wait a second, you don't have limited inventory.
Or let
in
us
some
not
of those
forget fucking Silent Hill Origins, where you're going around chucking like 15 mini televisions at people.
games. Wait, seriously?
Yeah, you can.
Wait, wasn't it microwaves though?
It was
that
microwaves, toasters, literally anything he could get his hands on. Travis was chucking at people. It's hilarious when he's carrying like 12 of those things, any of them in his back pocket.
Yeah.
That's perfectly reasonable, honestly. If I'm going through Silent Hill, I'm gonna pick up whatever the fuck I can get.
famous for its mind-bending puzzles, which required deeper thinking than the more literal logic kind of switches and locks that you typically find in other genres like RPGs.
So mind-bending puzzles, adding that to the qualifier list. Okay.
Okay.
Which Silent Hill has in spades.
So what with those two qualifications, I'm just throwing this out there. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild fit Silent Hill.
Oh no!
Wait, is there fog in Breath of the Wild and Tears
Yes.
of the...
Yes.
Oh my
Oh.
god!
Specifically a section that if you go wrong into the fog, it loops you all the way back in a mind-bending puzzle.
But I was gonna
Yeah.
say, the puzzles in Silent Hill F are fucking brain busters. Even the ones that are ultimately really simple, like being told, hey, I know this guy's locker combination, but what it spells out when you make the the numbers into letters makes me think it's a cry for help. And I sat there until I sat there for like 10 minutes until someone told me it's SOS. It's 505. And I'm like, oh! Because I was trying things like cry, die, things
I remember
like
you
that.
going through that in
Yeah.
your playthrough.
It's like, it's a very, like, it's so simple. It's logical, but you don't think about it. And that's a pretty good puzzle by my measure. And that's a simpler one.
Yeah.
So your two criteria we've accounted for, so let's keep going.
So, does a game where you have to survive monsters and solve puzzles mean it's Silent Hill? No, of course not. There's other factors at work here.
Okay.
So what about the
Okay. All right.
I was gonna Half-Life gameplay. My God, please don't do that to yourself. That section is so easy to avoid the fire.
But so okay, we have fighting monsters. I guess that's been added on. Okay, even though
Zelda still qualifies.
I was gonna say, technically speaking, I guess Silent Hill Shattered Memories is out now because you don't fight, you run from the monsters. You never really fight them. But continuing on, I guess running away from them kind of counts. Whatever, we'll see.
Story. What makes a Silent Hill story?
That's a good
As
question.
you probably know, everyone and their dog and their dog's mom loves Silent Hill 2's story and considers man travels to Silent Hill to remember something he forgot to be the Silent Hill story. According to interviews,
Would you agree with that, Celtic?
It is certainly the most popular and certainly the most well known, but I don't know anyone that's played or is familiar with the rest of the series to consider it the Silent Hill story. It's probably the best Silent Hill story, but it's not the only one.
I prefer F's story over 2, and I've only played the remake and Silent Hill F to completion.
I agree. I actually like F much more than 2. I resonate with F's story much more.
Well, there's also the factor that Silent Hill 2 was much more revolutionary for its age, so it's also respected on those grounds. But I can definitely understand where I think Silent Hill F, at least it might be recency bias, does a lot more to marry things like mechanics into its gameplay. I think actually since Silent Hill 2, we haven't had anything quite like what I think Silent Hill F manages to accomplish.
The biggest thing that you can point out with Silent Hill F with its narrative overall is that it's very much the DNA of the light novel artist that is writing it, with how much you have to do individual letters, and all the deeper parts of the story are frankly not part of I want to say the story proper, because you have to go out of your way to find the notes and such. That slightly, I'm not trying to
Silent Hill 2 has dog. Well, sorry, Sky Z, I hate to break the news to you, but Silent Hill F also has dog. In fact, dog is awesome in Silent Hill F. I adore the gag ending for this game. I think it's probably the best in the franchise.
Is the UFO, the dog is the one
yes!
that does in the UFO?
The dog gets a UFO! Yes. It's great!
The dog is in there.
That's glorious.
So 2 story, not 1 or 3. Yeah, I guess, but we'll see. Maybe she's going to qualify.
even some members of the original Team Silent were disinterested in continuing to tell the first game's story of a...
Oh, yeah.
Wait. We see a significant increase in popularity after the first game, and even more so after the second. Originally, the
that's what you talked about, right?
Silent Hill 3, a direct sequel to the first game. In fact, the scenario was completely different, but fans seemed to want to tie up loose ends, so we tried that, even though some of the staff did not agree with the decision. It's almost as if Team Silent, weirdly as a monolith in this one instance, wanted Silent Hill to be an anthology series. And also, well, keep in mind that Silent Hill 4 was not originally supposed to be a Silent Hill. Correction, it was supposed to be a Silent Hill spin-off game called Room 203, subtitle Silent Hill. It got bumped and it got promoted, basically.
It was this close to being a Halo reference.
Lessa and the cult, and wanted to tell another story about a damaged person who must face their past yet again.
Let's see, was the original scenario for Silent Hill 3, are you allowed to divulge it? Unfortunately, no, since we plan on using it for a future game. Laughing. It was much more along the lines of the second, where the main character was a damaged human being summoned to the town for a very specific reason. It was, should I say, the darkest story we have come up with. Imamura, I'm sure a lot would have to be cut. Just the preliminary scenario had elements that would most likely not be approved by the ratings boards. Another thing, we really didn't want to use similar template to Silent Hill 2 for the game that followed it. That was another exciting factor in changing Silent Hill 3. So already they were like, let's do a completely different thing, basically.
Yeah.
Like, actually, they abandoned the main storyline of Silent Hill 1 in favor of Silent Hill 2's story, but kept all the core functions. But now they're like, let's do something similar to Silent Hill 2, but replace the core functions. So they're hopscotching around what they want to keep and what they don't. And they're only pressured into Silent Hill 3 by the fans. So,
which is perfectly reasonable for game development when things are going through so much stuff. Like, what was it? Famously, RE4 turned into the first Devil May Cry game because it went through so much crazy...
Devil May Cry used to be Resident Evil 4.
Because
Wow.
it went through so much design philosophies.
Resident Evil
and,
4 was built up, I want to say 3 or 4 times. It got scrapped 3 or 4 times before they finally landed on the magic mixture.
But they kept the DMC formula, which led to probably my second favorite series ever.
Yep. Where's the play button?
Again, literally Silent Hill 2, but even darker. But
Oh,
we
wait,
never
sorry.
got
I forgot to read this. Hikaru. Honestly, the moon from Majora's Mask fits Silent Hill. Quite a lot of Zelda monsters fit, to be honest, like Dodongo from... Dongo Dongo, you mean, not Dodongo. From The Well and the Dead Ends. Yeah.
Yeah.
this because they listened to fans who wanted Alessa's story wrapped up, so they made Silent Hill 3. But it's honestly ironic considering how Silent Hill 2 ended up being the only story that anyone ever makes. And I'll admit, I'm part of the problem. I think Silent Hill 2 is a better story. It made a lasting impact because of the intense human element. But we also don't need to turn every Silent Hill game into a therapy session.
So, this is where
Isn't the point of the game?
fucking lost me on this.
どういうこと
Even the first game had deep psychological examinations. It's just it wasn't about Harry. It was about Alessa, who got split off into Cheryl, who became Harry's daughter, and then later died and was reborn as Heather, carrying into Silent Hill 3. So, yeah, that's how all that connects.
So, remember I said earlier that I think that one of the fundamental things that makes a Silent Hill game is the psychological evaluation aspect of the game. Like, whether or not that is, like, judgment or, like, making them realize something fundamental about themselves. She's saying that that's literally something that doesn't have to be part of every single Silent Hill game.
Kiram the Frozen says, remember the Evil Within duology. I'd rather not.
I do not know it.
It was basically the guy that created Resident Evil and Resident Evil 4. When he split off to do his own thing, he made a series called The Evil Within. And the first game is awful because it was revealed it was all in, like, a dream.
Mm.
The second game apparently
really?
does it's like you're in a dream machine with a bunch of people and, like, none of it, what you're experiencing is really happening, but it kind of is. It's like a science fiction it's like if Resident Evil and Silent Hill had a very bizarre mutated child together.
A unique sentence.
People really like Evil Within 2, I know. I haven't touched it. It didn't look up my alley. It looked way too... I don't know how to describe it. It just didn't look like it fit my feel. Those two games are better than F. Oh, I don't believe that.
No, you're gonna pick a fight with me with that sentence. Don't even.
I know at the very least, Evil Within 1 is not well received. It looked like shit. I've seen the gameplay. It looked rough.
Do you have like really bad taste?
Yeah, Mr. Knight, ちょっと待って. Like, hold up. ちょっと待って、
お兄さん. If you're Japanese, you would know that joke, but I'm not gonna even explain it.
I don't want you to, actually, because it's far better.
Yeah.
Someone's like, Evil Within 1 and 2 are their own beasts. Don't compare them to F. Thank you, Dragon Ride. I feel like that's probably
Thank
fair.
you.
No, that's the best way to
because
describe
honestly,
it.
I draw the comparisons myself, but like I do consider it standalone. It's at the very least, it has its own identity. I prefer
Saying
a bad
playing
RE4
it doesn't make me want to pull out my own teeth. What do you mean by that, though?
Yeah, that's. I have several questions about that. Of like playing, I played this shit on hard for my first playthrough for F, and I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe you just suck at games. I don't know.
I was gonna say maybe the frustration might actually be an intentional element in the game. Have you considered that? Like, weirdly enough, the more I've been meditating on it, I'm thinking more and more that the frustrating elements of the combat are intentional for thematic reasons. Now, I could be wrong. It could be accidental, but I think there's a lot more purposely built into the combat than anyone has given it credit for. And I've expressed it before.
You think that there's a possibility that the gameplay reflects the frustration of what it means to be a woman in 1960s Japan?
Yeah, maybe just a little bit, maybe. I don't know. It could be. It could be that like the combat choices they make in this game, at least beyond the kinesthetic level, as like the choice of any weapon durability and such, it's almost as if those are deeply and intrinsically tied to the nature of the story they're trying to tell. And this might actually be the most fittingly like gameplay to story conversions Silent Hill has ever had.
Mr. Knight, I'm gonna have to say, like, the game feels like dog shit. I was drowning in healing. So you have played through it once, so you know what the healing items are. At least one of them symbolize, right? Like,
Yeah, it's almost as
like,
if one of the
why are
healing
you
items
complaining
becomes
about
restricted
that?
in future playthroughs if you want to get a different ending.
Like, listen, like, if you don't kind of vibe with, the gameplay, that's fine. Cause, as someone who just got into playing like PlayStation games in this past year, like, it is kind of like I kind of understand how, in some games, like, it's so hard to control it and like it's annoying, but like to kind of, I don't know, like to kind of ignore the story. It's just
This
shit on
guy
the
is a
gameplay.
masturbator. Don't fall for it. Ha ha ha. Yeah,
I
very funny. What I was going to
But
say,
yeah.
I
Mm,
understand where a lot of people are coming from in terms of the gameplay being frustrating, because it is more fast-paced and action-heavy than typical Silent Hill and traditional survival horror games. However, it's a lot slower-paced than traditional action games. It's basically sitting in a weird in-between zones with how you're kind of want to engage with it. If you engage with it like a traditional action game, you're going to overextend yourself and get the shit kicked out of you. However, if you engage
yeah.
it like a traditional Silent Hill or a traditional survival horror game, you're going to basically play it super passively and get the shit kicked out of you. It's a game that requires quite a bit of rewiring your brain in order to play right. But once you do, it actually flows quite smoothly. I
You
quite
and I
love
can
the
both.
combat.
I was gonna say you and I could both agree that it takes a bit of getting used to, but you get to a flow state and you find that niche, for lack of a better term.
Especially once you start to understand the enemy movement patterns. And once you do, you can start to really play it safe when you need to and play it aggressive when you want to. Action games can be slow paced though. But it's not common. Game
He
feel
apparently says he's not baiting.
Right.
I never used the pills in my first playthrough. I had 5 health kits in the final boss. Like I said, it's not a good thing. Difficulty isn't my issue. No, I'm not baiting. Okay, now here's actually a contention that I have with Silent Hill F. I wish that if you had just by accident not taken any pills on your first playthrough, you didn't get the bad ending. You got a different ending. I know that's extra work. I wish they had more of that kind of stuff integrated into the game and it was more available at the very first instead of having to go through the game a second time. I understand that's Ryukyushi's style or whatever.
It is, yes.
But like, I feel like there's a way to marry those two more cleanly. And I do think it is a valid complaint of the game because it does, if people don't gel with the combat, forcing them to keep on playing it for subsequent notes and endings, which you get a lot more than just the endings on subsequent playthroughs. I feel like there is a detriment to that. It really forces you to get good, which for a lot of people can be a problem. It goes into like how you want to engage and whether or not you're the demographic ultimately. Hinako stuffing pills in her mouth when I never used them made me laugh out loud. Yeah, no, I can
Okay,
get
that is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, that is fair. That is absolutely fair, especially if you didn't, use the pills in your gameplay. See, that's fair. But,
We're also
when it comes
we're
to the
also not
structure,
I don't know,
saying-
like,
there are
I've-
problems.
I've played a lot of games where I didn't use an item, but then I see the characters use an item in the cutscene. So, like, I don't see what the big deal is if something
Yeah.
like that happens.
We're also not saying that F is a perfect game by any means. There's
Yes.
Exactly,
there's several big flaws with its gameplay in particular that I can point out, but that's not being addressed here.
I have no say in the gameplay because I haven't played it. So
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, like, I am at the point, but again, my opinion could change with time. I'm at point giving it a flawed masterpiece status. Honestly, it has several failings in terms of mechanics. I think I could have been improved in some way, but I think overall everything else mashes together in such a unique and interesting way. They should play like Condemned, first-person melee-focused durability, crowd management, but more survival horror, fight or flight. Shit makes it more interesting. Bam, 90% of issues fixed.
I don't know about Condemned, so I can't comment.
I love Condemned. I love the gameplay of Condemned 2. The story of Condemned 2 goes off the fucking rails. You get a magic screaming attack. It's really weird. But Condemned...
What kind of magic are we talking?
Oh, we're talking like psychic powers that were never presented before.
Oh, lovely.
If you ever get a chance to play the first Condemned, it's on PC, but you got to get a lot of patchwork to make it function. But I would say, taking inspiration from Condemned, I feel like they kind of have. This feels like, the more I think about it, it is very similar to a very refined, more arcadey version of Condemned. So I don't know. I feel like I kind of agree but disagree, because you're asserting something that I think is already kind of the case. Anyway, where were we? That's right. She's like, Silent Hill 2 is the best game ever.
Silent Hill 1's story is important, as it is the whole reason why Silent Hill even exists. I mean that literally in universe.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes.
In case you don't know why Silent Hill is special, here's the short lore dump. The land that Silent Hill was built on was originally believed to be sacred by the Native Americans living there. However, this spiritual power became tainted after settlers drove the natives off the land, built a prison full of people thinking dark thoughts, which led to a pandemic, civil war, and eventually the rise of the cult. All of this snowballed over the centuries to corrupt the power of the town into what it was at the beginning of Silent Hill 1. In Silent Hill 1, this cult attempted to use the town's spiritual power in combo with a psychic little girl to birth a demonic god. In Silent Hill 2, the power of the town caused manifestations of people's inner demons. Literally. But all of this happens because of the town's spiritual energy and dark history. So technically, you can't just have Silent Hill happen outside the town. Aha! But why does Heather have nightmares at the mall and other locations hours away from the town? Well, on top of being connected to the town from birth, she had the town's demonic cult god growing inside of her, egged on by her pursuing Claudia.
I don't get it.
Well, what about Silent Hill 4? That takes place outside of Silent Hill.
Is that a biblically accurate
it's
angel?
implied because Walter, who
Yeah,
was groomed...
looks like it.
It's actually just a very glorified blender.
Oh, what? Sorry?
I am not shitting you. That's basically just a glorified blender.
You were cutting off.
Oh, you've been
cut off
cutting out
twice.
for a while.
Oh,
and
am I?
You just cut out, yeah.
I heard it's a glorified blank, and my mind went to several different jokes that I could put into that.
Ah, yes, it's a glorified chastity belt. Wrap your mind around that. No, it's a glorified blender. It kills Eileen. She walks into it because she's possessed, and it's like, I guess, a ritual blender, but it's a blender.
Then why is there an I in it?
Did you miss the word ritual?
You don't need eyes in your blender.
But it's a ritual
to make it
blender.
ritual.
How do you have your rituals in your blender if you don't have an eye in there, man? Like, are you even doing the rituals right?
I have a 5 trigram star and several goats and a few people speaking in Latin backwards.
Oh,
Come on, man.
God, you're one of the goat people. Oh, fuck.
Well, I'm so sorry. I'm a traditionalist.
No. The goat people and the eye people made their rituals at the exact same time, divert from each other across the fucking continent. That's it.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
simultaneously
We're better.
creation. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
we're
don't
better.
give me that. Don't give
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Mhm.
You don't even sacrifice real children, I bet. Anyway.
Oh my god. Okay, what a sentence.
This is the best it's ever going to be.
I've been watching a lot of tech stuff and people talking about Intel and AMD, so I'm kind of funneling that bullshit. Everyone being like, Intel, AMD. I'm like, I just find it
Bro,
funny.
I work in tech every day. Trust me, that is the conversation every other hour.
by the cult at Silent Hill's orphanage completed the cult's ritual of the Holy Assumption, he gained its demonic power, which caused his nightmare to spread from his body's location in Ashfield. Whether the nightmare spreads directly inside the town from the cult's interference or via a conduit of the cult, the power has always originated from the land of Silent Hill itself. So if we have a game where you shift between different realities and also it's in a town, is that Silent Hill? Look, can you stop asking me this shit?
No, answer it. Answer it.
You
Well, yeah,
made this entire video to talk about it.
Yeah, you made this entire video to shit on this game. So,
It's an hour
You
and 40
better
minutes.
have
What
a
do you mean
fucking-
you're not gonna talk about it?
well, I think she's just making a joke here to be like silly, but it's kind of annoying when.
I wouldn't call it
I
a
know,
joke because
but-
I'm annoyed now.
Oh no, I'm about to tear into this woman.
Clearly there's more to it than that. You also need Silent Hill's signature visual style, a grungy mix of the aesthetic of a gloomy abandoned town and a bloody factory. Metal, rust, rot.
Do you?
No, you don't. You really
No?
don't. Silent Hill 4 doesn't really have that. I mean, it does in small sections, but not in the grand scale that the other games do. Also, Silent Hill 2 doesn't have this. Silent Hill 2's Otherworld, while it does occasionally have elements of this, and Silent Hill 2 Remake changed a bit of this, it's much more reflective of things like bloody bed sheets and
Yeah.
and stretched skin.
It's hospital focused more than anything.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
much more that, much more medical.
It's almost like the first 3 games, the 2 of them were set in a factory setting, so it would have a factory setting. And then the games that don't have a factory setting don't have a factory setting. Wow,
Holy
what
shit.
a concept.
Well, I was gonna say,
How dare
like,
you?
the other world between 1 and 2 are linked because it's all Alessa, and even then it has changed dramatically in Silent Hill 3 because there's a lot more background information going on that's a lot more graphic and detailed. Like there's a lot more going on in the Silent Hill 3 one because they were refining what it looked like from Silent Hill 1. They were changing it up. Hugox, stop asking me this. You brought it up. So it's like already we're like on a bad step because Silent Hill 4's Otherworld is so radically different than anything that we saw in the previous games and that we'll see in any future games. Because
More than this, just metal contextual for the video itself. If my apologies for interrupting, but
No, you
it's
go.
9 minutes into into an hour and 40-minute video, and now you're saying, "Hey, stop asking me this question that you're bringing up in the thumbnail of your video."
Yeah.
Right?
but the to clarify, because Silent Hill 4 is this weird outlier and she's including it as a qualified title, you start out the game in your apartment, there's a hole in your fucking bathroom wall, you climb through it and you wind up in a subway. That's
Sounds like the average.
and,
Sounds like the average Atlas game, honestly.
yeah, and throughout the game, you go from the subway as a location. There is a forest park with an orphanage that burns down later. That's a location. There is a concrete prison for children. That's a location. There is the apartment and city block you live in. That's a location. The only time you get any visual like this is when you finally open the door to the apartment you've been trapped in all game, and you're in the otherworld version of your apartment, which is corrupted. It's the only time in the game that instance happens. Meanwhile, the rest of the other worlds you experience are radically different than any of the worlds you encounter in the other 3 games. They're not even the fog worlds. So you don't have the other world or the fog worlds. You have Walter's other worlds. They are a unique subsect of this, and you're not acknowledging that. You're just glancing right over it like a complete and utter fucking tourist. Oh, okay. Let's see what she has to say because I'm more to say on this.
High contrast visuals, darkness, lots of darkness. The monsters are symbolic, having specific references or meanings to characters in the story. Additionally, they're uncanny, almost human but not quite.
I want
I
to
hate
point out, by the
specific
way.
clips that
Yeah,
she's
that-
using.
No, you first, please.
No. You go ahead. I just said that I, like, just don't like the clips that she's using.
I was going to say, she still hasn't discounted Zelda Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom from this like Silent Hill bit.
Yep.
We still haven't gotten away from that.
That's hilarious, actually.
It is hilarious.
Or warped versions of real creatures. The monster designs are
Warped creatures, big moth. Oh no! Twy! It's the moth in Zero's room! It came back! Zero, run! Run for your life!
Telling Zero to run, I made a paper! That bitch will kill me!
extremely important and something that many games with the name Silent Hill managed to completely fuck up multiple times. I could go on, but unless you've never touched the original games, you probably get the idea. The point is, at the end of the day,
no, I don't,
important
because like
design.
your qualification. Well, so let's wrap up on the thoughts, because like
My
my
apologies.
God, I'm going to go off on this one. What were you gonna say?
You okay?
I was just ranting to myself. Sorry, because I'm getting irate at this woman. I'm like, let me off my. I'm holding my own chain. I'm like, let me at him. But I need to hold off because these qualifiers are shit. But you go. I know nothing.
I was going to ask if you do you mind going back like 5 seconds or so, because there's a big thing of like the character design, and they say like why is that her and the editing saying why? Like play the
but
video real
not
quick.
quite, or warped versions of real creatures. The monster designs are extremely important and something that many games with the name Silent Hill managed to completely fuck up multiple times. I could go on.
Yeah, right here.
But
Yeah. What
unless
about
you've
it?
never touched the original.
Ah, shit. What about this?
My apologies. Like, what's wrong with this?
Yeah,
I was gonna ask.
The Rorschachs are one of the most interesting enemies in all of Silent Hill's history. Admittedly, the game, they don't carry Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which is itself a spin-off, so I don't know why you're... it's technically mainline, but it should be considered a spin-off. It's an alternate continuity. But I find this fascinating because the Rorschachs actually, they change in response to you, the player. Because in Silent Hill Shattered Memories, every object you examine creates an invisible score. So if you examine a lot of alcohol, they'll start, like, I'm trying to think, if you start examining, for example, a lot of like sexy images on the wall, like you go to a strip club and you look at a poster too long, it'll tick that as if you're interested in sexual fascination. And the more, every time you change one of those things, or you answer a questionnaire in the segments of the game that are in a therapist office, it changes the design of the Rorschachs to reflect your own personal psyche. So the creatures end up taking, like if you looked at sexual things, the creatures would take on more of a sexual, like, you know, busty, curvaceous female figure, or even a male figure. You know,
Bow, bow, bow.
yeah.
Sorry.
If you observe like a lot of alcohol or stuff like that, it would actually, like, I think the stomach would start to fall out on it, or it become fat. I think they become fat and like kind of sluggish or something like that. Like
That sounds just like
they morph. They're an ever changing amorphous enemy that are supposed to be representative of Cheryl's fucking trauma over her dead father.
it sounds like just good attention to detail in all the games, including the ones she maligns.
Yes. S. Vinci says,
So what's the
Silent Hill
issue?
2 Otherworld is like an aftermath of a horrible flood, and Silent Hill 4 Otherworld is built from the memories of a madman. Yes. That's exactly it. Kiram the Frozen, what about Silent Hill game that has you start in a diner town? That's the very first game. You start in a diner. Technically.
How very D&D of them.
Games, you probably get the idea. The point is, at the end of the day, all of these forces are supposed to work together to form a single experience. The most powerful aspect of Silent Hill, serving the same purpose, creating a fear beyond the surface level, and to quote Takayoshi Sato, shake humans' heart deeply. And Silent Hill's creators captured such a perfect way to do exactly that. They focus on making the player...
It sounds like F did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that's
Like,
missing is a direct connection to the original town of Silent Hill. But...
If you don't mind me saying, Noel, you said you resonated with this story a lot. So,
Oh yeah,
what's
like
how did this not like shake people's hearts? My apologies for interrupting.
exactly. Like so far, like this person is bringing up everything that Silent Hill F does, and I swear to God, if she says that, oh, like this story doesn't shake anyone's hearts, I fucking resonated so much with Hinako. The fact where I thought
I resonated. I'm not even a Japanese woman. I like.
Right?
I resonated a lot with her rebellion against people and the fucking suffering that puts you through. Like, that's a whole fascinating part of her. And like, I felt genuinely uncomfortable by elements in the story. The birthing monster particularly upset me. That thing is disgusting.
This game sent shivers down my spine to how accurate it portrayed my fear of being a woman in society. Like, it was terrifying how accurate it showed the messiness of what I felt, but I couldn't say in public because why would I? You know? Like, oh, I freaking love the story. That's why I get very defensive about it.
Another quote, I'm resonating and I'm not even Japanese.
I
Feel
mean,
alone, isolated, and vulnerable, where both wide open streets and cramped hallways feel distressing. Strange, disturbing visuals and sounds build on your unease. You are always on edge, even when no enemies are around, because you never know what you're going to see next. Some of the scariest moments in Silent Hill for me were when absolutely nothing happened. I was terrified the first time I ran down the stairs to the prison in Silent Hill 2's Historical Society. I actually had to call my friend over halfway because I couldn't make it down alone. And all that happens is a foghorn plays. It sounds silly now, but the darkness really plays with your expectations. So many have struggled to imitate its unique brand of horror, but there really is nothing like Silent Hill. But Silent Hill isn't gore or torture porn. It's not repressed memories, and it's certainly not just fog or weird, bloody, rusty things. But then one might say, hey, you just used Silent Hill games as examples of not Silent Hill games. Well, where have you been for the past 2 decades? Half of the Silent Hill games that came out barely qualify for the title. Now that we've re-examined...
I mean, we did talk about that.
How?
How?
Specify. Because fucking Origins, as much as that's a bad game in many ways, meets all your fucking criteria. All of them.
Weirdly enough... Oh, you first. No, please, you first.
Wait, I was going to say, like, it's in the town of Silent Hill. It's directly connected to Alessa Gillespie when she's first being burned to death or near death. And she is creating the town around her. She is manifesting the first form of the other world. There are definitely spooks and scares. There's creative puzzles involved. There is a deep psychological story being told about the characters involved in the story. It's not particularly well done, but it still qualifies for everything you are fucking describing. And on that note, so does Silent Hill Silent Hill Homecoming. Because Silent Hill Homecoming features an offshoot of the cult, thus connecting it directly to Silent Hill, and you actually end the game in Silent Hill. All of it ties together. It's all about the psychology of a man that accidentally killed his brother and has trauma over it, to the point he's been fucking gaslit by his family, who are trying to preserve the sanity of the town because their sacrificial lamb for their occult rituals just killed the son that was supposed to survive and carry on their family line. It's like, there's like triple whammy where both Homecoming and Silent Hill Zero are the most Silent Hill games by your fucking definition. What the fuck are you talking about, woman?
This video is gaslighting me so hard right now.
Yeah, I have nothing I can say. That literally was just the greatest thing that we could have said this entire stream so far. So
yeah, I have more in me, I bet. But I need to get
please.
A drink. So we'll continue on and find something you guys can talk about, and I'll walk away and get a drink.
No problem. We have plenty to talk about in the moment.
Oh, okay. I'll go get a drink. Go for it, guys.
All right. If I may, I want to talk about a little interesting fact that I was talking about with Twilight the other day about this game. The fact that it takes place in 1960s, which was when Japan had one of the worst pollution incidents back to the point where my hometown is actually in the history books because it had one of the worst pollution incidents, and Silent Hill F kind of referencing that time by showing in the articles about the pollution that was going on. I was like, that's why I was kind of also terrified of how accurate the game was.
And you also
yeah.
said something about your grandmother as well at the time as well.
If you don't mind me asking, actually, just to give the chat some context, what were the pollution incidents?
I would like to bring up something about
Please.
that happened in my hometown. Listen, it's so easy to find which one my hometown is. Like, there's only 3 big like pollution incidents, and one that was taken to a government like level. But in a court case, it was the only incident where the citizens of my hometown was able to sue the government for not having better regulations. But basically what happened was um, Japan basically started to really build more factories and try to boost its economy. Problem is, I don't know what else to call it other than chimneys. Like that's what I'm just gonna call them. Their chimneys were so low that the gas emissions from that was just directly flooding into the villages, the towns nearby, like heavily polluting the rivers. Like it's smokestacks. Yes, like I'm sorry. You can tell I'm Japanese when I only have the word chimney in my vocabulary.
You're fine. You're fine.
You're fine.
It's
We know what
fantastic.
you're talking about.
Yeah. But like the thing is that resulted in many like fish in the local area because my hometown is also famous for having like a very historical port. Um, and with fishing. So what happened was a lot of the fish got polluted and people started to have asthmatic symptoms who a lot of them who are still alive today, obviously they're in their like 70s or 80s now. um they still, if they're able to get money from the government, like to pay for their medical bills, they're still alive to this day with um the health issues because of those pollutions. And that incident definitely changed Japanese history, for the better. But unfortunately, this is not a this does not have a good ending because my hometown's I talked to Twilight about this. My hometown's biggest tourist attraction is the night view at looking at the factories. Has my town learned nothing from its history?
Ah.
But yeah, I thought it was a really cool thing that in the articles of the game, there's mention of the pollution. And I was like, oh, yeah, like quite accurate. It was right around the same time.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Right. Yeah, like nobody mentions it like in other countries when they talk about the game, and I feel like people are missing out. It's a really interesting part of history of modern Japan. I lived in New York and had asthma. Oof, I feel sorry for you. But
I do
yeah,
find it really funny that you live in a town that historically had the worst pollution ever, and like a lot of people gained asthma from that, and you have asthma.
yeah. And listen, like when I talk about where I'm from to my Japanese friends, they're like, "Oh, is the air still polluted there?" And I'm like, do I sound like I I have asthma? Was the punchline. I can't even say that now because I have asthma.
Well, you are strong.
You're so funny.
You are stronger than so many people that I have met in real life, just being able to joke about that. So props to you, by the way.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, like, that's actually the nature of Ebisugalka having a bunch of disasters around it as well is a huge element of the lore, to the point that in one of the endings, because Hinako doesn't go through with the ceremony, the geysers that have noxious gases unleash and destroy the town.
Shit's fucked.
Yeah. Which will probably tie into me bitching about this woman's criteria. Anyway.
What Silent Hill is about. Let's talk about Silent Hill F.
Finally.
Decades. Half the Silent Hill games that came out barely qualify for the title. Now that we've re-examined what Silent Hill is about,
We
let's
done,
talk about
by the way.
We haven't. You've never actually laid down any kind of fucking criteria. Put a bullet point list on here, lady. I just, so it's like we talked in vague terms about what qualifies a Silent Hill game without giving any clear reference for what is and isn't, other than the first 4, even though some of them don't even match your own criteria. Let's talk about Silent Hill F.
Also, yes, Robbie says check the Discord, the Animation Club. You'll be happy very much, Raymond.
Yep,
Oh.
I saw it.
Oh, that's gorgeous! Oh, I'm doing the boss dance!
Oh.
What does a man do when he dances?
Well, this is after, the Smiling Friends disbanded. No, the Smiling Friends are back, baby!
Oh my God, Silent Friend. Oh, I love
Episode
this so
3
much.
was just great. It
It's
just keeps
so
hitting
good.
up. Do you want to look at my disgusting penis?
The most applicable thing to all of anime. Hey man, my name is Charlie. Hey, did that guy just turn into sand?
Yes. Oh. Okay, so yes, let's now talk about Silent Hill F. What?
Before we begin, the first time I heard that joke, by the way, was in a meme compilation of. Do you remember in Dragon Ball Z where Vegeta turns himself into a stone because he sacrifices himself to try and take out Majin Buu?
Oh.
That was the first time I saw that.
I appreciate the meme creators who go that extra mile and even adapt the camera angles for when Charlie walks into the scene. So it changes camera angles. He's still
it's so
relatively
good.
where he should be.
It's so good.
Silent Hill F. Now that we're in agreement on what makes a
For
game...
the record,
No.
we're not in agreement. What the fuck?
We're
We're
not
in
You
agreement.
didn't lay.
Yeah.
You talked in vague terms at us. Didn't
I
lay down
agreed to
any
nothing.
You didn't lay any criteria down. I'm not even sure half your statements were final. I thought they kind of sounded like you were kind of confused. Like, I'm not wrong on that, right? She sounded kind of confused at times in the way she was talking vaguely.
There was a bit of art of all of us judging. I shall be one of the judges and say none of us in the panel have agreed, so invalid.
Yeah.
Yes.
A Silent Hill game, I can get to the meat of the stew, which is discussing whether Silent Hill really makes sense as part of the series.
Excuse you. It's Silent Hilf. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
Which is funny because in German, Hilf means help. Which, honestly, Hinako needs help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor girl.
Most
Set in
Silent Hill
1960s
characters.
Japan, you play as Hinako Shimizu, a schoolgirl who doesn't want to end up like her mother, aka married to some asshole, like many other women in her society, including her mysterious sister who changed after getting married. But Hinako's an independent tomboy and likes playing space aliens with her friend-zoned guy pal, Shu, but she also feels the pressure to give herself to a man and get married, especially when a hot anime character in a fox mask shows up and woos her. Now she's torn, and becomes quite literally torn.
I'm gonna
Do
throw
not
this out there.
fucking.
No, you
Sorry,
please.
you go first. No, you go first.
No, you first, please.
Okay, I just want to say, do not fucking simplify this really deep story into anime because it takes place in Japan. That is one of my biggest freaking landmines when you talk to someone that's Japanese, which is like, oh yeah, you guys have anime, right? Like, Japan, hot take, can be more than just about anime. That's like talking to an American and saying, oh yeah, you guys have Avengers, right?
Sorry, I'm just seeing Sky Z, Silent Hill Fish, and I'm just now thinking about fish! What kind of animal would you take in a fight? Fish! No, animal. Fish!
Fish. Slap it with the fish.
That video is just so fucking funny.
That's the one where he didn't know that a fish was an animal, right?
Yes. It's like what you thought was going to be the dumbest conversation ever turns out to be even dumber than you thought.
Yeah.
It's like my opinion of like both those men was pretty low, and like one got so much lower and one actually rose pretty far. It's like I have never seen a dichotomy that strong since the two Hinakos. Anyway.
Between her two halves, one representing her will to fight society's toxic norms for women, and one with an awesome furry arm that wants to give in to what it means to be a woman in society and listen to what everyone else tells her to do. There's multiple endings to the game, but for your first playthrough, you're locked to the worst ending possible, where we find out that your guy pal, Shu, actually drugged you the entire game with red pills that you've been taking in order to try and stop you from getting married. Yeah. And the mind-altering substance...
What's wrong with that?
Well,
Also-
okay, to be fair, there's a lot technically wrong with that.
Well, here's the,
I mean,
What's wrong with that is a story. No, there's nothing wrong with that.
here's the first thing that I was actually going to go for. That's not the reason Shu gives Hinako the psychedelics.
yeah.
Not even close.
It sort of is, because his intent with it was for help Hinako actually converse with herself and come to an amends. But there is a tacit acknowledgement in one of the later notes you find. I think it's like second or third playthrough.
Repeat.
Oh, dear.
And, you
We
were
lost him.
nowhere.
Sorry,
Yeah, we lost him. I'm
What-
sorry. There's
what-
nothing here.
Where did I cut out?
You didn't
Kind of
even
done.
start.
Oh, damn. Okay, sorry. So to hopefully I don't repeat this too much for the stream. Technically speaking, it is his intention, but it's a soft one in terms of like he's doing it. He genuinely wants to help Hinako kind of face herself and like meet herself using the pills. Like the entire idea is it brings you to a higher plane of existence so you can talk with yourself. That's kind of a cool idea. But there's the tacit underlying premise of that in the hope that she'll figure out that she wants to choose Shu over this marriage. So this is Shu gave her to help her with her headaches at first. It's kind of up in the air whether or not like what came first, chicken or the egg with that.
Yeah, we don't know when he laced them.
We don't actually know when she first started taking them. A lot of people presume that the past in the fog world, the first day, like what we first see him handing her it, is the first time she takes it. However, I'm under the impression she's already familiar with these pills by the time he hands them over, and that she's been taking them for a while. So my running theory
Yeah,
is
I
that
think so, too.
this is the first time they're really starting to kick in. MG,
Fair.
thanks for the gifted. By the way, is this video dumb or nah? So far, it's been pretty dumb.
It's I was about to say something very stupid. I'm going to stop myself because this video has plenty.
actually drugged you the entire game with red pills that you've been taking in order to try and stop you from getting married. Yeah. And the mind-altering substance caused you to freak out and kill your family and friends and everyone at your wedding. They literally did Vincent's joke in Silent Hill 3.
You
Wait,
feel
what?
excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Don't worry. It's just a joke.
Okay, so first of all,
What?
very importantly, Vincent's joke may very much not be a joke. That has always been a possibility in Silent Hill, is that the protagonists are actually going around killing people in their delusions. I don't believe it is, but this is Vincent we're talking about, and every word that comes out of his mouth can't be treated with anything other than suspicion.
The only thing that I could pay attention to was what the fuck is going on with his tongue inside of his mouth. It's
You and me
weird.
both. Thank you.
Oh, that's actually the best part about
Why?
Vincent is like as a from a macro viewpoint, like when you look at him at first, you're like, oh, that's a handsome looking young man. But the more you look at him, the more just like his teeth are kind of his tongue is. You look at his eyes. I'm pretty sure one is slightly offset from where it should be, and one is the pupil is bigger than the other. Like they did a lot of small details to kind of hint that this guy might look put together and kind of like a normal guy, but no, he's rotted underneath. You think he's handsome, Celtic? I mean, he can be from certain angles. Like that's very much by intention. Like he actually is supposed to be a relatively young, somewhat handsome, but kind of rakish looking kind of guy.
We all know
maybe-
what Celtic is trying to say. Like, he
Trust
looks
me,
handsome when
it's
his
not
mouth is shut.
it's not me, for the record. I've seen the fan art. I'm putting that out there.
I don't. Okay, so Celtic, we don't want to know what you look up with your fan art.
Look, man, Pyramid Head, he just got that fang in the back. All right, just everyone looks at the head. No one's looking at the bottom.
Oh my
Maybe
God.
it's just because like these are really old realistic PS2 games, but I'm looking at this man and I'm like, he looks like a disheveled 40-year-old, not a young handsome man.
I think
I'm right there with
Thank you,
Fly,
Twilight.
honestly.
Thank you,
I think he's
Twilight.
supposed to be like 30.
That's 30?
Yeah.
That's 30?
Okay, good for him,
Yeah.
I suppose. But
No, that's not good for him if he looks over a decade older than what he's supposed to be.
Oh yeah,
I'm
no.
trying to make a joke and
If-
sound nice.
I was gonna say, for the record, Vincent, he's an awful fucking human being. He deserves his extra aging.
So
he's
like
the treasurer
what
of the
is
cult.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, what is what?
What is with his tongue though? Because his tongue was doing weird things in his mouth even when he wasn't like speaking.
Oh,
They're lies.
The-
no.
the worst interpretation of what that tongue do.
Talking about
Yeah.
You feel excited.
I'm so sorry for saying that.
Step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters.
Oh.
Yeah, no, she makes sense now, doesn't she, Celtic? Like,
oh no!
come on.
The thing is, like, his performance is already unsettling, and then what I like about it is it's already layered on top of Silent Hill's already uncomfortable direction when it comes to facial animations, like the very kind of dream or nightmarish like performances a lot of characters give. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's very clear they're like they. It's clear that he tries to take care of himself and look good, but he doesn't. Like it's like he's just he you can't hide anything underneath. He's still kind of wearing his evil on his sleeve.
It's actually something that I read in a book, and I really like the interpretation of. It was 100% a horror book. I can't remember where I found it, but it was describing how a character thought someone's smile was off. And it was like I believe the bit was they smiled, but it wasn't a normal smile. It was like someone remembered what people looked like when they smiled and was trying to copy it.
Oh,
Right,
that's great.
yeah.
Don't worry. It's just a joke.
I cannot believe it. This has been a meme in Silent Hill forever and the source of so much confusion in the series.
Has it?
It's not really been like it's been a question for a lot of people that try to interpret the games on what is actually real, because the fog world and the other world, we very rarely, if ever, see the real world underneath, except for like typically at the beginning or end of a game. And even then, we don't really know the grand context beyond that. So there's a lot of theories that have been going on even before this, that the creatures you were fighting were other people. There were other humans that you were fighting. I don't particularly ascribe to it, but it's one of those. Let's see. Considering the true nature of the creatures, I think various explanations are possible. Even now, I get a lot of questions about the true nature of the creatures, although I don't intend to suggest the correct interpretation here. What Vincent says in the library room, monsters that look like monsters to you, is something that was provided as an answer to this question. This is from the creator saying, this is a potential answer. So, I don't know what you're on about. It's not a meme. One of the creators is like, it might be right.
It's one of those, hey, I'm throwing this out as, like, say, a fan theory that could possibly be an interpretation.
Exactly. Ed Savinsky, wasn't he and Claudia like kids when Alessa was an early teenager? Claudia was friends with Alessa. That's actually a huge part of her reference. She's the main antagonist of Silent Hill 3.
Thank you.
I don't know about Vincent. I feel like Vincent is older than Claudia by a couple of years. I don't know how old he was. Probably a teenager when they were kids. But the yeah, so where was I going with this? Right, okay. So there's a couple of endings throughout all of Silent Hill that are questionably canon. Obviously Silent Hill 2 has the most number of open-ended endings. You could literally have the main character die, give in to his delusions, and leave with Maria, have him get over his grief and guilt, and lay Mary to rest peaceably, maybe even go off to adopt Laura. You can have him do any number of things. And the same applies to a lot of other games in the series. There's a couple of endings for Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 3 is the only one that has basically a main ending, and the extra ending is just for anyone that keeps playing the game ad nauseum. And Silent Hill 1 has multiple endings that could be interpreted a number of ways, but one of them ends up being canon to support Silent Hill 3. And one of those endings in the original was that Harry has been dead the entire time, and this is a dying hallucination. So...
I, for one, believe that the canon ending is the one where the dog shows up with the UFO.
The funniest thing about that is it has the most consistent canonicity between games.
No, shut the fuck up. I was making a joke.
No, literally.
No.
The UFO endings chain together.
Oh, that's glorious.
It is amazing. Because in Silent Hill 1, Harry gets abducted by aliens and taken away. And that's how they described Silent Hill's magic was just aliens the entire time. Silent Hill 2, Harry shows up with the aliens and kidnaps James. Silent Hill 3, Heather gets home and complains that it was a rough day at work and that people were mean to her. I think it was like Vincent and Claudia are mean to her. So her dad, the alive Harry, is like, let's go beat them the fuck up. And James is there holding a kickboard, and Harry does a jumping kick into it to break the board. And I think the aliens are there, and I think Mira the dog from the dog ending is also there. And then Silent Hill, I don't know if Origins has one. I know 4 doesn't, because 4 had cut content. 4 doesn't. Origins might not. I think Origins does, and that one's technically he gets killed. He gets destroyed. He gets like evaporated by them, Travis, and that happens all beforehand. Silent Hill Homecoming just has the main pairing get abducted by aliens at the end, and then Silent Hill Downpour has Murphy break out of his prison cell from the very beginning of the game and emerge into a room where everyone's celebrating his birthday. And it's a bunch of characters from all of the old games, including like Pyramid Head and James and Cheryl are there. Or not, sorry, Heather is there. So is Laura from Silent Hill 2.
Is it like an Evangelion congratulations moment?
Yes, exactly. It's exactly like that. And Pyramid Head comes in to cut the cake.
So, are you saying what makes a Silent Hill game is the gag ending? Having a gag ending?
If only.
I mean, I'm making a joke, but Yeah.
At the same time, though, Twi is making a very particular point about this video where, remember, we can't forget what is and isn't a Silent Hill game has not been pinned down truly. We have 2 examples of what, quote unquote, makes a Silent Hill game. And again, Zelda is not discounted with everything that they are talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Evangelion is Silent Hill. Honestly,
the last part.
End of Evangelion probably qualifies.
It's not literal. But now...
Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, you have extra.
Believe it. This has been a meme in Silent Hill forever, and the source of so much confusion in the series. It's not literal.
In regards to the true forms of the creatures, there are various interpretations. I've received many questions of true nature. I have no intention of giving a definitive answer to that question, but this is the answer which was given to me by a man named Vincent at the church library. Owaku per the interpretation up to players to create unease, but there's no in-game evidence to suggest what Vincent...
Literal.
No! What he's saying is he might be right. Can you read? Am I reading this wrong? Is that not what that says? It's like, it might be true.
It literally says, in regards to the true form of the creatures, there are various interpretations. That's the first sentence that's on there.
It's not a meme. It's literally built into the DNA.
But now it is. And this is the default ending that everyone gets no matter what. If you want the rest of the actual story, you need to play the game 2 more times to get the true ending. Or look them up on YouTube.
Side hint, don't do that. You miss out on so much of the fucking game if you do that.
Yes. Also, I just want to point out, I think it's genius that you do not get the full story until you replay it. I think that's a really, really cool gimmick, even if some people find it frustrating. Like, it's amazing how unsatisfied you feel when you finish the game for the first time. You're like, that can't be it. Like, that can't be it, right? Like, the whole point of that ending is to make it like as unsatisfying as possible.
What's great about this is if she's recommending this, I fully imagine this is what she actually went and did. She looked up the endings otherwise and didn't actually play through the game again, where multiple things have changed and you get different cutscenes. Like near the end of the game, when you're finally locked into one of the new endings, you see the conversation Hinako has with herself in her bedroom has changed and is continuing from where it left off.
Yes.
It's, like, temporally speaking, each playthrough is a new experience for Hinako, and she has sort of like this pseudo-amnesia thing going in, and it's implied that she may have actually experienced all these things before to some extent. There is without it being stated whatsoever directly, there is a lot of time fuckery in this game, and that is very much intentional. No, playing a game multiple times to get the ideal ending is something that nobody likes. Remember Nier Automata and how much everyone hated that? Yeah, everyone hated that game.
Yeah,
everyone
totally, 100%.
Despised it. It wasn't like it's one of the most beloved games of its generation.
No one ever liked that game. No one. Okay, so small side tangent. Did you know the story about the creator of the Nier series and the question he asked about all of the spicy fan art they made of 2B?
Oh, what was it? I think I do.
Oh, the long story short is that I think some reporter said like, how do you feel about like all of the functionally Rule 34 art that they made of 2B, the main character? His exact response was, I like it. I want more of it. If people have it, can they send it to me?
Yoko Taro is the most based game developer of all time.
Yeah, ironically, that is probably the single most based moment I've ever heard.
What blows my mind, he also writes some of the best female characters in gaming too. He's like, this man is like, I'm an unabashed pervert, but I'll be fucked if I write a bad character.
Honestly, good for him, because like, sometimes I find perverts are the most egalitarian people out there. Like, yeah, sure, they have their preferences, but because they have their preferences, they have respect.
I mean, it's also a case of just like, bro just admitted it. Like, he's fine with just saying what he
like
has.
5 seconds away from saying I have like a 8 terabyte hard drive and it's almost full.
I'm pretty sure he admitted to having a huge like hard drive of that art.
Yeah. So already you're missing out on one of the key elements, lady, in that I should give you a name. What is your name? Versy. Versy's fun time. Versy, you're missing out on so many elements of the game in that repetition is part of the process. There is a refinement for Hinako as she goes through loops of these events and re-experiences these terrors and re-evaluates everything she knows. We're not even sure if a lot of the documents she finds about her friends are things that her friends wrote, or if they're her opinion of her friends and they're refining as the story goes on. Like, there are several layers to what if and not being sure what is real and what isn't. Ugox.
It's almost like... I'm sorry, you go
Oh
first.
yeah, I was just gonna read this super chat. Everyone, this game has multiple endings. Her. I like this ending. This is the right ending. It's the correct one, or at least it's how she sounds. No. This is the default ending. It must be the only real ending.
Which
Not how that works.
Yeah.
No.
But you were gonna say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, it's totally fine. I was gonna say, like, wow, it's as if Hinako is an unreliable narrator who has her own thoughts on how she views the world around her.
Surely you jest. How could you know?
I really want to like fast forward 10 years from now when people are looking back on this game and they're like, oh, it was an underrated masterpiece in its time. And I want her to be one of those people. I want her to be one of those people. And I pull out this fucking video and be like, bitch, no, you don't think that. Because I'm fully expecting things like this and Silent Hill 2 Remake to get reappreciation in the future as genuinely quality Silent Hill content.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I think things like Ascension and whatever short message, I think they're just going to die in a waste bin somewhere.
Honestly, I think this video was getting off mostly on the fact that, say, I remember us talking about it with the Synthetic Man video of like, oh, Silent Hill 2 didn't get a lot of people, and a lot of people, more people are playing Resident Evil. We talked about it. Resident Evil is like, say, far bigger a franchise than Silent Hill. Silent Hill is very much a pseudo niche franchise overall.
Yes,
like it's not that big.
The in fact, what is it? Silent Hill 2 Remake recently confirmed to have sold 2.5 million copies. I don't know if this is correct, but someone claims then that puts the maximum for the franchise at 10 million copies.
Ooh.
I wonder, like, I don't know what exactly criteria they were using for that. Maybe they were talking about the original Silent Hill 2. Like, maybe that's what it was.
Well, regardless, I'll put this in perspective just for general popularity. Elden Ring alone has technically outsold the entire Silent Hill series, if that's the case.
No, I mean, Resident Evil 4, obviously. I think Resident Evil 2 outsold its contemporary. See, Ugox, the woman that is drugged for part of the game is an unreliable narrator? Nah, surely you jest. Also, one thing that I want to qualify with her complaint here, Hinako going nuts only happens after the final boss fight. Like, her killing people in real life, that only happens after she defeats the Shiro Muku, because that's the part of her that wants to get married or is willing to conform. Like, it's after that she has the psychic split and starts killing people in real life. Hence why you start to hear everyone fucking panicking and being like, stop, what are you doing? Holy shit. Someone stop her. You hear Shu saying, I'm so sorry.
No. Celtic, remember, she's just a little girl. What can she do to kill all those people, remember?
Yeah. It's, remember, women can't...
Synthetic Man is
Synthetic
Man is a unique case.
Women are just so weak that they can't even pick up a thin metal object in order to whack people over the head with it.
20-year-old athletic woman can't do anything.
I will say there's nothing scarier than a Japanese woman who knows how to do kendo. Just saying. That's why I'll never
not much
piss
hotter
off my
either.
Best friend.
But I was gonna say, like, what just baffles me about Synthetic Man is like he, gushed over the first Team Silent games, but he kind of neglected Silent Hill 3, which had someone who was only 2 years older than Hinako and wasn't particularly athletic. Heather wasn't exactly a track athlete, and she was doing far crazier shit. She knew how to use automatic weapons. I don't know a 17-year-old that can do that. What the fuck?
I know 3.
What? Why are you hanging out with 17-year-olds?
The perfect
You know,
response.
Everyone
You know-
stare at I know nothing.
You know what? Fair. I was making a comment to people that I knew when I was 17. Fair enough. I will just say this. Touche, sir. You win this round, Celtic.
Even if you do play again to get a different ending, which requires you to avoid taking any of the red pills, she still sees the exact same stuff throughout the rest of the game anyway. So
Hence,
Not exactly.
well, things do change, but first of all, this is not the first time she took them. In fact, what you could look at it as her getting clean helps her make decisions in the future that aren't horrifically harmful to her future self. Well, they do end up being bad choices in the other two endings besides the true ending. They're better than going fucking postal on your wedding guests.
Yeah.
So that's how I've always interpreted it. She was taking the pills, they're starting to kick in, but in the timeline where you don't take them, it's her basically cutting them off cold turkey, and that's why she doesn't get the bad ending. But on top of that, you're also not factoring in the fact that there is deities actually fucking involved. The spirits and gods are actually involved in everything that's going on here and are very much responsible for everything else that's going on. The pills were a gateway, but some things stepped in those gates and they aren't leaving the easy way. So let's see what she has to say about that.
are they saying everything takes place in separate timelines? One where everything is a hallucination and one where nothing is? When she does take the pills, was everything always a hallucination? Or was everything real up until her 200th pill, but not after? Or
ma'am, you do know that that medical exposure is a thing, right? Like, when I'm getting prescribed my medications, I'm usually told by, like, for antidepressants and the like, oh yeah, wean off your old stuff over a period of time, take the new stuff, and you'll start to notice a gradual kick-in over time. And sometimes, this is why I've had to go off some of them, I will notice once things really start to kick in, I will have negative side effects. I will have side effects that I find very much disheartening, and that'll take multiple weeks of taking the pills in repetition to actually see happen. So, yeah, maybe the 200th pill was the one to put her over the edge.
Oh, that's how medicine works. What are you trying to make a point here for?
It's the whole reason dosage exists. So yes, it could be that factor.
Or are they in the game that outright tells you everything, just leaving this up to the player? God, the pain.
It's almost as if the things it tells you outright aren't the subtext that you need to actually study.
Like, this might just be because I'm just familiar with the writer who started this. Bro is perfectly fine throwing dozens and dozens of different versions of the same story at the reader just so that you can get different context on the characters every single time. That, like, it might be a quote-unquote weakness of its light novel origins, but at the same time, it works perfectly well with the story that F is trying to tell.
Also, I know you have a thing against Umineko, right? You have a seething hatred or whatever for it?
Yes, I do, yes.
Did you know that his brother died near the end of development of it?
I did, actually, yes, and I do not... I have nothing but respect for the man for finishing his art despite the tragedies that he had.
Well, I mean, his brother apparently was also very involved. I just heard this, and I just thought... I didn't know if you had already factored that into your opinion of the game.
I had, yes.
Okay,
my opinion of the story and my opinion of the man are two very different things.
Okay.
I do think the man has done great work several places, and despite my own misgivings about Umineko, there is gold in them their hills.
Anyway, in the true ending, your two halves reconcile, and you learn that you're actually a special divine child that is only born once in a blue moon. And
once every 8 years. It's literally
really?
It's laid out. They will take a wife of a particular girl that is the most spiritually attuned within the village every 8 years. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not once in a blue moon. It's laid out. It's 8 years. That's not that many people.
If
It's also lowest common denominator. You're not super special. Like, I also argue she's not super special because I think the pills are artificially inflating her spiritual worth. And I think that's part of the reason. I very much argue it's Sakuko that should have been the one to marry Kotoyuki, but Hinako taking the pills accidentally bumped her up into the stratosphere for the gods to pay attention to. So like, yeah, you're not actually engaging with the story here, Versy.
A spell forces the Fox clan's son to desperately court and marry her. Or you. A bit strange in a story about consent, and I guess Shu is the other god.
Wait.
Shu is not the other god.
Yeah, Shu is not. Yeah, he is in this instance possessed by the other god.
did I miss a
Wait.
page?
Hang on a sec. Why is it that a story that deals with consent is weird when the characters struggle with the concept of consent?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that was the other thing. Is like, wait, so there is a character that is trying to force you to do something against your consent. Oh no, the story is about consent. We can't have that. What?
Yeah.
Surely you are doing something. I can't even make a joke about this. I'm just confused.
Surely, Versy, you realize that Kyubey and the Tsukomogami are the antagonists. And they are the ones pulling the strings, and they are the ones you ultimately have to defeat in the good ending.
They're assholes.
Like, but that's the problem of it, is they're necessary assholes. And that's the conflict of the game at its heart, because if you don't go through with the wedding, you don't find a way to resolve the wedding situation, you doom the fucking town. So you're torn. You're not only is your consent being rifled by a sentient entity, but just the fact of nature is pushing you towards actually giving in. It's like there's several levels to this.
I also want to bring up something that, like, that is my perspective on that ending, which is, as someone who is not as familiar with the Silent Hill franchise, and someone who is looking into the story of this game with the lens of this represents something, I think that Hinako running away from her marriage, right? Running away from her wedding with Shu and that dooming the town, that kind of, in my mind, kind of represents her, by her leaving the wedding, like, ruins her family's reputation. That's why the village is in absolute, like, is absolutely destroyed to the point where there's no coming back. Like, I feel like there is some, kind of representation of
Interesting.
the culture at the time as at that too. Because if your daughter left the wedding of what seems to be a very noble
lineage,
lineage, you're like, everyone, especially in a small rural town like Ebisugaoka, literally is like, hey, isn't that the family of the girl who ran away at the wedding? It's like, oh, I wonder what terrible parenting they must, like, absolutely decimating their family reputation.
You see that at the beginning of the game when you're going through the crawl space after, like, the past. You have the women in the house next to the crawl space gossiping. Every single game playthrough they change. Like, the one's like, oh wait, wasn't she dating that the Iwai boy? It's like, I guess money over love and stuff like that. It's like, already you've got a mixed reputation. You're just gonna make it even worse now.
Yes, and also a little more context into that. This is taking in what my grandmother-in-law told me. She is 88 years old. She said back in her day, women were not allowed to talk to boys, and if girls were, like, talking to boys their age, they were seen as delinquents. So,
yep,
literally, Hinako, although, like, when she was little, it was more of, it was like 10 years before like the setting of this game. But still, like the point is valid where like Hinako being so close to Shu was scandalous. That already really tainted her family's reputation in Ebisugaoka, a place that has such a small community, everyone knows each other, even to the point where in some of the creatures that Hinako encounters during the game kind of represents that she always feels like she's being watched.
Yep.
Like
Ooh,
Someone point out.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Mothra. You're correcting them properly. Because someone said the fox only has 7 tails. Shichibi or Namai. No, Shichibi is the one possessing Kotoyuki. But there is Kyubei above Shichibi, who is the black fox in the story. No, sorry.
Yeah.
Is it? I thought Kyubei. One was red. The red one
The-
is Shichibi.
Yeah, the red one, Shichibe, Kyubei doesn't.
I think Kyubei's the black.
Kyubei doesn't directly interfere because it's mostly Shichibe.
No,
I'm butchering that pronunciation.
No, the Kyubei is the final boss. Kyubei
fuck,
and the
yeah, you're right.
Tsurugami are the final boss together.
My apologies.
So you have one boss battle in the Leaveless Shu ending where you're fighting Shichibi, which is the spirit inside of Kotoyuki. So basically, it's Hinako arguing with Kotoyuki, because a lot of these fights are reflections of arguments she had with her loved ones. That is their real world interpretation. It's like that's where the element is being pulled into the supernatural. So that's that, and then the very end is basically it's Hinako warring with the ancestral gods, but it may also be representative of her arguing with the parents, the in-law parents and or the in-law grandparents, that sort of thing. There's a lot of extra layers there. But yeah, Shu is not the other god. Shu is just possessed by him because the other god is using him to fuck with Kyubei by trying to draw away the child that Kyubei wants to marry off into his kinship.
I forgot to mention that there was a history in the land of the 2 gods fighting for eons, but then lightning hit the one god's shrine, sacred tree, so people started worshipping the other god's shrine, which caused more conflict, I guess. But once you defeat both sides as both Hinakos, they go home together and decide what they want to do with their future, including considering marrying the fox guy after all, because he's nice now, or he was always nice.
why is that a bad thing?
It's
What's the
almost
issue
as
here?
if the whole thing is Hinako getting a choice in things. If that's not the core of the story.
Yeah, we talked about this. Like the general theme is just that of choice, of how you're going to live your future functionally.
And how complicated that gets, because the choice between the self and the choice between the self and other people is always a risky one, because they have their pros and cons. If you choose to go with yourself, you will end up hurting yourself. I mean, Hinako's ending with Shu also is indicative of her refusing to grow up, and she's going to have a miserable life as a result of it. But if she chooses to get married to Kotoyuki, she is giving up herself, and she's going to have a miserable life as a result of it. This is her where Hinako has the ability to actually think through her actions and learn what kind of person Kotoyuki is. And for all of his flaws, which are he was basically completely oblivious to the struggle Hinako was going through and completely dismissive of her well-being, he genuinely cares for her, and once she actually fucking talks to him in Shu, he agrees, okay, we'll give it more time and we'll see if these feelings are genuine, and I'm going to start listening to you. And he starts breaking out into his own, experiencing new things. And you know what? I think if you wanted me to speculate on the long run, I think ultimately Kotoyuki and Hinako will get married. I think the actual wedding will go through, and that's the reason the town isn't destroyed, because it does ultimately appease Kyubei. However,
Oh no.
it does it on the terms of Hinako and Kotoyuki actually being in charge of their own destinies. Did we get more art?
We did, yes. Give me a second.
That was
Oh,
the
boy.
only sound that an oh no like that could.
Yep. Right there.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god! Oh god, that's amazing. I'm so
It's so
glad we
good.
have that smiling friends version of me now. Yeah, with 17-year-olds.
Oh my God. So, my apologies. I grew up in the Midwest, and a good chunk of my friends went into the military. So, for context, no, I am not going around talking to 17-year-olds and teaching them how to use automatics.
The irony of this is I probably have the most close contact with teenagers because I coach mock trial. So, of everyone here, I'm the only one that's regularly interacting with 17-year-olds.
Oh no!
No. You're incorrect. I am the one who is most interacting with like 17-year-olds because I teach
Are we
children.
are we seriously arguing who has the most contact with children?
Look, it's very important we argue over who is the most creepy person in this call right now.
Clearly.
It can't be me. I'm an adorable anime girl.
That's how they get. But like, look, if Japanese horror has taught me anything, I should be the most scared of you.
Why? But I'm like so quirky.
No, I literally saw you crawl out of a television last week.
Okay, so I'm picking. You know what? I'm picking up my sword.
So I am learning that I am the least creepy out of all of us. Okay.
Apparently.
Guys, I'm the most wholesome one.
If you squint.
Ouch! Ouch! Oh.
I will say I'm
There's
glad
two
my
other
fiance's not
endings.
here
One where
because he'd be
Hinako-
like, oh, she's terrible.
marries the fox guy but is fudding, and one where you reject the fox guy and leave with Shu, but a geyser blows up, destroying the town because the fox god was the one that protected the town from it, I guess. I don't know if he decided to stop protecting it because he was mad or because he died, but he doesn't do this in the true ending. So did she not kill him, or was he just spiteful?
I think that's why the implication that Hinako and Kotoyuki getting married still goes through is so strong, is the town is spared, ultimately. And Kotoyuki is the one that has to barter with Kyubei. And you're saying, oh, did he die? No. Fucking gods are fickle as fuck. The gods, the gods featured in Silent Hill F and largely in Japanese folklore have their own sense of morality about them, in that they don't care about, they care about their worship, the worship of them. They don't very much care about your well-being. Some do, some don't.
The best way to describe a good chunk of gods overall in mythology, that they see humans as pieces on a board.
Yes. That's the best way to put it. As opposed to, I mean, ultimately, I actually don't know if the Dark God in the original Silent Hill, I guess the original Silent Hill lineage, I presume that they're evil as fuck. They take on a lot of demonic elements, but I mean, they could be just as neutrally standing. The cult has to worship them for a reason and consider it paradise for a reason. So, Yokai Lover says, funny how the one with Lady Devimon on her head is actually the most wholesome one.
Right?
We've entered a new era.
Just because Lady Devimon is a virus type doesn't mean that she's evil.
I feel like it does.
No. That's not how Digimon works.
I'm going to argue.
Well, you're going to lose.
I'm aware, but I'm still going to argue.
All right, look, guys.
Okay, then.
You guys can
it's your
fight.
Funeral.
You can kill each other later. Let's make sure this girl's buried first.
Okay.
Oh my
Again,
gosh.
Weird hit a game about consent and control over your own destiny to basically screw Hinako and the whole town over if she doesn't choose the fox guy. Also,
Yes! That's the
Yeah,
conflict.
that's
It's
the
almost as if
point.
there is an actual moral dilemma at play here, and Hinako's willingness to be self-reliant and independent is at odds with everything else in the world around her. It's almost as if she feels fucking restrained by these things.
Also, I've kind of noticed a thing about this game and the story that, like, a lot of people put these kinds of expectations on women to guilt them into doing what they want these women to do. So, like, saying, hey, you have to get married to this guy or else bad things will happen, is putting just, like, this extra responsibility onto her by saying, like, you have to do this because if you do what you actually want to do, you're going to be responsible for all of these things that are going to happen to a lot of other people. Other people's lives are at risk if you don't give up your human autonomy.
Yeah.
Love is the death of duty and all that good stuff.
Yep.
Oh, and it's why it's so important that convincing Koto Yuki is such a it's such an important moment for her. Her managing to stand up to the gods and then Koto Yuki and be like, just let me have time to choose for myself what I want and understand things. And Koto Yuki was like, actually, you're kind of fucking right. Because he learns, oh, I've been under a fucking spell this whole time and that I'm magically supposed to love you. I want to love you, but I don't know if that's my own emotions now, and I'm angry about this. Like,
How?
yeah,
It's thematically, this man is being put under the same circumstances that women are put under, and now he has some empathy for the struggles that his future wife is going to go through, and thus he gains an understanding of her position and thus agrees with it.
yes, it's such a good game, and you are boiling this down so much. Oh,
I feel like I am insulted. Like right
No. Don't feel like you should be insulted. You should feel insulted. This is like horrible.
like I am low key like about to say like this is racist. Like
No, I would say that too. Like, I've been saying that with a lot of people who don't seem to understand a lot of the deeper things with this, and they don't seem to want to. Like, Synthetic Man, you can definitely say that he is racist because he outright stated
yeah, he
he
is.
doesn't give a shit about it being Japanese. Despite the fact that it's so important that it is Japanese. But, like, the fact that you are being so dismissive of it, saying that it's anime, saying that like, just being very derisive of a lot of the cultural things that are going on in the story, even when you're mentioning some of the deeper things in it, just that can be racist.
Like it's really disheartening to me that just because something is created in my country, it is automatically dismissed as something cringe, right? And like that it cannot have deeper meaning. It's funny enough, I used to live in the US for like maybe 6 to 7 months. I couldn't handle being stereotyped as a Japanese woman, so I came back to Japan where I was more respected as a human being. Like
Yeah,
it's fucked up.
it's disgusting.
society,
It's
like
absolutely disgusting.
it is wild. I That's why I always go like, every society has its warts, and you've got to be very cautious and acknowledging of them. Like as much as you love your own culture, you can have problems with your own culture. You can have
Exactly.
like, I love Japanese culture. It has a lot of problems. I love American culture. It has a lot of problems. I like respecting people's cultures, and the only time that I will ever get in someone's face about their culture is if they are directly trying to violate my life in some way. And that's very rare as a circumstance.
Yes.
It's amazing to me how rare it is to find someone, especially in America, who will actually talk to people from another culture. I feel like I am rarer person in this sense, because like I talked to Noel, who is Japanese. I talked to another friend of mine who lives in Egypt, and we talk a lot about Egyptian culture and the Quran and a lot of things related to the cultural significance of a lot of these things related to this and that, and how that relates to or contrasts with or butts up against American culture. And I had a roommate who was Brazilian, so we talked a lot about the stuff that was going on down there. Like, just like all of these people from like different parts of the world that I get to have these wonderful conversations with and get to experience their thoughts and their opinions and their views of the world. And then I just look at people like this or like Synthetic Man, and I'm like, have you ever gone outside in your entire life?
I'd say I'm willing to talk.
Which is
more people.
ironic.
I just live in not a so culturally diverse place. I would more chances in New York, but I digress. But the type of people you encounter in New York are very much like you're going to also encounter a lot of tourists. Like there's something to be said also on a lot of people not wanting to engage in the culture of Western countries as well. Like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of stereotyping that goes on about Americans, but we are such a diverse, like huge country in terms of like, it's like we get stereotyped in these very broad categories, but like you're going to hit such a different person every time you throw a rock in a direction. So it's like,
also, you say that you don't have a lot of opportunities because you don't live in a culturally diverse place. Neither do I. My hometown is incredibly rural. Like, the majority of my province is like over 300,000 square kilometers. 200,000 of that, the population of like that 200,000 kilometers, one person per square kilometer. That's how rare it is to find somebody up in this whole area.
Oh god, a Silent
that's
Hill
how
game.
Rural.
Can you imagine a Silent Hill game in your hometown, Twy? That'd be a nightmare.
Honestly, the
God.
biggest nightmare is like half the game is like getting gas so you can like go into a car and actually go somewhere. But
like especially because we have the internet now, like I haven't met a lot of these people in real life. I met my roommate obviously in real life, so we've had conversations. Well, actually, my roommate wasn't just Brazilian. I had another roommate who is from India, and we had a lot of discussions about that, especially because at the time I was reading the Mahabharata. So like we were having discussions about like my experiences reading that as an outsider. And she was very fascinated about that as well.
It's a fun word to say. Mahabharata.
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 So,
Yes.
fun fact, if I could say my own thing for that, for my college job, I was actually cleaning houses for elderly people who, like, for medical reasons or for one reason or another, they couldn't leave their house. And I'm just going to reach into my bookshelf right next to my desk. I'm going to pull out my own copy. And this was gifted to me by someone that I mentioned saying, oh, I like this mythology. And he was actually a professor of the local university. And he gave me his copy of the Mahabharata because he had already gone through the entire thing in the original Indian with his wife. And he wanted me to have it so I could read it because I just talked so much about it.
Oh,
and the man respected me for it. And he's like,
there's that meme online of like, I don't read translations. I read every book in the original language. I've read the Bible in Greek,
Sanskrit,
and Hebrew, I've read in Sanskrit. I've read the Quran in what is it written in? Not Hebrew. Obviously not Hebrew.
I'm waiting for you to butcher it.
Why am I blanking? It wasn't in Persian originally. It was
Persian?
Arabic. Why am I brain? Actually, it might have been Aramaic. I don't know if there's a distinction.
Not fam. It was Persian. It was Persian. Like those Alexander the Greeks that
but
like that he took over. Man, he was there.
I've read all of them. I don't understand these languages. It's just like he's gone through every single book in the original languages, but I've read all of them. I love that meme so much. But I mean, like with the Sketchy Huntsman especially, it's opened up. Like I interact with people from obviously like I've met friends like Noel in Japan. I have friends in the Philippines. I have friends in Australia. I got a lot of people over in C basically right now.
I was going to roast the shit out of you if you didn't mention Noel. Because she was literally right here.
Yeah, of course I would mention her, but I'm also
Celtic, you cannot escape me.
Brazil,
even in mentions.
Because I've like Mint from Brazil, even though I don't really talk very much about politics or culture with him very much, it does come up occasionally. Talking about speaking of the Philippines, if I had never talked with Soon, I would never know about the Indonesian equivalent to Hallmark Television for Islam. It's fucking amazing. It's so fucking funny when like someone dies and God just keeps punishing them and like just like blowing up their body with meteors and throwing them in fucking cement mixers. It's great. But France and like I have friends from France. I have friends all over the US, obviously, friends in Canada. I'm trying to think of like I don't have anyone from Africa to my knowledge.
I do. I have a friend from Africa.
Is it the
Same.
Egypt guy?
Yeah. No. He's from South Africa.
Oh, okay. That's right. You talk about him occasionally. Yeah.
Yeah. He's actually the geologist, the one that licks rocks.
I was going to make a joke about
sweet.
the people I know from Africa, but no, that's far better. All I know, the best funny thing about my friend from Africa is that he always refers to me as the tall white guy in his own language. And like that is unironically, his family doesn't even know my name, and we've been talking to each other for like 8 years.
But yes, all this to say that there is no cost anymore, aside from a regular internet connection of some sort, to opening your broad spectrum of cultural experience. You can really connect with people and understand. And here's the thing. If you still want to walk away hating someone or their culture, it's better if you do that after knowing as much as possible about them. Because even if you walk away antagonistic, at least know why you're antagonistic and be able to argue why you are, instead of just having kind of the broad strokes bigotry. Like,
Yes.
I don't advocate hating someone's culture. There are cultures that like do things that I very much dislike. But I'm not gonna list them now because obviously I don't want to die on the internet. But like at the same time, I mean, if we want to be like, there's a lot of sexism in Japan. I'm not a fan of that. There are other cultures that I have bigger bones to pick with, but like I can respect a lot of the positive traits too. And I'm intellectually honest to say, yeah, there's quite a bit good you can come out of a lot of these cultures, even if I think there is typically a balance of bad that I think could be very much, at the very minimum, cleaned up in some way. But like, I also recognize that's not my fucking job. So I'm sitting here like, I have an opinion and I'm not going to do anything with it. I'm not in charge of another country. You guys just don't bring that shit over to me, please. That's kind of like, just stay over there. I'm putting out like my finger and crosses.
We've talked. Yes. We've talked a bit about like that kind of mindset about like feeling like you have superiority over another culture and stuff, because we've reacted to people who were on their moral high horse for anime and stuff like that. And it's like I know a lot about Japanese culture, a lot of Japanese politics. I know a lot about like just Japanese society in general, enough that I could figure out what to criticize and what not to, but at the same time, like, it's not my country. I ultimately don't have a say in it, but I feel like between the two of us, between me and that other person who is on his moral high horse because his mom walked in on him watching that frog.
That Sergeant
Heyo.
Frog. Yeah, do you remember? Were you
Yeah.
there for that? I can't remember if you were, but it was the guy that was on his high horse about, like, was it fan service? And like,
Yes, fan service.
He was like, he was
Nope.
getting his britches in a twist over it, and it turned out it was all rooted from his mom walking in on a fan service scene in Sergeant Frog.
I saw
Yeah.
the podcast. I was not there for that one.
Yeah, but like
oh man.
You have to
he
remember.
went on-
Oh, sorry, you first.
Yeah, go. He went on this whole tirade about everything that's wrong with Japanese culture in terms of like purity and sexuality and how women are seen in Japan and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, motherfucker, you don't know anything about this. You don't know what you're talking about. Why the fuck do you think that you have the right to impose your morality on this country? Like, between the two of us, I at least know what I'm talking about when it comes to Japan and Japanese culture and society, that I can pick out the flaws in it. I'm not going to say that this is something that Japan needs to do to be a better country or to be more moral or something like that, but I can understand the flaws of society much better than you can, I would imagine. Simply because
Honestly,
I at least
like,
understand.
Twilight, just gonna say, because Twilight probably knows much more about my culture than I do, because she has the external lens, and I appreciate that. And Twilight, if you ever want to shit about my country, my DMs are always open. Listen, to everyone in chat who is like, hey, I don't really have. Oh, see, my voice is already cracking up. God will not silence me. But, like, to anyone who is kind of like, oh, I don't really have a diverse community. I didn't either until I got on the internet. Fun fact, because I went to be part of the Sketchy Huntsman. But like, it's because of the internet, which is both a blessing and a curse. Like, it is much easier to talk to people that are not part of your country. Heck, if you guys ever want to talk to someone that's Japanese, freaking in the tundra, you can just add me, and we can have a conversation.
And
Like,
you can
seriously.
join for $1
Like-
or more to my or Twilight's Patreon.
Got a shell.
Also, Yokai Lover 699 gives us a frog because he's a big fan of Sergeant Frog. I don't even know if it was Sergeant Frog we're talking about in that video. I think it was, if I remember correctly. But
I just remember that it had something to. He was talking about Sergeant Frog, and then at some point he talked about an onsen scene or something like that, or some sort of fan service scene that his mother walked in on, and because she was incredibly conservative Christian, she got on his ass about it.
Yep.
And
Also,
it traumatized him.
You can join the Tundra as well by becoming by linking your Discord account to your YouTube account and then becoming a member. So it was about gentrification of romance anime. Yes, that was it.
Like, I will say, I was able to watch Chainsaw Man in front of my very interesting parents. So, like, I think it's more about guts, my dude.
Oh, there's a cringe fist bump with Shu in this ending, where they seem to know each other. I don't know what this is about. Maybe
No,
it's
they
the
don't.
gods agreeing to get along, but it was hard to watch.
No, it's basically this is Shu and Kotoyuki agreeing that basically Shu's giving up his chase of Hinako. Like, then I'm giving best faith here because there's a lot about this, even though it's played for a joke, where they are ignoring Hinako's wishes in this. But like, if best faith interpretation, Shu is acknowledging that Kotoyuki isn't a bad guy and he will take care of Hinako in the way that Shu thinks is good, and he is giving up his chase of Hinako. And he's saying, look, we're in this together for Hinako's sake. Not realizing they are still kind of strangling Hinako's freedom. Like,
I will say though, just as an aside, this is totally unrelated. Very brave of Kotoyuki to paint his nails in the 60s.
Yes.
that man was hitting metrosexual chic as a fucking like savant. The early
Yeah.
adopter. I was gonna say, it's the one time where like her calling the character anime. That man is Bishoujo as fuck. All right.
Oh, yeah.
All the characters in the game, he looks like the most traditional princely anime character of anyone. The man's prettier than Hinako. Like,
What happened to Shu anyway in the true ending? He's never mentioned again, and Hinako doesn't seem to care about him anymore. I guess we shouldn't care about him either if he was drugging her on purpose, but I do find it strange that they'd build him up to be her bestest buddy in the whole world, her partner, and then be like, actually, this magic anime guy that you've never met is the perfect husband. Fuck that guy you've known forever. I mean, don't fuck him.
the irony of this is one of the
See-
leading
Is,
theories about Silent Hill F, and that I'm actually becoming more and more convinced of because of other elements, is that Hinako and Shu actually did do the do, and she may be carrying a bun in the oven. That's,
Yep.
Also, is this just like screaming about like childhood friend tropes, not usually being quote unquote main girl or main boy?
Yeah, she's basically saying that Shu deserves Hinako because he's been with her basically their entire lives, and that he has some sort of entitlement to her. That's basically what this is saying.
Isn't that like a very dangerous message?
yeah.
'Cause that's
No,
saying,
no,
oh,
no.
like-
That's a
the,
great
that's
message.
the
I'm-
incel argument. That is absolutely the incel argument right there.
Are we entering femcel?
Oh no, I
Oh
feel
my
like
gosh.
this gives off to me, even though this is only very light evidence. She feels very femcelly to me.
Yeah.
Ugox says, y'all remind me of my friend over a decade that's also a Polish but second generation immigration, so very different Polish culture than I grew up with. Interesting. I was gonna say, I have a friend who's Finnish. He's an asshole. Look, we have a very contentious relationship as friends, but like, he's kind of like a brother, in that like I kind of can't get rid of him, and emotionally I can't, but he pisses me the fuck off sometimes.
The only time that you ever talk about this man is when you are complaining at him or about him. And the only time that you ever refer to him to me is specifically when he is saying dumb shit about Digimon. So I automatically hate this man.
Oh,
There
yeah.
is not a single moment that is positive to me about this man.
When I first really started talking to Twilight, I was like, oh, her and Toppy can talk about Digimon, and that would be kind of fun if they get together in a call and they can be friends. And then the more and more that like I've like relayed conversation to some extent between them or made arguments in some way, shape, or form, it's just gotten more and more toxic to the point that I'm like, I want to get you two in the same room, at least in conversational, because I think it will be fucking hilarious.
Bro
I
just
will
wants to see
murder
the
this
pop-
man.
Bro
I
just wants to see the
guarantee you
popcorn.
both try to murder each other, and I am not sure who's going to come out on top. It's
Look,
because
I
I have every faith in Twy, but like Toppy's ability to be stubborn is astronomic.
have you met your
Oh,
girlfriend?
yeah, no.
Yes, I have. And let me tell you, this is why, like, I believe it may go down as, like, Battle of the Gods that goes on for thousands of years and requires the recruitment of several different levels of demigod in order to fight it off in proxy wars. We are talking that is the level of stubborn split between the two of them. We will
And
see
you're
Silent Hill
watching-
F repeat between the two of them as thousands of years from now if they should start this fight. That is what I'm thinking.
And you're saying that you want us to interact in person, or at least in, like, not through a proxy.
I was gonna say, like, throw a call at the very least, because I just, again,
Oof.
I think it would be hilarious. Because if nothing, I am chaotically neutral on the astronomic level, and me getting gods into spats with one another sounds like a good afternoon.
To be fair to him, Twy, both you and I are getting ready for a particular conversation between Raymond and Zero once MHA is done.
Oh
my
no, that's
gosh.
already happened technically.
Yeah, we had it
Oh,
last
it'll
night
get worse.
about the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Aw, I wanted to see that.
Did you not see I posted my maddening calculations about a single railway's cost in Japan?
Can't say that I did. I'm sorry.
You can look in the voice
Yeah,
chat.
no,
You'll find it.
he did concede on a lot of points when it came to a lot of his argumentation, especially because like he didn't at the time know where the other school was located.
Well, in my defense, I am
well-
going purely off of the manga. I was going purely off the manga with my dissection of the series. That was never featured in the manga.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Well,
but also like
I was going
Go.
to say, as much as I like this particular conversation, I feel like it should be saved for the eventual time where Zero can give further context.
well, yeah, we'll wait and have like a big overarching MHA discussion once the anime has been concluded.
Maybe we'll cover some people who think My Hero ain't so good.
Oh, we have a lot of videos to choose from.
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring out my list? Because the last time I gave you a list of people who thought about that,
Dude,
I unfortunately gave you enough ammo.
Once My Hero ends the anime, oh god, are we going to have a fucking field day?
It's going to
Yeah.
be glorious.
We're going to become the MHA channel, and I'm going to be off to the side making a Silent Hill F one. I'm just being like, it's like, yeah, Silent Hill F is amazing. People don't give enough for credit. Where were we?
We didn't really see any scenes of Hinako falling for this fox mask guy either. She just followed his orders the entire time, and we never even get his name until they say it at the end, and she's defending him so severely out of nowhere.
This is how I know she didn't play again in the game, because when you go through, you start to find letter correspondence between Kotoyuki and Hinako.
Yeah.
Like, you start to learn that they have been corresponding since she was 15. She is now in her 20s, even though she still looks 15. But the events of the dark shrine are happening in her 20s on her wedding day. And here's an interesting factor that I want to ask both Twy and Noel about. One thing that kind of goes overlooked by a lot of people that want to say this is all purely happening in Hinako's mind, that this is a purely mental thing that's going on. They kind of discard the god thing, which I find weird. But what I find interesting is the notion that once Hinako marries Kotoyuki, she gets spirited away by the gods. Like, her and Kotoyuki go to live in the realm of the gods, and retroactively, she is taken away at the age of 15. And that is why someone like Rinko and Shu discuss her being dead. Is that, and we see evidence that other girls have gone missing in the past. That's what I suspect is actually happening, and the reason why there's a weird time loop is that her engagement ends up leading to her being spirited away and forgotten, effectively. I wanted your opinions on, like, the nature of spiriting away in Japanese lore and Japanese society.
Well, kamikakushi is the word that they use, right? Which means spirited away. Fun fact, the Ghibli movie Spirited Away, in Japanese is called Sen to Chihiro no Kamikakushi, which is Sen and Chihiro's, being spirited away. So I more so thought, because again, I, as someone who doesn't know Silent Hill, am interpreting everything that happens in the story as representing something. And how I represented this whole kamikakushi thing, which, funny enough, is the first thing that she writes in her diary. So in her Japanese version of the diary, the last thing that she writes when you first read through it is, I I think it's something along the lines of 神隠しにあった方がいいのに. Like, so she's talking about her dad, I think, and that she'd rather be spirited away. But I mean, culturally, that's a difficult thing. I more of so interpret it as like the person you were is gone, missing. Marriage is the death of your old self, your younger self. So that's how I interpreted. But I don't know, Twilight, do you have anything to add?
No. Partially because I was only partially paying attention. Zero just gave me his opinion of the next 2 chapters of my book. So I was sorry about that. But no, I don't think I have much else to add to that, really. I think that was good.
Yeah, the reason why is going from Silent Hill, it's not that things are representative, it's that things are manifested, if that makes any sense. In that I believe that the events that we see in both the Dark Shrine and in the Fog World are actually events that are happening, but they're happening on sort of a higher plane than reality. So it's bringing all of these elements to life. So the idea of her being spirited away coincides with her loss of self and disappearing. That's sort of how like I kind of interpreted it. Now I understand there's a lot of people that could probably interpret it differently, but like it's just, it always stuck to me. Why go back to this specific day? What about it was so special? Was it actually a day that took place? Why are the characters acting the way they are? Like, why is Shu so awkward with Hinako? And if I think about it in the way as well, no, this is a Shu that's like the Shu and Hinako we're seeing are blending in with their future selves. These are the past selves through the lens of their future selves. It's like it's all kind of wrapped up in this weird temporal jelly. I don't know. I just had that thought. Like that was my running interpretation, is the reason we go back to this day is this is the day that Hinako would have disappeared. And that's why she's in a fog world. Is that at any point along that journey, if her Dark Shrine Maiden gets to her, if the Shiromuku gets to her, that's the moment she's spirited off. That's sort of that.
Well, the better question. The spiritual jam, does it go better on toast or a bagel?
I'd say toast.
Yeah, for bagel you want spiritual jelly. Yeah. You can find there's like an off-brand of it called Dalid Jelly in the Ring video game.
Oh my god.
That's a deep cut reference. Hello to all the Spoonie fans out there.
Also odd that he is basically
before we move on, I want to add one more thing. To add to Celtic Your perspective on the whole Kamikakushi thing. Another way you can interpret it is, if we're going to go for a more literal sense of Hinako being spirited away, you could interpret it as, because if I am correct, which I'm not sure, I'm not that confident, but Kamikakushi, you go missing for the first few weeks, and then you just disappear from existence entirely. So
yes,
Hinako,
that's perfect.
Running so like the whole thing with Kamikakushi is you're missing for the first 2 weeks, but then everyone forgets that you ever existed. Like that's I think that has more to do with your interpretation, I think, which is Hinako running away from Shiromuku can be interpreted as she's trying to remain like remembered.
Yeah, no, actually that's actually a fascinating like just a little bit of detail. That's what I'm looking for. It's like that's an extra bit of digging that gives so there's a time gap there in terms of like when this happens. Like there's actually distended time. That fits something. Oh, that's nice. I'll have to meditate on that one. I'm always, I love this kind of stuff. Like, yes, more.
You'll have
Lord.
to
When he's-
meditate. My God, man, like samurai over here.
Look,
When he's so excited, you can hear his
Yes.
hands.
Motherfucker is doing the Gendo pose as a fucking bird.
Yeah, yeah, like the thing that I was gonna say, because in the Japanese version, in one of the cutscenes, I forgot which ending it was, but it was when Kotsuyuki's like possessed and he's talking about this whole curse. Like, I could have sworn that he says in Japanese, in a few weeks, everyone will forget that you ever existed. Like, I was like, I could have sworn that he said that in the Japanese version. I'm not sure if that was translated
I
correctly. in
feel like
English.
that was like and that's the reason why like it always sticks to me that people kind of overlook that, because I was always thinking like whenever I hear someone talk about it and say no, it's always just like it's all in her head, it's all in her head, the only thing that's happening is that she's getting married and the dark shrine represents her on the way and she's thinking back to her childhood. I'm like, I don't think that's it. I don't think that the fog world is just in her head as she's reflecting on memories. I think there's actually much more going on there, and people are overlooking the nature of being spirited away as a much more literal event happening to Hinako during the marriage. Like that helps put a lot more in perspective that time is a factor in like how spiriting away works. So that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. I don't know exactly how it all fits together yet, but it's like, oh, I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track.
Never even get his name until they say it at the end, and she's defending him so severely out of nowhere. It's also odd that he is basically perfect, always looking out for her and being protective and caring. So the quote-unquote bad ending is very strange. Maybe they're implying that things will change after they're wed? But if that's the case, then why is she even considering marrying?
No.
Well,
No.
Yeah,
She's not considering. She's forced to marry because that's how Japan was like back then. What? You can tell that she did not do any research on my culture back then. Like, you can tell that she didn't even read any of the memos in the game or let alone replay this game. How do I, a person who didn't even play the game, know this game better than the person who fucking played it?
Well, not only that, yes, they are implying it. In the first playthrough, you can find a note from a housewife that's complaining how her loving husband has changed drastically since they married, and he is now abusive and cruel. And this all further further intensified by the fact is breaking the camera and looking at who stomps on Hinako's face. It's Koto Yuki in a pose that he's only ever shown in this scene that you never see from the camera's perspective. Like, you have to break the game and look from a floating camera to see this pose of him as he stomps on her face, implying that he becomes the monster that erases Hinako from society. Now, whether or not he becomes directly abusive, I don't know, but it means that he is neglectful and outright dismissive of Hinako as a person. And that's what I find so fascinating. He is neglectful of her. Throughout all of this, he says he cares because he does, but he doesn't understand it. Like, he's like he's missing the last bit of genuinely loving someone and thinks that he does. And that's the last bit that I think Hinako finally breaks into his head, that you don't love me like you think you do. And he's like, oh my God, maybe I don't, but I want to, and I'm going to take time to really think things through.
So if you take this as a metaphor for like just how relationships are in real life outside of the whole supernatural element of this, like disappearing her from society, she's now a housewife who isn't really allowed to go out and be her own person. She is stuck in the house, chained to it pretty much. So she has been spirited away in that sense of like her she's no longer allowed to be out in the world. She is now off in this unfamiliar place, and she is forced to stay there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's
exactly
another great interpretation. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like this entire game and this entire story is just fodder for interpretations of the very deep themes that it's going for and the nice story that it creates. But unfortunately, we're dealing with people like this.
When I went into this game,
Yeah.
my biggest fear was that it's going to be a one-note caricature of what a Silent Hill game should be. Of like that it's going to be devoid of depth. It's all going to be relatively on the face of it. And ironically, on my first playthrough, I kind of felt like it was, but I also felt like something wasn't right. And as I played through the subsequent playthrough, got more of the notes, got more of the unique cutscenes, got the refinement on the different events that happen, I came to really appreciate, oh, there is so much more going on mechanically under here, and it's not telling me an answer, it's making me think through all the different characters, what they're all doing, and why they're doing them in the way that they are. And by the end, I got a pretty clear picture of all of them. We can discuss it here about what all different interpretations could lead to the same result. It's great.
Two things. First, probably a best question for Noel from Average Panda: are arranged marriages common in Japan now?
No.
Okay.
I will say a little brief history about my family. My grandmother was in an arranged relationship with my grandfather. I don't know if their marriage was happy. I like to think it kind of is, but my mother was supposed to be an arranged marriage, but said to hell with it. I'm marrying this American. But
What a
yeah,
base woman.
literally. But like yeah,
Shame about the town, though. I mean, those geysers, man. No one saw it coming.
yeah, I know it's not common. It's funny because my mother's family home is right next to a freaking hospital. It's waiting to be adapted as a Silent Hill game.
Oh my
But,
god!
Oh.
No, we found your game! Oh shit! We thought we were an anime protagonist. You're a silent. No, get out of there! No!
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a Silent Hill protagonist just waiting to happen.
I know. I'm
Oh my
waiting to
god, you were
become
almost
Silent
possessed
Hill.
too! That happened! Oh shit!
Yeah, that also happened. To people who don't know, I was nearly possessed by a ghost when my fiance tried to propose to me for the first time.
Holy shit.
Like it is always baffling. Like, you can hear like scary stories and never believe the way, because Noel talked to us. Like, she got on a call with the sketchy huntsman like a couple of hours after it happened. I heard her voice. She was trembling. She was genuinely terrified for her life. I believe every word out of her mouth that she was almost possessed by something. Because
it was the most terrifying moment in my life, not gonna lie.
I find it hilarious how your fiance didn't do any research into the location.
I know.
It's like it's a
something that
beautiful
we
view,
always-
and it's legendary for its beautiful view, but it's also a very popular place where people throw themselves to their deaths.
not even people throwing themselves off. It's a very specific kind. I don't think I need to explain further when I felt pressure around my neck and my friend researching that place and said, "Hey, you said that you researched nothing about this place, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, this is a type of self-deletes that happened there." And I was like, "Well, shit."
Yeah. Like,
So,
like Twilight, you remember how I talked about how I learned about that one horror movie, Lake Mungo, and I was genuinely scared?
Yeah.
Same fucking, like, not to the same extent, but like same spine tingling when I heard Noel talk about this. I was like having little tears in my eye where I'm like, oh no, oh shit. Like,
So,
I like to believe I'm a logical person and believe in science in the real world, but there's just shit out there that I don't know. I might start bringing a crucifix with me some places.
So, just throwing this out there with this entire story, this might just be me bringing in everything, and I don't mean to offend at all, but Noel, are you getting married to a himbo?
What do you think, Twy? Because you're the only one who has actually seen my fiance.
Kinda, yeah. I'm sorry. to say. What little I have seen of this man and have heard him speak, and what Noel has interpreted for me, he doesn't know where Canada is, and it's the second largest country in the world.
I literally had to call him over to my desk and say, "Honey, where is Canada?" And he points to Northern America continent and says, "Here." I was like, "Honey, you cannot just point to the entire continent and say that Canada's in there somewhere." And then I said, "Okay, like then where is Britain?" I'm sorry, my voice is cracking up.
No, please. No,
But
you're fine.
and he points to Europe that doesn't even include.
He points to mainland Europe. Oh.
Yes, he pointed to mainland Europe.
Oh, the English
I
would
love him,
fucking
I
hate. How do you piss off all of Europe? Say that all of mainland Europe is England. Literally, no one likes that.
It's like saying, "Where is Japan on the map?" and you point to fucking Mongolia.
Fucking Korea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably more accurate. You point to Korea, and like literally Korea and Japan both hate that.
Yeah, or you just point somewhere to China. It's like,
yeah,
it's somewhere around here. I'm not sure exactly where.
What's that meme of like ninja of like, the fuck you just say to me?
Yeah.
Also, I find it adorable. Twice, like, oh yeah, her boyfriend came and carried her off to bed, like, or carried her, like, in terms, like, oh god, that sounds so much. Carried her off to take care of herself because she doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was like
he literally pulled me out of my chair, tried to carry me princess style because I was struggling. Just put me on his shoulder and just yanked me away while he thought Twilight was Japanese and kept saying, "Wait for 30 minutes." When I said, "She doesn't speak Japanese, they have to speak in English."
Yeah, no, I'm with Twy on this. This man sounds like an absolute himbo, and you are so fucking lucky.
I'm gonna say this 100%. Noel, I say this 100% certainty. I want to give this man a fucking beer. Like, I will pay for his night out.
I was going to say,
who has said that.
like, Noel, you are a wonderful person. So, like, you got your fiance when you propose. I'm like, man, I am jealous of that man. You're a wonderful girl. But now I'm thinking, man, I'm jealous of that girl. He is a wonderful man. Oh, okay. Well, let's get back to more of the rage.
I forgot we were watching this terrible.
I know. We're all just here reminiscing, having a good time. Oh, that's right. Someone here having a wrong opinion.
Being him in the true ending, if he's capable of abusing her later. Is it okay for him to abuse her later if it was her decision to marry him?
It's almost as if his character growth is a thing, and she's how did you miss that? How did you miss literally him being like, "Oh yes, I don't know if I actually love you and don't want to hurt you because I think I do." Like, he is such a good boy. He is such an honest lad when since it's been knocked into him. It's like, Kotoyuki gets ragged on. Like, over here doing such a disservice to my boy here.
I was gonna say, bro is just a pawn, and he's doing his best.
Yeah,
he's trying hard. Also, this woman is literally triggering my asthma. I've had 2 medical drops, and we're not even 20 minutes into this video. You can
Yeah.
hear my fucking voice
I should
crack.
clarify, I'm not super worried because we're coming near the end of what I consider what seems to be the substantive section, as opposed to the later sections, which are the weird pseudo Let's Play thing, which I have no idea how much we're going to pull out of those, if we even get that far.
I personally don't think we should cover anything with the gameplay sections because, let's be 100% honest, I don't think she has anything substantive to say about that.
I would be curious to see if she even tries.
Yes, Skyzy, this is the substance.
More high school drama than Silent Hill,
What?
with love triangles and
High school drama, and then points out a goddamn fox god.
Hey, look, man. When I was in high school, I had disputes with a fucking coyote god.
Yo, you're
I pissed
weird.
off a lot of fucking Native Americans that day.
That's a you issue.
Look, man, I didn't start the fight. I ended it. And now I'm followed by jackalopes everywhere I go. It's really weird.
I was gonna say, if this is a high school drama, what the fuck was my high school life? And I was a high schooler during the pandemic. Like...
Yes, because the subtle implication that Hinako may have slept with her best friend and produce a child, and now she needs to potentially abort it in order to get married to the man that is helping financially bring her family back into the black, and she's being radically socially pressured in order to do so. It's not like that. Even that one interpretation could lead to a number of very adult conversations and very complicated emotions and complicated social situations. It's not like any of that is high school level. That is very much adults.
No, it totally is high school, Raymond.
Oh, yeah, totally. 100%. Come on. And by the way, I'm 100% my joking brain. I want this screenshot of the black fox. It has the energy of, seriously, bitch.
I was just gonna say
just looking at Versy, just like, really, I'm high school drama.
Yeah, pretty much.
Someone, Yui, take a screenshot of this. Draw the four of us in front of the fox. God.
Yeah. We're like in front of and around him, just like, and then in Hinako's place, you gotta draw Versy.
It's just like, just seriously, bitch.
It's like, what the...
It's bad when even the fox god disagrees with you.
Yeah, I hate this fucker, and you know what? I'm on his side in this instance.
And most fox gods in Japanese mythology are just like, do tricks on tricks on tricks on tricks on tricks.
Japanese gods with family feuds. The only real Silent Hill aspect is the conflict within Hinako regarding herself as a woman. Unfortunately...
Okay, qualify the fuck out of that.
I mean,
so the only Silent Hill aspect...
friends.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the only Silent Hill aspect. So the foggy, dilapidated town, the dark, very dark otherworld. In fact, to the point that Jay was getting pissed because he had his darkness settings too low and hated the entire first Dark Shrine segment because he couldn't see when he was wielding the knife.
Oh.
I really am sad how much he hates this game, which is a shame. Not the multiple deep interlocking character relationships that are very complicated and built on backstabbing on the regular, characters causing their own problems and downfall, the internal conflict. What isn't Silent Hill about any of this? Did we not see the same fucking pregnancy monster lady?
No, I'm also with chat. My apologies, but I can't remember who said it, but someone said, what fucking high school did you go to?
Right? I know.
We don't really get to see her struggle with this conflict, as she is headstrong from the beginning about...
That's because you skipped the fucking cutscenes where she struggles with herself about the conflict! You did not watch any of the other cutscenes beyond the endings, did you? Like, this is the hardest confirmation because we literally get 4 different cutscenes at 4 different points of Hinako arguing with herself about what to fucking do.
I'm waiting for Celtic to cough up blood.
Yeah, same.
Ha! That's my secret, Cap! I've been coughing up blood this whole time!
Oh no.
No.
Not a good
Do
you want my inhaler, Celtic? It might help with the pain.
No, don't worry. I'll just use my sister's cat's inhaler. That'll be fine.
Oh my god, stop that.
I'm kidding. My sister's cat has asthma, so it's
Aw.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Poor
That's
thing.
sad.
Poor fur baby.
yeah, she's a lot better now. She actually had a pretty bad
Oh, that's good. That's good.
pretty bad stint, but she's pretty healthy now.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
It was I who said it. Huzzah.
Yes, you
being
got.
not like her mother, but then just follows the
Wait, hold up. Not like her mother. Her mother is the one who wears the fucking pants in that relationship, as we learn later.
Yeah,
What sort of like that's what I love about the
Pseudo.
complexity. Yeah, because if her mom wanted to put her foot down about something, she could. Like that's always what I got from that scene is that she is complicit in his behavior because at any point she could lay her foot down. But in the name of trying to keep peace within the family, she tries to appease him instead of going for the hard-edged solution, which often does lead to her being enabling of his behavior. But ultimately, their relationship is so much more complex because you learn a heavy element of the debt that he goes into is because she's sick. She basically has cancer. As far as we know, she's dying. And he's desperately trying to find the funds to get her medical aid. And you know one of the ways he goes about doing it? Getting Hinako engaged to Kotoyuki. It's like, oh, so we're seeing that this horrible, horrible, abusive man has a very deep, abiding love for his wife to the point that he kind of willing to sell out his daughter to try and keep his wife alive. Even against the advice of his brother, who is like, look, I don't think you're going to succeed in keeping her alive. It may be better for you to just enjoy the last few years you have with her. And it's like, fuck, man. Fuck. I thought Kanta was going to be such a one-note character, but I'm sitting here like, man, you've just had a rough life, dude. You kind of take it out on everyone else. You make it everyone else's problem a lot, but like, oh.
I mean, your comment of you had a rough life, dude. That's the entire cast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also wanted to point out something. Although I highly recommend the gameplay of this Japanese psychologist, there is no English subtitles, unfortunately. But I really was very surprised that he freaking he nailed like the detail that the dad, judging by like how he looks, like this psychologist, his whole research is into body types and how that correlates with one's like personality, like, you know, on the surface level. And he mentioned that, you know, judging by how his mouth looks, you can tell that maybe he was a very, very, you know, dedicated worker, but something so terrible happened that he now resorts to using alcohol as an escape route.
Oh,
and
it's so good.
And I was like, well, shit, he got that right. And he didn't even play. This is just after the first cutscene, where he also nails he also nails the detail that he's an alcoholic too, which is interesting.
Well,
like,
that
even
felt like
saying
very
nothing.
obvious on the face of it with all the bottles around. So.
Wasn't it like
Fair.
where he just finished talking about the father potentially being an alcoholic, and then like 10 seconds later the screen changed and then you see the bottles on the floor?
Oh,
Yeah.
so he got that even. Oh, wow. Okay, that's more impressive.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so what he did was he looked at the scene of Hinako and her sister Junko talking to one another, and then said, you know, typically in sibling relationships where they have a strong relationship, that means that there is some sort of distance between the parent and the child. So, and then immediately the cutscene turns into like Kanta yelling at his daughter, and then the hosts, because they bring on guests, the psychologist is the guest. The hosts are laughing, and then they pause for a second, where you see the family photo, and then he says, by the way that he's kind of yelling, I assume that he's kind of influenced by alcohol, and then right after, like it's in the frame, and I was like,
That's
Yeah.
that's great. Oh, that's
This is
amazing.
uh,
oh,
uh
oh,
the
he
first thing
also
that I have for that is that you could put a clip of there's a comedy bit of like foreshadowing is literary technique where
That'll be a surprise tool for literally the next second. But
yeah, it's interesting because when he played the Silent Hill remake, he freaking predicted that I forget what his name was, the
James,
protagonist of James, yeah, what he did, and just how he pummeled the first like the first creature of the game. And I was
he
like,
pegged
dude,
it from that moment alone?
yes.
Jesus
honestly,
Christ, that's impressive.
I
Yes.
honestly think it's both impressive of the psychologist because goddamn, and also impressive of the game design to convey
Yes.
that type of pain. Like that honestly is just like congratulations. Here's like exhibit A to how well the attention to detail is in these games.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like Konami apparently can fucking choose good creators. That's because, like, clarification, Bloober completely reworked the combat system of the original Silent Hill 2. So, like, it's much more visceral, much more of a over-the-shoulder combat system. That entire first encounter with the lion figure is a rework, where originally you were supposed to encounter the lion figure in an overpass, and you get a little. There's actually a little nod to it in the game in one of those memories. So, yeah, Jesus Christ, that's amazing. Because
Yeah,
like
that's
the
why
whole
that's why
my old partner stole all of my money and left us hanging dry, and like it left him bitter because that was a close relationship that got burned instantly. It's like that's good shit.
yeah, he freaking nailed that by just reading the diary and seeing what the father looks like. And, like, it's so good. And the fact that I saw that, and then I saw some random dudes online saying complaining that they couldn't look up the skirt of Hinako made my blood boil.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there are people that are
Yeah.
complaining you can't look up the skirt of a 15-year-old girl.
Tell me you know nothing about Japan without telling me.
Oh no, Daigato.
Oh God, what did
Oh,
Daigato
goodness.
do now?
No, don't worry about it at all. It's perfection incarnate. Look upon him.
And he shall look back. I'm gonna leave this up. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. But continue
Okay.
continue talking about
No,
this guy.
please, no.
Holy shit,
Like
this
this
guy
is
incredible.
good stuff.
Yeah, like I really cannot just stop talking about this guy because he's absolutely amazing. He also looked into Hinako, and he uses the word taiheki, which basically is the kanjis for body, and kuse, which means habit, or
Thank you.
yeah. So he researches this whole thing about taiheki and that there are 9 types, and each type has a different kind of personality type, which is scary, accurate how it is, because he said Hinako is the 6th body type, who is very subjective and tends to be absorbed in her own world, and very subjective in a way where she can't really think things in an objective way. She can only think things of how she interprets it. Now, you guys may think that's a normal thing that humans do, but the 6, in his words, the 6 body type does that on a whole different level, where if they talk about their personal life to you, you think, oh, like, oh, that sounds terrible, like, and I was like, jeez, did he just predict this entire game? Like, it's crazy. Like, it's really amazing. That's why I get so mad when people make these very surface level comments about the game when they clearly just kind of lack the research into all this. It's just such a deep game and it's so interesting.
Well, if I could add on to that, the kind of, I guess, tragedy of it all is that I'd liken this a lot to, say, the surface level things that you can say for Evangelion, of like, it's as deep as you make it in a general sense of like, if you keep digging, there's a lot more that you can get. You can go deeper and deeper into the characters. You can go deeper and deeper into the themes. But as deep as you want to go, there's still a message that you can like take out of it, and it'll be fundamentally correct in one way or another. But I guess this is just, it's so surface level that it doesn't even start to that, like, it's as deep as you make it type
Yeah.
interpretation.
It really is sad. I really wish people would just kind of just not dismiss it as heck. Kotoyuki is just an hot anime dude. I mean, he is kind of, but like also, but like also like in general, like I just feel like people, because I talked to Twilight about this. One of my biggest pet peeves about people asking me that if I'm Japanese is that they're like, "Oh, anime, right?" It's like, can you? We have a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Like anything. Heck, talk about like Abe Shinzo or something. Like give me anything but anime on your first comment.
So Noel, tell me about the Warring States era Japan.
Oh my god. Okay. Pulled
Oh
out
boy.
history books. Oh man. I want a game
Have
that
you guys heard of this cool guy named Nobunaga?
Shut the fuck up, Kelton.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I was making my way back up. You opened that I was like, oh, Shinzo Abe. Oh, damn it! I wanted to have a please have sex joke in there. Damn it. I was also going to say, oh yeah, you have other things like Kamen Rider.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, like, oh man.
fun
The
here.
Shinsengumi? Yes. Skyzy, you're based. Based, I tell you. Like, anything that's not Nobunaga, please. I read a whole book about him. My school history wouldn't shut up about him. I'm sick of him. He's in every single game that I know that takes place in Japan, except for this one. But like,
I'm almost certain. Like, oh, what was because there was the clan that the Tying or something like that. They were forced out of their lands during that might have been mentioned. There was like a clan of soldiers that were like basically forced away, and they retreated to Ebisogaoka to hide.
Half of sorry, mate.
I mean, that's where the sacred sword comes from. It was buried there by them.
I'm just so sick and tired of people being like, "Oh, Oda Nobunaga's like, guys, there's so many weird, cool literature, history. Listen, I was talking to Twilight the other day about how messed up the literature from the Meiji era are. Like, Dazai Osamu, I will not elaborate further, his whole life and his literature are really insane.
They
Not in
are.
a good way.
Holy shit.
Don't even get me
Yeah.
started on Mori Ogai. Freaking.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
Mario guy.
But guys, like, consider this. We have been talking more or less for 4.5 hours over this game, and we are still going hot. Like, we just small little details popping up to us, and theories go, like, this game has so much depth, and she's just doing it such a fucking disservice. It's disgusting.
Listen, I just want to talk to her. I just want to talk to her. I just want to
No,
talk to her.
you just want. Okay, no. So, hold yourself back. Hold yourself back.
Look,
Okay, so you know
the murder
exactly,
charge won't go
artist.
away.
I was gonna say artist. You know exactly what to do. Noel with a gun.
I just want to talk to her. But also, because someone mentioned Yakuza in the comments, fun fact about my family name. One time when I was working at a sushi restaurant, this random old guy asked me, "Hey, is your grandfather part of the Yakuza by any chance?" I was like, "No."
Oh, that's
Because apparently my family name there is actually
Ayo.
Yakuza with my family name.
well.
It was not enough that I was the descendant of an Iranian king. I also had to have the same freaking family name as a Yakuza clan somewhere in Japan that I do not know of. My grandfather was a fisherman. Thank you very much.
That you know of.
I was gonna say, down at the docks, old Lenny down at the docks, he had an unfortunate accident. The pair of concrete shoes. I don't know why the Yakuza suddenly sound like New York gangsters, but you know what? That's what they sound like.
I accept that dub.
I mean, there was actually a big joke where a group of guys decided in a particular New York funeral that they were going to dress up as like mob gangsters, and they were going to go at the funeral just standing in the back in like full tuxedos with sunglasses, like not saying a word. And then when they went up to the body, they go like, "The docs won't be the same without you," and a bunch of other stuff. And there's this old guy that said he would have been proud to them. And they stopped. They were like, "Holy fuck, what the fuck?"
Okay.
Box mask's wedding altar without much resistance. We don't see her struggle between the decisions.
There is no
she's
altar in
making.
Japanese
She
weddings,
actually
but okay.
seems as if she's following.
Yeah. Well, on top of that, to be fair, that's just English expression. That means someone going to.
I know.
Yeah.
But on top of that, like, again, this is the present day Hinako, who has, to some level, consigned herself to the marriage, and she is going through all these preparations because she knows she must. She is resigned, and she is at war. It's the other Hinako that is the agent that is at war with itself. Like, I don't know how you miss this. Like,
it's pretty obvious, actually.
It's like one of the most
subtle.
obvious elements even in the first playthrough. Literally, the final boss is the Hinako that is fucking resigned to it. I don't know how you missed that.
There's a lot of things you can say about this game. Certain things are not subtle.
Yeah.
An unseen path. Again, odd for a game about self-determination. Her struggle between the decisions she's making. She actually seems as if she's following an unseen path. Again, odd for a game about self-determination. Now,
because she is the Hinako that's given up. She's the Hinako that is following the path. She is becoming the thing that the other Hinako hates. That's the whole journey.
Mm-hmm. And this woman's
how
words
do you miss
pierce
that?
my soul.
Again, the game is not subtle.
Oh.
That's not a bad thing at all, but like, come on.
People always say, like, oh, well, I hate games that just games or shows or stories that just tell you about the themes and all this kind of stuff.
This is why.
This is why.
Dwight, remember how we had the conversation last night involving the MHA and how I always want more this, more that, whatever. Yeah. Please tell me I'm nowhere on this level. Please.
You're not.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, I know I do want more things, and I do expect, the medium to answer some certain questions. I know I can be particular about that, but oh my God.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is when you have people like this, or people who just are stupid, or people who are just refusing to look at the thing on its level, more isn't gonna help you.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, so much is written out in the fucking journal, to the point that one of my issues with the game is so much is written out in journals, and I think they could have pared that back maybe about 1/4. Like you could have a total of like 3/4 of what's in there. You could have pared it back to that, and I think that would have been right about perfect for this game, to leave a lot of other things kind of nebulous. And ideally, I would want some things being more focused around cutscenes. Like, I would have wanted more cutscenes around Rinko and Sakuko, who basically vanish from the story after the school. But, like...
Didn't one of them die?
Technically speaking, one got covered in flowers, which may have been, like, the gods recognizing that she's the only one that could have interfered. So she was taken out in the fog world initially. Rinko was around until she wasn't. She actually vanishes between Dark World segments. But in the Dark Shrine, you actually do, I guess, kill them and Shu. But Shu is shown alive later, so the presumption is they aren't actually dead. I don't believe anyone actually dies except for the bad ending where Hinako snaps, because you hear all of their voices in that moment, and I presume that's happening at the wedding.
Right.
Yes, both died technically. Yeah, no, I've already elaborated. So I wanted more closure to Sakuko and Rinko outside of their notes. It's actually, she does highlight a little bit of a point. Shu just kind of vanishes in the true ending. And I kind of wish that we got closure with her group of friends to some degree, because it kind of leaves in this limbo note where she's still sort of in the fog town with the two versions of herself. And I'm not, like, while it has a hopeful, like, oh, she'll decide for herself in the future and she'll come to terms with things, I still don't know what happened to everyone else. It's like, guys, some people in limbo. What happened to her family?
Not the fuck.
I want to say something real quick. I have a problem with people calling Sakuko and Rinko Hinako's friends, because I thought they were her bullies. I never once thought they were her friends. I listen. I've not played the game, so I absolutely do lack the knowledge. I have not read all of the notes yet, but I do kind of know, like the overall vibe. Like,
I can answer this, because remember what you said about how Hinako sees things in a subjective way.
Yeah.
Considering how this is all about basically re-experiencing her childhood, I think she's seeing the most, because she has to, like, shed herself of her friends. And what I think to best explain it is, she is steeping herself in the most negative aspects of her relationships with her friends in order to let go of them, in order to have no qualms mentally killing them and removing them from her life. However, as you get different endings and the game goes on and you get different notes, a lot of the notes you find are much more positive and much more talking about the positive relationships they actually had together, and how many things can be missed. Like, Rinko ends up regretting how she treated Hinako, like, and ends up regretting, like, basically saying, I've been a fucking idiot. This entire time I could have been asking Hinako what Shu likes, what he has, you know, what things he likes to do, who he likes to be, that sort of thing. And this entire time, I've just been antagonistic towards her mentally. Like, I've been bullying her behind her back. I've been mean to her. And, you know, obviously you have Sakuko, who I think just turns on Hinako because Hinako effectively broke a vow by accepting, broke a promise with her by accepting the marriage. And Sakuko has deep, abiding separation anxiety. She is... Yeah, so it's like her, like, you've got one person who was so self-absorbed and so selfish that she couldn't see that she actually had a really good friend, and she regrets now that, like, Hinako is going off, that she didn't do more, and she just genuinely is like, I wish you well. Like, I wish I hadn't been as bad to you, but now you're going off into a new life. I wish you well. And on the flip side, you have Sakuko, who's like, I need to keep holding on to you. I need to cling to you. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. And now Sakuko is kind of weird because it more so plays into what I suspect, the implication that she was supposed to be the original target, because her last note is all about the fox and the Tsukogami telling her to do different ceremonies at different shrines in order to basically reestablish which one's really in power. So the implication is more so that the gods are kind of fucking with Sakuko's ability to think rationally about her friend, because they're both trying to maneuver things in a certain way. So Sakuko is like, I'm fascinated by Sakuko because we get so little of her ultimately. And I would ultimately, one of the things I really want is I want DLC where we play as Sakuko and Rinko. Like, I want their own little mini campaigns.
Absolutely.
Because they each, their bosses have unique weapons. I mean, I wouldn't mind a campaign with Shu because they all have their own shit to work through. And I think it'd be great to expand it in a new way and maybe answer what happens to them at the end.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think every time where I have a very solid opinion about the game in a negative way, I think maybe I just don't have the full picture yet. So when I see all these other people being like, oh, this game is, because I think Synthetic Man was like, oh, it's so woke and all that, I was like, well, clearly you haven't put that much thought into it then, thinking of the very, simple answer that you had in your vocabulary, which is woke. But the thing with Hinako and Rinko, I think this is just something personal. The moment Rinko came on screen, I was terrified. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that, like, they're apparently very close friends. Like, they are best friends. They have sleepovers and shit together. But their entire relationship throughout the Fog World is so antagonistic and, like, not even well disguised antagonism. When Hinako seems to genuinely, like, to some degree, think highly of Rinko, it very much seems to me there's something more going on there. It's one of the reasons why I at least posed the theory that, I mean, while I think it's more clearly just obsession, I wonder if Rinko has some sort of weird buried feelings for Hinako, especially because her relationship with Shu, like her obsession over Shu, is really weird. Because honestly, what do you like about him? He's kind of bland. Like, he is arguably the least interesting character outside of the fact that he fucking poisoned his best friend.
I mean, the majority of really popular anime right now, the main character is like the most bland, boring isekai protagonist or whatever, and all the girls are hot for him. So,
but I would hope that it gets a DLC, and it's not unusual. Well, it is unusual, but it's not unprecedented because Silent Hill 2 got Born from a Wish in its greatest hit version and the subsequent Xbox and PC releases, where Born from a Wish is a mini campaign taken all from Maria's perspective, and it follows her journey. It's not in the remake. People are suspecting that there's going to be DLC for the remake, although that hasn't happened yet. But the idea behind it is you never think of Maria as anything other than a manifestation of the town, but she is actually a thinking, breathing entity created by the town, born from a wish, and the entire mini-campaign is her resigning herself to her role as being this implement of torture for James. It's really interesting and really makes you think so much harder about her role in things, and that she's effectively going to die multiple times just to make this man suffer. It's strange, but I kind of love it. I asked that question for every harem. You know what? You're right. Harem ending, best ending. We're all in agreement here.
Yeah. And once again, we are talking about how great this game is, and we're watching this video that has the worst takes.
Yeah, because we have like things that we genuinely think have room for improvement, like Rinko and Sakuko and Shu. Like, there are elements of them that I wish were better done. But I think on the whole, it all still works together really well. It's just like, it'd be nice if we got some closure with them. That's kind of what I'm asking for.
Same. Give us a DLC, please.
Yes,
コナミ
please,
さん、聞い
Konami.
てますか？聞いてますか？ DLC ください。ダウンロードコンテンツください。作ってください。お願い。マジで欲しい。
They might actually listen to that.
マジで DLC 欲しい。DLC ください。お願いします。
Second worst, Synthetic Man was worse. I don't know, because Synthetic Man at least is openly biased. He just like came out running with "I don't give a shit about Japan." And it's like,
Yeah.
well, at least that's honest
fucking
to
infuriating
some
me.
extent. Like, I think you're a piece of shit, but it counts for something. This girl just feels like she completely ignored everything because she didn't want to accept that this is a new Silent Hill game.
Yeah.
Konami can
also-
only understand if you talk in pachinko noises. Pachinkies. Sorry, I kept interrupting you, Twi. What were you saying?
Well, nope. I don't think I was going to say anything, actually, but...
Okay, then.
The fun part. By the way, the game is filled to the brim with plot contrivances. Hinako can dodge 15 feet in an instant, but she won't climb a gate to literally save her life.
Because we know in Silent Hill, if you try to get around the threats, like get around the barriers in your way, you will not be able to get through that barrier. Like, that's...
Also, this isn't unique to Silent Hill.
This is literally so many games that have, like, chest-high walls that characters won't clamber over. This has been a problem. I'm sorry. No, I'm gonna not... There are instances where Harry, James, Heather, and Henry all just decide not to take the most expedient route when there's, like, a fucking desk in the middle of a hallway. I'm sorry. I can crawl over that. You know, someone with geriatric knees like Twilight could climb over that, all right?
Oh my god, no. It's chest high. Okay, actually, no, sorry. I'm not going to step it back. I'm good.
What'd you fucking say about my niece?
Geriatric.
Why?
They pop all the time.
Yours pop too, motherfucker.
Yours pop louder.
I don't.
All right, but no, but like this is so many horror video games, so many of them. The one that's probably the best about it, Resident Evil. If you don't ask the questions of why they aren't shooting doorknobs off with their guns. Because like everything in Resident Evil has to be physically tangible up until Resident Evil 7, where things get psychedelic. So it's like, all right, we got... this is kind of a non-issue with how the game works.
She can take a lethal amount of force to the neck from this tentacle monster and get right up and start a boss fight.
Yeah, and James can literally get hit by a great knife the size of his fucking body, shoved through a chain link fence by it, and fall 3 to 4 stories off of a fucking hospital and survive.
What's the term? Ludonarrative dissonance?
Yeah, ludonarrative dissonance. It's almost as if maybe the events aren't trying to kill the characters and more so present a challenge. Oh my god, that's amazing.
My legs are twitching.
I sent that to general instead of art. Whoopsies.
Good thing I was in general.
Just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. Just want to talk to him.
Just want to shoot him. Just want
Very
to shoot him.
accurate. Thank you. Also, like I don't think even Celtic knows this. Because we've talked about my fiance briefly. My fiance and I at an arcade. He found a shooting game and sucked at it. I said, give me the freaking rifle. I shot all the targets, and he was like, oh, is it because you're American? I was like, no.
You know what? No, it is because you're an American. I'm sorry, your blood runs red, white, and blue a little bit there. It's just inherently you're handed a vaguely shaped L-shaped object with a trigger, and just your reflexes kick in. You've taken the spice.
My fiance has been playing PS5 and he will never play a single PC game. But he convinced me to play The Last of Us, the remaster, on the PS5. He kept dying on the one of the first buildings that you're in as Joel. Meanwhile, I just freaking just rifle through that entire stage.
Well, okay, to be fair, you're also the kind of crazy person that plays Call of Duty on your fucking tablet. Like,
yeah.
Holy shit.
I'm sitting here, like,
And-
she's talking about this in voice chat in the Sketchy Huntsman,
Yeah.
and I'm sitting here, I'm like, I am sitting with a psychopath. Like,
And what's worse
I
is
feel
that
like
I
unsafe.
I went up to Grandmasters.
Use the
Grandmasters in
fuck
ranked
out of
match.
me?
And I was using the sniper rifle so much that they freaking, like, it cannot be a coincidence. After I got up to Grandmasters, the game fucking nerfed the sniper rifle. Where when you look through the scope, the enemy can see a giant fucking light. And they'll scream, "Sniper, watch out! Now I cannot shoot the newbies in ranked match." I'm so disappointed.
I'm terrified. I'll be 100% honest with that.
Hikaru asks, playing Call of Duty on a tablet? Apparently there's a Call of Duty on a tablet.
Yeah, I'm not surprised on that, but I'm just surprised of, like, we've got someone in the call that's just that fucking cracked, apparently.
Because I've played
Yeah.
things like I can barely play twin stick shooters on a fucking phone, let alone a full 3D game. I've had them like before, and they're painful.
But if she's pushed down 5 stairs, she's knocked out cold so hard she mentally teleports to another dimension. She could wield a fire axe so deftly that she could kill her demon.
It's almost like these things are not happening simultaneously, and you are simply seeing the breaks between them.
Also,
Mom and
it
4
doesn't
kids.
take a whole lot of
But she
skill
won't
to
knock
use
out
an
cold
axe.
so hard she mentally teleports to another dimension. She could wield a fire axe so deftly that she could kill her demon mom in 4 hits. But she
Oh yeah, I can hold this heavy chunk of iron above my head and then bring it down.
That's not deftly. That's hitting people with an axe. We've
She
been
is
over this with
not
Synthetic
fucking
Man.
graceful with an axe. Like,
Yeah, you hit people with it. It's not hard to make it a deadly weapon.
I know what graceful combat looks like, all right? I've studied it at this point pretty closely because of Ruby. I've done martial arts. I know what graceful fighting looks like with weapons. Hinako is not graceful. She's not deft. She is blunt force trauma.
To make it even better,
child.
I've done HEMA, I've done sword training, and I've done weapons training with specifically battle axes. No. There's no deft here. There's no real skill here. And
this is
frankly,
someone who has maybe chopped wood once or twice in her life using an improvised weapon.
And well, more than that, it's an axe. It's very easy to find the power stances for an axe.
Yeah. As long as you know the basic of an axe. Go up, go down. Problem solved. In fact, her light attack with the axe is so unwieldy that I almost never use it.
won't walk through waist-high water to escape the town that's trying
Don't
to
Okay,
go
one
another
minute,
fucking
this-
dimension.
start
She
on
could wield a
water.
fire
Don't
axe
no
so deftly
no.
that she
Please
could
pause.
I know.
I have a bone to pick with this woman.
Please.
Oh,
I have a
I'm
bone
right there with you. You know what? Draw me with
Okay.
the shotgun too. We both have shotguns.
Yeah, we're both going.
They just want to talk to him.
This game, the place that it's based on is Gifu. Twilight, you know what I'm about to say.
Yes,
But
I do.
Every fucking year, people die in Gifu because they drown in waist-high rivers. Because it is steep, it is fast, and it can kill you. Like,
Let me get
every
let me
year,
get a
and usually
picture of the
Demon
river.
Mom in 4 hits, but she won't walk through
that
waist
is not waist high. That is
high
deep.
water to escape
Yeah, I was
the
gonna
town
say,
that's
like-
trying to kill her and her friends. Sounds a bit
Wait,
like
wait,
a
yeah,
choosy
give me that
beggar.
bridge.
I don't want to
Oh.
get married. Entire time, and we never
Ugh.
even get his nearly out protective and caring. Considering Mary occasionally with
Ah,
his head's the
too far.
fucking end. The game
Where is
in
it?
an instant to the neck, 5 stairs. She could wield a fire axe so deftly that she could kill her demon mom in 4 hits. But she won't
Okay.
walk through waist
Pause.
high
No,
water
damn it.
to escape the
Ah!
town.
You know what? Fuck
You
it.
tried.
I tried.
You tried.
I the freaking
did try.
player didn't have my whatever. So that's ma'am,
That was
I
not
don't know if
waste.
you live near a river. I happen to live near the Ohio River. Okay?
Oh,
I happen to know something about how rivers and streams work. Water is not something you fuck with in the best of
Yeah, no.
circumstances.
There's a reason why water is called the life giver and ender.
A waist
I
high,
also-
a 3-inch puddle can drown a person.
Yeah. I also live near a very dangerous river. It's not a particularly fast one, but we do have some under the surface rapids that can be very deadly. I'm pretty sure that both of my grandparents, both of my great grandparents, excuse me, died in this river.
Yeah.
Many
Oh,
many
shit.
people have died in this river. There is at least one person every couple of years who dies in this river because either they don't respect it or they're not paying attention or whatever. There is an accident. One of my great grandparents, I do know for a fact, did die trying to ferry vehicles over because back in the day, like about, I want to say 60 or 70 years ago, we didn't really have a bridge over this river in this particular area. So what they did was they had a very rudimentary ferry system where you had like the floating wood, and you would put the car on it and you would ferry them over onto the other side. My great grandfather drowned doing that
Yup.
because it was very dangerous.
Izanagi says, F it, add me to the I just want to talk to him. Seriously, I barely know much about Japan, but man, I'm getting ticked off. I mean, to be fair, with your Toku knowledge, man, you probably know more than you think.
Yeah, probably.
Horribly biased, but I mean, look, fate at least makes you know the names. So I've lived near a lock that's 12 miles deep in places. It takes only a brief lapse in concentration and judgment for things to go south. Cotton gets heavy when wet. God damn, I had to learn as a Boy Scout how to make inflatable flotation devices out of your clothing. Like rip off your jeans and fill it with air, like that sort of thing. Do not. Okay, look, the depths of the river, that may look narrow. You have no idea how deep it is. That may not be waist high. That might be fucking 20 feet deep for all you know, with a very, very sharp fall off. That very much exists.
I just
Oh.
want to say, Celtic, please show the images that I sent in Team Jack General.
Yes, adding them.
I put in the rivers of the real rivers that have killed people in Japan, in Gifu, where this game is taking place. I have
The second
friends
one-
that live in Gifu, and they're like, "Oh yeah, our rivers in Gifu, you can't fuck with them. Like, we never go anywhere near these rivers."
But
Does this look like a dangerous river to you?
let's give
Yes.
a benefit of a doubt here in terms of, okay, maybe it's possible. It's a calm enough river. They live in the area. It's calm enough for them to swim across. This town has produced horrors beyond human comprehension, including but not limited to weird porcelain doll monsters with flesh inside, a gigantic flesh beast with a huge knife, and a scarecrow field that traps you in an infinite fog loop if you keep fucking up the puzzle. What is to say you walk 1 foot into this water and get attacked by something like any of the weird plant tendrils that have been able to grab and drag you down? What if you just get drowned by something out of nowhere? I ain't fucking with that.
I ain't fucking with possible Cthulhian monsters, man. Like, that shit, I read those books. I'm good.
I'm just livid.
People are like, "Oh,
Perfectly
Celtics
reasonable.
Ohioan?" I'm like, I don't think I've never not meant. I'm go Bengals. That tells you guys anywhere where I live. Not that I actually
I remember
see sports ball.
I remember that there was like an argument that you got into with somebody in the server that I moderated for, and I had to go back and forth between you because you guys were in other servers.
Oh, right,
And I
right,
was-
because he was from Cleveland, the worst,
Yeah.
the worst city in Ohio. And I can say that I have an uncle from Cleveland. He's a good guy. I just be like taking the jibes. But yeah. So first rule of anyone that lives near water knows: don't fuck with the water. Fuck! It is mentioned in one of the notes that it's not that rare for someone to drown in the irrigation canals of the rice fields.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit! It's like you've just decided not to pay attention to anything in this game. It's embarrassing. All
Also,
right.
just want to mention, because briefly, very briefly, that Overhyping says, I also can't swim, so it's extra deadly for me. I can't swim either. So
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe Hinako can't swim. Like, just like me,
Well,
for real.
Even then, maybe if
She's
Hinako
like-
can swim, but can Shu? Can Rinko? Like, there's also the fact that they don't want to abandon each other. Ignore that they abandon each other. That's a whole like weird pseudo reality.
Ignoring.
But like, Hinako's not abandoning her friends, and her whole thing is searching for them in the fog world. All right, well,
Town that's trying to kill her and her friends. Sounds a bit like a choosy beggar. I don't
Choosy
wanna get
beggar?
married. Actually,
fuck you, lady.
I just want to talk to her.
I-
I just
Oh,
want
you know what? Hey, Resident Evil, Raccoon City, just go on a highway and leave. There's not anything out there that might possibly kill you. Like, I don't know, several of the military checkpoints that are set up specifically to kill anyone trying to flee the zombie-infected city. I'm sorry. Are you rock stupid? Ed Saminsky, Silent Hill 4
Don't
mentioned
insult-
a ghost hands in the town lake. I mean, maybe not directly comparable, but I would definitely not doubt something like that is lurking under the if they tried to go that way.
Also, by the way, don't insult rocks.
Oh fuck, you're
Yeah,
right.
that's true.
Yeah, her friend licks them. All right.
Oh my god.
do. Actually, I don't. Okay, but maybe I do if he's really hot. But I won't climb this fence to do it. As for the theme of the game, it's fitting, but it
Oh,
isn't
no.
terribly subtle. They bash you over
Oh, I cannot wait for this.
Okay, let's hear
Everyone
this out.
brace for impact. Go to yellow alert.
the head over and over and over that Hinako is an outlier when most women are a product of their time, living in a society where they're mistreated and objectified. It's one thing to have this as a strong theme. It's another thing to say this outright.
She's my partner, so she's always mine. I'm just lending her to you.
Stop treating me like an object.
Imagine if Heather walked around in Silent Hill 3 writing shit in her journal like, I really hope I'm not pregnant. God, that would be the worst. I mean, by the 5th time you saw the boob mom enemy, you probably got the idea. Silent Hill's
I'm in
themes are
pain.
Hold yourself back.
Yeah.
Hold
We're
yourself back.
rarely spoken out loud. Always show, don't tell. This felt direct and heavy-handed. But this is coming from a game that feels it needs to tell me to walk down a hallway, so I don't know what I expected. By the
A lot of games do that shit. What are you
That's
talking
most
about?
games
Why are
I
you
will
do.
say,
bitching?
I'm not a fan of the like it's another comment against the game. I'm not a fan of the direction it actually like giving you directions. However, I can recognize that there is they're trying to appeal to an audience that apparently don't have brains.
Also, go to Team Jacked Art real quick, Celtic, for 2 things.
Oh.
You just want to talk to him. You just want to talk to him. And also, Celtic packing heat.
Oh my god.
It's so good. I love it.
It is good.
Also like how can you just
What I like about this
criticize
is
that?
it's just like I love this so much. But what I like about this is, yes, congratulations, you've achieved level 1 of the themes. Now, please can proceed onto levels 2 through 20. Like you can now explore the deeper levels of all this conversation, and then also explore what it means to different characters at different times and their relationships and how they've developed as a result of this. It's almost as if they are products of their fucking time.
Yeah, like you can women were not treated well in the 1960s. What do you want Hinako to say? Hinako's whole world is revolved around seeing unhappy women around her when her mother tells her that getting married is the happiest she'll ever be. That is the greatest happiness a woman can ever have. And then it is contrasted by literally seeing her mother be belittled by her own husband, someone who's supposed to bring her happiness. What do you want Hinako to think? But I'd say that's an unhealthy thing to ask because this entire game makes you think, you know, like it's
Again, like it fascinates me just because the the birds are talking now. I found it. There we go. Because I only saw the shotgun one. We just want to talk to him. We just want to talk to him. I love that. I love that so much. Yugok says, River Witness experience. My brother fell into water up to his neck, quickly jumped 2 feet ahead, only waist deep. You don't always know the depth. Yeah, no, fucking
Yeah.
Never, even in crystal clear water, especially in crystal clear water, you cannot tell the depth. Light refraction fucks up your perception of depth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I am baffled that, like, there was no consideration, because that was why I was, through the entire game on my first playthrough, was like, it can't be that simple. And the more I dug, the more I found. And the more I found, the more I was enriched as a person. And clearly, you might not be a person.
Way, I'm sure I would have had a 10 times worse experience playing this game in English, but I played it in Japanese as God intended. The English VA seemed alright, but it completely destroys the tone and immersion and just makes it feel even more like I'm watching an anime. Anyway, enough about Hinako's...
Again with the fucking anime thing. That's fucking racist. I'm sorry.
I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of the English voice acting. It might just be dissonance from seeing Japanese, like, natives speaking English. I don't know, maybe it's someone with the lip work.
Noel, don't ever speak English in front of him if you meet in person.
No.
Apparently
like,
it's not natural.
I feel like there's something that doesn't line up with the English dialogue.
No, Celtic. Over here, Noel has to go like, Mitsubishi Samurai.
the scary movie reference.
But seriously, though, I think the biggest thing, I mean, like, Twilight is helping me watch the My Hero Academia dub, and it's one of the greatest and worst experiences ever. Because I won't say exactly why, but I think the biggest thing is the way I know, like the biggest thing that kind of puts me off on a lot of dubs, especially in games, is that when the Japanese version, like the original version for this game particularly, it's natural. And in English, it doesn't sound natural for some reason. It's not the race of the character that's speaking. It is more the way these characters talk. So, like, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. Her saying that it's like I'm watching an anime. I don't blame her if she watches dub.
Yeah, I was gonna say the
I don't blame her, but
I'm right there with you. Like I actually, it's like a point of criticism I kind of agree with in terms of the English dub doesn't sound quite right, and not in like the good way. It definitely has the I remember there was a period in Power Rangers where they had a Japanese director come in and direct the characters, but they were all still in English. So if you get these awkward, like stilted deliveries that don't feel quite right. Even though it's native English speakers speaking it, the director had them do it in a way. I mean, Silent Hill 2, the original voice acting was done by a Japanese director, and it was very peculiar. The English-speaking actors were like, "Are you sure you want me to say it this way? Really? Or are you sure you want me to say this line? It sounds kind of weird and silly." I don't know much about spaceships. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you. That's from Always Red. Why do you get the pizza when I can get the crust? Well, I get the crust.
Oh, they're talking about the Digimon dub.
Oh, right. Look,
Yeah,
the Digimon dub is actually a completely separate topic in terms of like that's way more complicated.
Yeah, like it's a bad dub for the modern day, but for 1999 it was actually fairly okay. But they are talking about like Apocalypse, which is kind of cringe but also kind of fun with how cringe it was, because they were trying to convey this really horrifying concept to 7 to 12-year-olds, and just soften it.
Yeah.
So it came off as like really cringe.
It's like I wonder how much of that was on Saban and how much because like we know that Saban ordered the team to do things certain ways, so they had their hands tied.
Yeah.
I do want to do something really quick here, something you only get as a when I am here. So, I would like to read to you the first sentence of what Hinako writes in her diary in the game, both in English and Japanese, and how you can hear the difference in it, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
how vocal direction can change it. So I'm just going to read like the first few sentences, so this won't be long. 私のこと、何もかも平凡だと思う。目立つことは、女子の中では背が高いことくらい。The English version. Me. There's not a single extraordinary thing about me, except maybe being tall for a girl my age. Now, if I read that kind of naturally, but though I feel like the way they're reading this is me. There's not a single extraordinary thing about me, except maybe being tall for a girl my age. That sounds different.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I was gonna say,
no, I get it.
And the thing is, the main actress for Hinako in English is the same one that plays Yuffie in the Final Fantasy VII remake series. She's a phenomenal actress, so I have to say this is probably a direction issue in terms of how it should be approached at the very least. I don't think the actors are bad. I just think that it's a weird dub.
Yeah, like
I'm positive it's a weird dub.
Yeah, I think so too. So honestly, props to this person in the video for playing it in Japanese. I would like to say thank you. Despite us we would not agree on anything about the game, but I'm glad that she at least played in Japanese.
Congratulations, whatever your name is, Versy. You've got 1 point.
You've achieved the bare minimum.
No,
she only has 1 point.
Well, she has 1 point on one board. She has a bunch of negatives in the other, so.
Well, no, Synthetic Man had 2, remember?
Oh shit, no. You're right! Synthetic Man back! Well, to be fair,
he did have 2. He did have 2.
To be fair, that was on combat stuff, so let's see if she has something to say.
Very bad, no good day. We need to talk about how the game actually plays.
Oh, there we go.
The first thing you'll notice is that combat is more action-oriented than classic survival horror. You now have basically a super dodge, where your character jumps back fucking 15 feet like lightning, and a stamina bar. If you perfect dodge,
And you want to know why?
Bitsuni
Because
dong,
enemies have
bitsuni
incredible amount of fucking reach. Those enemies will fucking pin you down if you try to exploit the dodge.
I
I don't know if I know nothing. You there, buddy?
I was gonna say, one my fiance and I wondered if we wanted to get the game. Something my fiance kept saying over and over again was, I mean, the protagonist does do a backstep. Like that's what he says. And I was like, what's wrong with doing the backstep?
They will
Yeah,
reach
he
you
thought
about
that-
your car's extended warranty.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, damn it. I know nothing. You literally vanished when your input is the most important. Oh, no.
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 it restores your stamina bar. You can also counter and use focus attacks, as well as grow a giant fox arm and bash monsters with it later in the game, which is the only weapon that actually felt good to use. Not that that was Silent Hill, but it was something. There's a sanity mechanic, which
Wait.
She's talking mechanics.
Oh.
No, not that it was good to use. What do you mean by that?
It felt good to use, not that it was Silent Hill.
Okay, explore that.
Yeah, explore that. Define your terms. Like maybe we'll see what she says of what a Silent Hill combat should be.
purposes is turned off in story difficulty, which is the default. But you still get messages bothering you about it even when it doesn't apply. I actually forgot to use my focus for most of the game, mostly because it warned me that using it too much would eventually hit my health, so I left it alone. I
do say one of the she kind of touches upon, I don't know if I'd give it a point. I found the game could have probably been smarter about introducing gameplay mechanics as opposed to giving you pop-ups like this. There's a bunch of different theories on how you handle introducing game mechanics. There are pop-ups in different ways and shapes in this game. I feel like they could have probably made it a more smooth experience instead of, either pausing the game to tell you something or having it pop up on the left to give you, like, tooltips. Because I do find them, like, it goes with the whole I don't like them telling you what to do angle. I don't like that popping up in the corner because for me, it kind of ruins immersion. In fact, I like that the earlier games in Silent Hill never had like an on-screen health bar. It was always something you had to check on, like old Resident Evil games. I think we're past that, unfortunately, in terms of like a lot of games in UI. But I feel like we could have always gotten some refinement here. I don't think it's the biggest deal, though. And
Yeah.
realized late in the game why the counter window was so short. You have to expend focus to see it. If you miss one...
No, you don't. Like, you can...
Yeah, what the heck are you talking about?
In fact, there's an Omamori, one of the equipable items in the game, that stacks... it increases how much damage you deal for every successful counter you do without focusing. And you can stack that 5 times. It's actually part of the most optimal build in the game where you can just keep on countering. And if you pull that off, you do ridiculous amounts of damage.
What do you think got me through my first playthrough? That shit is like disgustingly easy to do.
Oh shit, wait, the counters or the Omamori?
The counters.
Okay, yeah, that learning the counter system, I barely touch focus. Like, I just use it as an extra defense against those kinds of attacks.
Nah, I abused the fuck out of that.
tutorial message pop up at the beginning when they're inundating you with combat information, you'll never hear about it again. And they never actually test you on it to make sure you know how to use it. Something Super Mario Brothers did in 1985. Anyway,
What? What? The fuck are you talking about?
You had to read the fucking manual in Super Mario Bros, but you could just jump in blindly with that shit.
That was like, oh no. What? Actually, don't.
Oh no, I can move to the right and I can jump. That's it. That's all I can do.
That is a combat tutorial?
Also, I'm sorry. The journal has a tutorial section that has all those written down that you can always check at all times. So
also, further than that, sorry, this is something for Elden Ring. Why are you putting fucking Stormblade on a katana? What is wrong with you? There's no point of that.
Let's roll back on what she said here.
And why the counter window was so short. You have to expend focus to see it. If you miss one tutorial message pop-up at the beginning when they're inundating you with combat information, you'll never hear about it again. And they never actually test you on it to make sure you know how to use it. Something Super Mario Bros. Did in 1985.
Okay. You don't, like, the game expected you to read the tutorial. If you skip past it, it doesn't. You have to hold the A button. You have to hold a button down in order to close the tutorials once you get to the end. The game makes sure that you have read this and you are willingly skipping past it.
Yeah, if the game literally pauses the entire world state of what is happening to give you information and you don't take that in, frankly, that's on you. That's not the game.
I thought it was fucking handholdy as fuck. I was annoyed at how much I'm like, okay, I don't dock it any points because it's just how you convey the information when you don't have many more options. But like, I knew what I was fucking doing. The worst thing is I didn't understand where my damaged weapon health was indicated. And I found that after like looking back into the tutorial page and be like, oh, it's the crescent moon. Okay.
Anyway, your typical rotation is to get a couple hits in, circle the enemy, and... Oh, wrong footage, sorry.
No.
If I have to hear that again, I will clarify. Remember what I said. You cannot exploit the dodge like you can in Dark Souls. You can, as long as you have the stamina for it, you can keep on rolling and dodging. In this game, if you dodge too quickly in succession, Hinako gets staggered, leaving you open for attacks. It is far more punishing than Dark Souls is. Do not try and say that it isn't.
This is not a Souls-like. This is not Elden Ring or anything close to that. The closest thing that it has is that, yes, it has a stamina management system, but it's not even close to what you're supposed to do for those particular systems. For, say, Elden Ring, you're supposed to effectively use the dodge as both a means of going into the boss to get your attack opportunity, as well as get out of danger. And in Silent Hill F, you're using it specifically to get out of danger and not panic dodge, because as Raymond has already said, if you keep doing it, you're just going to get staggered, and then they'll just combo you to death.
There are strats involving dodging into the enemy attacks, but that requires a specific omamori, where you want to basically try and get a perfect dodge. You want to try and bait something specific.
Meanwhile,
it requires still a lot of placement and timing and not abusing the dodge.
9 times out of 10 for Souls games, dodging into an attack is the optimal thing to do.
Yes, it is not in here. If you dodge into an attack, you are... this game is unforgiving when it comes down to hitboxes, to the point people get really annoyed when you're, like, in an animation to go through, like, a door, and the enemy hits you as you're opening the door. It doesn't give you iframes. This game just does not fucking fuck with you. If you're in danger, you either clear out the threats or make sure they are not close when you're going through something. So... it's not like Dark Souls.
You'll want to dodge when they telegraph an impending strike and be ready to counter when possible, watching out for any AoE attacks or change in the enemy's pattern. By the time you get to the boss fights, the game isn't even recognizable as survival horror anymore, let alone Silent Hill. You're deep in the thralls of Soulsborne Ring style.
No.
No.
Like
I feel insulted deep in my soul.
I will
right
say
now.
I don't find the final bosses outside of the Shiramuku particularly scary. Like, unlike, and this is not really a point in her favor ultimately, because like the Incubus as a final boss is basically a version of Baphomet. It looks like Baphomet. Or it could be, if you get a different ending, It could literally be an angelic woman. And literally those fights you can literally just time out. You just have to sit back and not do anything, and it will eventually just end. Silent Hill 2, Maria and Mary are kind of creepy. They're like, a caged woman in an upside down bed. I think all the final bosses are pretty horrific. This is the one that has possibly the least scary final bosses, but I don't know if that's really the most you want to gauge that on.
Yeah.
Honestly, sorry, you go first.
I was going to say, K Canada, the final bosses are where I've seen the most consistent criticism. And frankly, yeah, the final boss gauntlets for F are probably the most grueling, if that's the word to use for the game.
Yeah, I would say actually the final bosses are actually really fun and a great time. I really love fighting, especially the Tsukogami. But the real issue is the enemy gauntlets that precede the last bit.
Yeah.
The last, I want to say, fifth of the game is like just a series of enemy gauntlets, and that felt wrong. That felt not conducive to a lot of things, and I think that's a fair criticism because it does burn a lot of people out when you're supposed to replay this game multiple times.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would like to know what these people wanted as a final boss. Like, I would love to hear it. Like, okay, if you didn't like the final boss, okay, like bring up, okay, what mechanisms in the boss fight did you not like? Or is it the bosses themselves? What would you have preferred? Because that would be an interesting conversation that we can have without me being mad at you for, looking at my country and just saying anime 5 times in this video.
Also, Gio, I need to clarify. It's not a boss rush. It's an enemy loss. It's an enemy
Yeah,
rush.
it's
the bosses, there's no boss rush. There is the final true ending boss series is a flip back and forth between 2 different bosses. And it's actually kind of novel. Like, I don't know if I've ever experienced that where the final boss is you fighting 2 bosses simultaneously. Like, in terms of, like, in one realm and another.
Yeah, it's pretty unique overall, frankly, but it's not something of, like, say, like, you have to do phase 1, then phase 2, then phase 3, then phase 4 type shit.
Yeah, I will say, like, and the thing is, like, mechanically, I actually really love the bosses. It's more the design of the character, like, the actual enemy, I don't find particularly horrific. And I wish that I could. Now, mind you, thematically, there was a lot of detail on these bosses. Max Durrott, who did a great job breaking down a lot of symbolism in the game.
Oh yeah, holy shit, the art direction of this game was so hard.
Yeah, he talked about all the different details of the Tsukogami and, like, all the different items and weapons he wields and how it relates to particularly the Jizo Buddha statues that you see throughout the game. And, like, there's a lot of detail here. I just think that it maybe leaned too much into Japanese spiritualism and not enough into the Silent Hill horror aesthetic that all the other enemies have in spades. Like, all the enemies are gorgeously grotesque. I don't know why the final bosses outside of the Shiramuku don't quite hit that note.
To be fair to the final bosses with that intention, with the entire story built around them, they are meant to be these abstraction of gods that are effectively using Silent Hill as their chessboard. So their fights are more reactive of them and their state of in the world than Silent Hill itself.
Well, just a thought that occurred to me. I would have loved the fight with Shichibi and Kyubey if there was more use of, say, like, their fur, instead of being fur, were the spider lilies and the fleshy meat that you had seen cropping up around the town to show that this is the level of corruption they have pervaded into Hinako's world, that they are made of the corruption that they are spreading, that sort of thing. And then for the Tsukogami, I don't know what I would do with him, because the threats maybe go more for, like, decay of some sort because it's the dead tree. Yeah, something like that. I feel like they could have pushed these designs into a more horrific direction. But that's the mildest of complaints.
I will say I do really love the detail that this game was released right around the Ohigan, which is like a very special Japanese Buddhist event where it's basically like Obon, but it's in autumn instead. But yeah, it's basically that you kind of get in touch with your ancestors, and I thought it
Oh.
was genius. Yeah, that Higanbana, this red spider lilies, are named. There's a lot of reasons why they're named like that, but Higan also means departure or reunion. Like it has a lot of symbolism to it, and I really appreciate it because right from the get-go, I was like, okay, why is it an Ohigan? Like Ohigan, I mean Higanbana. I was like, oh, it was making me think a lot of stuff.
You're right, Gio. Rinko and Sakuko both have excellent boss designs that are grotesque and weirdly
Yes.
like that's actually, this is something I need to touch on. One of the more interesting elements that I was reminded of rewatching some of the Dina stuff is that there was an interview talking about the beauty in horror that a lot of the design practices in the early Silent Hill games try to tap into. And I think this game, that's why I describe them as beautifully grotesque. This game creates designs that I find captivating and beautifully disgusting in a way that I can't quite articulate. It's like a new combination of sensations, but I always liken it to the most amazing car wreck you have ever seen, where it's like the glittering of blood in a streetlight. It's like these things that are horrifying but captivating, almost mesmerizing. And I think almost every enemy in this game, except for the two final bosses, capture that. It's really like my mind frustration with those two. It's like, you guys were on a fucking roll. Why'd you drop the ball here? Yeah, it's like they're pretty standard versions of those types of creatures. Kind of wanted them to reflect more of Hinako. The first final boss is a bit of the bride thing, but needed more. No, the first final boss I found was fine. I just thought we would get more grotesque with the bosses instead of more not. All right.
Now, I'm a huge fan of those games, but that kind of action is not appropriate for Silent Hill. If I'm busy trying to pull off perfect dodges and counters and I'm in awe of the spectacle of the fight, I'm not going to be scared. But I'm not the only one using the Souls-like term here, and it seems the game's producer isn't happy about it. Many players, he suggested, seem to assume that any game with a stamina bar and a dodge function automatically qualifies.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about that.
Yeah.
And it's really fucking annoying.
It has gotten
It
obnoxious.
is annoying.
Fucking, okay, so it's a very interesting comparison. Is Armored Core a Souls-like, lady? Because Armored Core, I'm flying around in a giant mech, but you know what the giant mech has? An energy bar. AKA a stamina bar.
You want to know the funniest thing, Celtic?
Yeah.
We still haven't moved away from Breath of the Wild and Zelda.
Yeah, no, I was literally just about to bring it up. Like, Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword, Tears of the Kingdom, they have stamina bars too.
Yep.
They have dodge functions.
Yep. They have counter functions.
Yep.
We haven't.
Anyone out here is arguing that Breath of the Wild or
you.
2K25
Bro.
are Souls-likes. Your boss battles look indistinguishable from Elden Ring.
Tell me how they're different, lady.
Tell me how
Yeah.
Is it
Tell
just
me how they're different.
visual? Is it maybe because, guess what? Elden Ring and Dark Souls were made by Japanese developers, and there might be some similarity in how they handle those shit? Like,
You don't want to be a fucking seer.
Like, I guarantee you, if you give Breath of the Wild a realistic coat of paint, it's going to look a lot like fucking Dark Souls. Because that's just, the aesthetic is so deeply rooted with Japanese developers currently. The only reason Breath of the
Yes.
Wild stands out this way is because it's cell shaded. It's going for a very specific aesthetic. Meanwhile, if you're going for some level of hyper realism, you're going to wind up looking a little bit samey.
I want to say something really quickly here
Please.
about this person's comment about how this game is not scary. To me, it was terrifying. And I want to kind of talk about how I resonated with the story of this game, which is I used to be Hinako. Scary how similar we were. Although I wasn't necessarily a tomboy in my school, I like or night or neither did I grow up in a very traditional time at all. But I'm literally going to be 23. I am not I was not born in a like traditional time of Japan. But why did I relate to Hinako even though we're from, different times despite being in the same country? Is her perception of fear of becoming a woman. It is the exact same kind that I had when I started encountering, funny enough, a lot of, well, kind of how people from particularly the Western side of the world was talking about femininity, and it scared me. The moment when I became a high schooler, funny enough, when I was 15, I started encountering more like discussions online about women and like also specifically in Japan, they're how I think Twilight mentioned this in your in the previous stream with Synthetic Men about women um, even though getting a job they would have to sacrifice their careers to stay at home and take care of a child when she's pregnant. That is a concept that has terrified me for a lot of reasons. Like it the moment when I saw the pregnant monster, that is terrifying to me because that's literally how I thought about being pregnant maybe in my lifetime. The feeling that something uncontrollable is happening inside of me, feeling like a literal parasite. It is growing in my body and making me feel things that I didn't feel usually, making me either more hungry, less hungry, maybe even sick with just smelling specific foods. Don't even get me started on the physical pain that you would have to go through, and women having some sort of time limit of having a child. It is something that has always terrified me. And that monster in the game terrified me because it is exactly how, like, my fears of pregnancy and becoming a mother was personified. It was literally that.
It's one of those like I weirdly kind of right there with you in that like I very much want to have kids one day. And the idea of putting someone I love through what I would hope to be a benevolent experience, but I know very often can be just as miserable for a lot of women. It's like, God, that's a fucking like there are some women that really take the pregnancy. They actually really like it. But there's a lot of women out there that go through really rough pregnancies. And I'm like, God, that's such a fucked up crapshoot right there. Because you just don't know until it happens. And it's like the idea of someone being stuck with that, if it's just a bad roll of the dice, and it's like, oh no. I feel so like I have sympathy pains for them.
Yeah, and also, recently I read the diary of my mother when she was pregnant with me. Obviously she didn't write to the extent of how bad her pregnancy was, but it was terrifying. I imagine for her as well as someone who was really passionate about her job, being, although excited to have a child, she also wanted to work. She I'm pretty sure like, you know, women who love their work who are pregnant, this is probably not something every woman goes through, but I imagine some do, which is I love my job. Can I come back to this after I have a child? Can I go back to the life that I had before? What would people think of me after I have this child? Like,
it's
terrifying.
weirdly paralyzing because like I'm out here like I don't feel like I'm in a space where I can have a kid, but even if I ever get to that, it's like, well, I have to keep working to support the family, but I also want to be there to support my wife and kid. Like I want to be there like emotionally and physically to be able to care for them, but I know I'm not going to be able to because I have to go out and do work, and I have to be at some level of distance at some points in order to get the work done. It's like I'm terrified of being neglectful and like just thinking about all the things that go into just that one fucking monster, because like someone had to point it out, there is a second creature underneath it which may represent a man supporting the woman on his back, a faceless, unforgiving, and it's not a monster purely geared at the suffering of women during pregnancy, but the result that men can also suffer as a result of it because they are trying to support the woman as well. It's like it's a very complicated monster design, and it fucking terrifies me because I want kids. I don't want to put anyone through suffering. And if I I don't want to put a woman through a horrible situation where they're just not, they're miserable and don't want to do those things, and then they have the kid, and I don't want to be an absentee parent. I don't want to like not be there for that, but I also know like inherently I have this anxiety of I can't always be there. And it's like, God, that monster fucked me up.
Yes. Exactly. So this woman saying that this game is not scary obviously has not put in the thought of the terrifying yet rewarding, in a way, experiences of being a woman.
It's
And
the perfect example of the like a microcosm of the themes of it's a risk reward. It's like you have to make the choice about this, and if you're forced into it, you're absolutely going to be miserable. But even if you make the choice to go into it, you might end up miserable. It's terrifying.
Yeah, like also just there's so many things that I might bring up later, but the thing that this game, like, like I said, I used to be Hinako, where I was cynical of things that were quote unquote feminine, right? And God, I was like, wow, the way Hinako views this world is kind of how I used to view it until I met my fiance. Like that I was, repressed as a woman, which I mean, I am not denying that. I am not denying that. Um, but like also, I mean, Hinako's case is absolutely grounded in reality. However, she lacks the complexity of how each family situation could be different. Like, I have had to deal with this fear of being a Japanese woman, and now I would like to elaborate on what a Japanese woman. I say this as a stereotype, and I know this is a bad stereotype. How I viewed it was I would have to quit my job, be a stay-at-home mom, cook meals every day, not get a single break, and would have to deal with the in laws. Now, I had to see that for myself when I came into my fiance's family home. By the way, for those of you who don't know, I don't live with just my fiance. I live with his parents, his middle sister, his older sister has her own family, and his grandmother. I have seen both the good and bad of a traditional, at least on the traditional side, of a Japanese family. Something that terrified me, but also was like, maybe it isn't as bad as I thought it was.
Maybe maybe there is something here that is worth there's something here that makes it appealing to people.
Yes, and yeah, it's just like this game, yeah, is it like obvious? Yeah, but you also have to remember this is all from Hinako's perspective of how she views society, on how she thinks society views women, which is, grounded, but also very, very, like, taken to 100. Literally the first monsters you encounter in this game are walking like dolls that have knives in them. I would imagine symbolizing how, women are only viewed as something to look at, to grace your eyes upon, but also like the knives that they're holding are meant to try to sculpt her into the ideal women that people are trying to
The
make her into. That
description
is,
for those
it's
things
terrifying.
is that it is a creature that has been cut apart and then stitched back together in weird and unseemly ways. And it's like it has been stitched together for someone else's visual, like not their own benefit, but for someone else's. It's like, oh, and it wants to do that to you. It's like it kind of rings a little bit of that one folklore myth, that one like children's horror story about the woman with the Glasgow smile or whatever, like she has like her lips cut. It actually has a little bit of a ring to that now that I think about it.
But also, I do want to cut in for a second, because you mentioned, like, specifically now they want to do it to you. That is how women treat other women in society, because that is how we're forced to treat other women in society, where we have these bad things happen to us. And throughout all of history, throughout all of human history, when it came to women interacting with other women, when we said at the beginning of the stream that women have taken part in contributing to the patriarchy, or to harmful societal depictions of gender, women take part in that. That is because that is what they do. When women look at the way things are, and when they see a woman trying to press up against it, trying to break out of the system, they hold them down.
Hi, Rinko.
They
How's
say
it going?
you can't. Yeah, they say you can't get out of this. I'm suffering this. Why do you get to escape? You have to be the one to also handle this burden just like the rest of us.
Yeah, like, and see, that's another terrifying thing that this game brings up subtly, mind you, and something that is terrifying because it is rooted in reality.
Yep. This game is such an existential nightmare. I love it.
It's banal in the best ways possible because you can imagine several of these instances happening in real life.
But yes, I want to at least address, because we were technically speaking about mechanics, but we got off into a really deep and interesting dissection of the monster design that this woman has completely ignored. Hikaru says, "Is Metroid Dread a Souls-like?"
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yeah, that's hilarious. But you know what? You know what is considered a Souls-like and is very interesting? Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's considered a Souls-like, even though it doesn't have a stamina bar.
Nope.
It's a Souls-like because it has the respawn mechanic, and that's really it. It's also hard
Functionally,
as balls.
yeah. Well, okay, no, Hollow Knight is not hard as balls. I'm stopping right there. I'm not continuing. It's not that hard.
Okay, so you're fighting the Radiance on only 3 HP. Gotcha.
I've already platinumed it, my man.
I know.
Cannot pretend you do not see. Weapons lose durability.
Oh yeah, also, it's so uncommon to have battles on top of mirror sheens of water. That's such an uncommon... It's almost as if that's maybe a cultural thing in Japan, and something that carried over
That's
into...
huge.
I don't know what originally inspired it. I have to imagine it's either some folklore or it's the... it's that one torii gate that's out in the lake that's really cool. Like,
there's
several instances of that in Japanese mythology of some sort.
I mean, there are a lot of tories here.
Well, there's a bunch of different things of like Susanoo and his dance on the lake, and it's like the moon being reflected in the lake. Izanagi uh, like bathing himself in the water and giving birth to the big three Shinto gods that are his children. Like there's a lot of shit
Yeah,
that
it's like-
is like the reflection of the water.
Like, it visually, it's supposed to be invoking the realm of the fucking gods. Where do you think this battle is happening?
Souls likes. Your boss battles look indistinguishable from Elden Ring.
Excuse you,
cannot
by the way.
pretend you do not see. Weapons lose
Also-
durability and break, which I know bothers some people.
Wow,
What?
you mean just
Whoa,
like
whoa.
Breath of Wild?
Oh, okay. We're watching this from the beginning again,
No,
guys.
no.
It's another
No,
6
no.
Said
hours.
Silent Hill.
In that sense, I'm out. Bye.
Trying to find the
Wow,
actual-
what happened there?
I don't know. I didn't touch
Someone
anything.
hit 0.
You know, maybe watch together also hates this video.
Maybe.
Yeah. Another. So about the like weapons lose durability and break, we haven't gone away from the Zelda allegations.
Yep. Well, even then, like, durability was never really that big of a deal in Dark Souls. Like, the worst it ever
No,
got
no,
was a glitch in, like, Dark Souls, was it 2? Where the frame
It's
rate
2.
doubling fucked everything up?
Correct. And even then, it's very easy to manage. It's not an issue overall. Like the durability of weapons in Souls games is functionally just
It's a vestige.
yeah, more than anything.
Meanwhile, in Silent Hill F, weapon durability is a big fucking, like, resource management element that was, remember one of those big points you had about resource management? Oh, I wonder.
Uh-huh.
Interesting. You have to make the hard call whether to run past this enemy or beat them to shit with your rusty pipe that might break any minute.
Izanagi, pretty sure Elden Ring doesn't even have durability.
Oh, it does.
It does. Like, there's durability of different weapons, but functionally they last so long that it might as well not really be a thing.
I'm pretty sure they just, like, repair when you sit down at a bonfire.
They do.
Or something. Yeah, they just automatically. It's such a vestigial system. I don't know why they keep bothering with it.
Correct. Like Crazy Fells, even if a weapon breaks in Souls games, it's technically still usable. Yeah, 100%. It's you're talking to someone who has beaten Dark Souls 1 with a broken straight sword. Like, it's very easy to work with.
C. Weapons lose durability and break, which I know bothers some people, but I played on default difficulty, so I rarely had any problem with it. You can pick up various
Just
goodies
like
and
Breath of the
trinkets
Wild,
throughout the
like I
game,
said before.
and you can either use these at the save shrines to obtain what are basically Paper Mario badges to equip for various
Nani?
effects, or you can pawn
What?
them.
What?
You did not just fucking call the Omamori some fucking paper bags. You're gonna be cursed by Japanese
I need
God
to
if you ever
clarify.
say that.
Mechanically, they're very similar to the badges from Paper Mario, which are the game's way of customizing your playstyle in Paper Mario. I get the reference. It feels, while not inaccurate, disconcertingly insulting.
Yeah,
Because
Yeah.
honestly, that
I-
system is actually way more deep because you actually have the way they handle limited slots is actually a little more intricate. This is actually a much more simplified system.
I would not dare my luck calling an omamori something like a fucking paper bag. I'm not suicidal like that. I'm sorry.
Izanagi, you know what? Fuck it. Add me to the shotgun drawing. This feels insulting as hell, and I'm not even Japanese. I guess Zero, if you're still listening, add a very awkward 6'1". Is he Korean? Is that right, or is he Vietnamese?
No, he's Chinese.
He's Chinese.
He's Chinese. Oh, a 6 foot tall Chinese lad. Very awkward.
Oh, we still have to get that picture of Isa so that we can awkwardly Photoshop him into our group photo.
Yes.
yes. Oh, Singaporean Chinese. Okay, I knew you weren't from the typical allotment of Asian ethnicities. You're a little more refined in where you came from. I just didn't know where.
Back to the gods and use that resource to upgrade Hinako's stat.
What's this music? Excuse you?
Is this So the first thing that came to my head, by the way, when I heard this, you know that like Japanese trap music they had for Yosuke during the Assassin's Creed Shadow?
No, don't bring up that game. Do
My
not
apologies.
bring up that game.
My apologies.
I'm sorry, but like that was fucking chopsticks. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Like that was like the most stereotypical Chinese. Like what is this music from?
I have no idea, man.
Why are you playing
Maybe
it?
it's from things like Pixabay or something. I don't know. Like
to obtain what are basically Paper Mario badges to equip for various effects, or you can pawn them back to the gods and use that resource to upgrade Hinako's stats.
That's
Wait,
Chinese music.
You can't pawn them back. Like once you have an Omamori, you have it. It's permanent. You cannot sell them for the faith.
I was gonna say I don't remember them being a sell mechanic or anything like that. This isn't
like, the only thing you can sell are expendable items.
Also, this screenshot of Dark Souls 1, you have like 200,000 souls and you have that little health and stamina. The fuck are you doing with your life?
What are you fucking leveling?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I really want to point this out because I'm absolutely freaking triggered by the Chinese like music that was playing in the background. If you guys want to listen to a very authentic soundtrack that, that's not made by a Japanese company, but nailed the Japanese like music, Genshin Impact. Absolutely nailed it. Celtic. Hear me out. They got the melody of a very famous song called Sakura, I think, and they made a whole ass freaking badass theme song to like what was her name? Like Lighting? I don't know.
Average Panda. Look, we're joking about the shotgun stuff, and but no, It does not need to be struck. No, no. Look, it's bad. It's a bad video, but that's not a strikeable offense. All right. Even being vaguely racist, like if we did that to everyone, there'd be like no one on YouTube.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a bit familiar.
I just wanted to mention it.
I didn't really find the upgrade system that rewarding, but maybe I used it poorly. I don't know. I put all my points into stamina like I do in every game I play, but each upgrade only gave me like 8% more. At the end of the game, I probably should have just maxed badge slots, but I didn't like any of the ones I got, and I didn't want to play the lottery to get more.
I'm sorry? You didn't like the spider, which reduces your weapon durability for light weapons?
Probably talking about the aesthetic.
Oh.
Oh, but the spider is fine.
And more like upgrading
zero?
Upgrading stamina for every game that you play. Do you play Souls games? Because I'm sorry, you don't need to upgrade stamina that much.
My early Souls games, yeah, probably wise. Modern Souls games like 3 and Elden Ring.
Oh, it's almost like it's not a Souls game.
Yeah, like no. The thing that you upgrade for 3 and Elden Ring is vitality. So it's like your health bar. Frankly, your stamina bar is a secondary to half the shit that you do.
So what we're learning here is you're shit at Souls games too, Versy.
Yes.
You need endurance only for carry weight. I mean, yeah, but if you're like good.
Well, no. Okay, so moving beyond that, actually, you don't need that endurance for carry weight. That's only for Elden Ring. For other games, there's a specific stat called Vitality that works for your carry weight. Which, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go on to a Souls rant.
No, don't worry. It's okay. We'll get there. But all to say, once you really master the system in this, you don't need all that much stamina because, again, you get stun locked if you dodge twice in quick succession. So it's really you can really manage your stamina pretty easily in this game if you
I-
understand the mechanics.
I didn't do much into stamina for my first playthrough, and I felt fine.
Be honest with me, this woman a game journalist. In the rarest of instances, I'm gonna say that's an insult to game journalists.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, because at
We've
least
entered
they
that
would
level.
recognize there's
Wow.
something here, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
And they're at least earning some money for their shit opinions.
Puzzles in the game aren't particularly head scratchers. I played on hard, which was the recommended difficulty, and would not say it was hard. I guess if these days hard means I have to read and understand words, then I guess there's also Lost in the Fog difficulty. But the solutions aren't that different from hard, so they're really hyping it up for naught.
I'm sorry. No, there's a lot of like puzzles in this game that were genuine head scratchers. I honestly don't know how you're supposed to figure out. Like, there are kind of ways to figure out that final puzzle in the game, but oh my god, it could get nightmarishly like finicky in terms of, okay, is it this slot that I put this rune into, or this slot, or this one? I am now dancing all over with these 3 fucking medallions, and I don't know where they're supposed to go. Like, there's a couple of puzzles like that. The scarecrow puzzle everyone highlights is very fun and can be rewarding, but if you don't know what you're looking for, it can be very frustrating. And that's like the trick of the game, is that you're trying to put yourself in a certain headspace. Very fun, very painful sometimes. Ugh.
Now I want to talk about one of the most annoying parts of the game experience, the interface, which constantly gives you new objectives to complete every time you're supposed to be doing a new thing, even if that thing is literally just run away from the monster, or look around for hints, or literally at some points just proceed. This hand-holding is insulting and treats the player like a complete moron.
Okay, weirdly enough, I'm going to actually come to bat for these little things, because I think there might, in some circumstance, be story being told through these prompts. Especially, honestly, I think thematically what should have been done, these pop-ups should only have happened in the Dark Shrine. Because it's Hinako following the script. It's her doing as she's being told. Meanwhile, the Hinako in the fog is on her own. I think that actually would have been fucking awesome.
Yes.
Like, because like this proceed thing is just proceed.
There really isn't much point to that. Let's.
Yeah, I don't like how much the game does handhold you. I can acknowledge that as a flaw to some extent, but it's not the biggest of deals.
Or a 5-year-old, though that might be insulting to children, to be honest.
It's an insult to you,
the
honestly.
UI
You need
will also
these.
occasionally communicate fucking secrets to the player. You walk into this room and see the first blue lantern you've ever encountered.
Do you know how many people I've watched in Let's Plays fucking miss what these lanterns do, and then get miserably bodied until they accidentally stumble upon this? I don't blame the game designers for fucking putting this here, because people missed it anyway. You say this, but there is a reason these prompts and things exist. People can be stupid, and my god, considering how you've treated the story, you're one of them.
Yeah. I just want to mention, I am one of those stupid people when I play games. I have been playing Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, and I was stuck on a very easy puzzle for 2 hours.
There might actually be situations in here where you can turn on and off. I think there actually is a setting for in-game prompts. You can turn them down, I'm pretty sure. I wish that was like something that presented to you, like, okay, before you start the game, how much hand holding do you want? I wish that was a choice.
Same. Like, to be honest, like, I was like, okay, how was I supposed to know that was there? And then my fiance was like, but it was there the whole time. And I was like, you didn't tell me?
It was in neon lights.
Oh, I just checked the time code. We've got another like 10 minutes of this video before she goes
Fine.
into the gameplay dissections.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
my gosh.
All right, let's see if we can get
Or-
through.
And you get
It's already 9
half a
o'clock.
paragraph on the side of the screen
Yeah.
telling you exactly how this new game mechanic works. I guess Hinako magically intuited this. Then Hinako sometimes will tell information.
No, actually. Oh, I'm going to actually fuck you up now. This is noted in an earlier section of the game when you're examining before you reach the school and before you get to the cutscene where Shu and Rinko bring up that Hinako's dead for the first time. There is a lantern you can examine, and it makes a point about how these lanterns are there to ward away dark spirits, which is a cultural thing, which means that this is something that Hinako actually is aware of to some extent. She didn't intuit it, she knows about it. It's a part of the culture, and you have been ignoring that this entire time.
It's like
Holy
it's like
shit.
well, it's like knowing that say cops carry 1911s type thing of like this is the standard look of a pistol for a police officer, like something that's
They do?
culturally known. I'm just saying in America, the general shape is that of a 1911. That might not be
I
the
think
exact
more,
model.
More so, it's like knowing that a policeman carries a gun and a policeman
Yeah.
uniform looks a certain way. Like, that's more so
Yeah.
I would probably indicate.
Yeah, my apologies.
It's all good.
Directly to the player by incessantly commenting on her current status. Did you miss the glowing icon on the screen about how your weapon is about to break? Don't worry, Hinako will talk out loud about how her weapon is about to break. Worried about dying because you don't always notice when Hinako is holding her side and walking slowly? That's okay, she will also say out loud that she should heal her wounds. Did you miss that using focus mode makes your window for countering attacks possible? Well, the game only tells you that once. Tough luck. The other thing that keeps popping up constantly is
I'm kind of annoyed by the hand-holding in this game, but it's not a big deal. It's definitely not anywhere near like God of War levels where they just tell you the answer to the fucking puzzle.
Yeah, I can't defend that.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
this is literally, hey, fucker, are you paying attention to the game that you're playing? Do something. You're in danger.
This isn't Netflix.
Yeah.
the journal, which updates every time you encounter a new monster, area, or get a new clue about anything, including more information about yourself.
Wait.
Yes, it's straight.
She's pissed off that the journal updates?
Yeah, it's almost
Why
as if
would you be
Hinako
pissed
is,
about that?
Hinako is taking note of the things happening around her. And
I mean,
it's one of those things, like, if this continues on into future games, I will be annoyed. But this is a thing that I found unique to Hinako. So let it be unique to Hinako as a character. She keeps a journal and makes notes that are all colored in her personality.
Let's be real. If we were in the same situation as Hinako, know that I would be drawing every single one of these fuckers.
Oh shit, Zero. I got to talk to the lead writer of Ragnarok, and the funny reason why they overcompensated with puzzle handholding is because people complained about the 2018 puzzles. Right there.
Oh.
No, I believe that. I fucking believe that.
No, I can believe it. Yeah.
Again, it's because people can be stupid.
Yep. And then people bitch.
Yep.
And then they riot. And then the game developers change the next game. And then it happens all over again. And then people get stupider.
Worst I can say is Silent Hill F is a little handholdy and annoying in time to time. That's the worst I can say. That's it. Literally, like, otherwise, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Fuck off with this complaint. Also, the journal is fine. Fuck off. It's all very much influenced by her perspective. Oh.
I enjoyed the journaling, actually.
Yeah, I did too. It's very interesting to read how she characterizes things when I'm also sitting here, like, wondering what her opinions or what is actually happening and trying to piece all of it together.
Yes, exactly.
So weird in a game about being an independent thinker. Even weirder, you get these journal entries.
Wait, what?
Yes, it straight up just tells you what Hinako wants. So weird in a game.
Oh my god. You cannot conceive that what Hinako wants can also be not what Hinako wants, and that might be at the heart of the game, is her struggling with what she fucking wants in life.
I just wanna ask this person. Okay, so what do you write in your diary? Out of curiosity.
You presume that they're literate.
So here's the thing that I'm kind of worrying about, like, my novel, especially when I get to the later books, when I have the love interest for my main character, and she has more of a role because they're separated in the first couple of books. Her whole thing is that she has been groomed to put duty over desire. So she'll say that the thing that she wants most of all is to do what makes others happy, or do what is best for the kingdom. That is going to make her happy. That is not what makes her happy. But she says it. She's going to say it in the dialogue. It's going to be there in the words that she uses, but that is not going to be, like, in the subtext of the book. And I'm kind of wondering if people like this is just not going to get that.
To be fair, I wouldn't worry over people like this. Except for the fact that they can make these big popular videos, but you know what? I will just yell at them.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, do not write your story for what you assume to be the lowest common denominator.
Oh, no. I will not. Like, sure, I will adjust my writing if people who are reading it say that they did not get the hint of something because I have written it way too subtly. Like, my editor has said, if this is going to be a part of the book, then maybe you should hint at it a bit more. And I was like, oh, I thought that I did. I guess that was too subtle. You have read the book. You never made mention of this. So I was like, even when I brought it up, you said that you didn't notice it. So it's like, okay, well, I wrote it too subtly. I should be a little bit more explicit with hinting that this is going to happen.
Well, that's a difference in this instance, I feel. That's entirely.
Oh, absolutely. Especially because, like, novels are a completely different ballgame. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Also, I don't have to worry about people making big, long-ass videos. At least it's not ones that are going to get a lot of views because, let's be real, nobody, for the most part, not a whole lot of people pay attention to BookTube or reviews about books.
The movie adaptation.
Yeah, they're gonna wait for the movie adaptation. Oh my gosh!
I was gonna say,
I might get a movie adaptation.
One does not concern themselves with the opinions of mosquitoes. They simply drain the life from you, carry disease, and are easily squishable.
Ooh. Yes.
About being an independent thinker. Even weirder, you get these journal entries no matter which ending path you're on. So she writes down in her journal that she decided that being her own decision maker is the most important thing. And then she goes off and gets the bad endings where she cries about how she can't make her own decisions. The journal never ever.
That's like, wow, like real life, where we declare something that we should have control in our lives, only for something really shitty to happen that we do not have control in our lives. What is this woman smoking?
Almost like the journal is persistent between New Game Plus playthroughs. Like, you keep all that information. What the fuck? In fact, you get updates. You're a really confusing woman, Versy.
Yeah.
Stops telling you things. Hinako is not only an expert cartographer who is able to create an exceptionally detailed hand-drawn map we never see her working on.
Oh my god, seriously?
Please.
Is this you know what? People were fucking spoiled with James actually manually making notes. You can see him in-game in Silent Hill 2 Remake. People are fucking spoiled. I'm sorry. This indicates that Hinako is actually a really talented artist. Like, I will give that to the game. She's actually really skilled and probably should go into some sort of, I don't know, the burgeoning manga.
I'd just say ludonarrative dissonance and just say this is the game mechanic and welcome to being in a fucking video game.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
I say more so not the map, but more so the journal itself, because like the journal has drawings that I presume she made and then scratched out the faces of people on.
Well, fair, but still, like, this is just a video game map. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, if you take it on the step, it's just a very nicely drawn map. You don't even have to say this is Hinako doing it. It's just the map updating for you as a player.
okay,
she's
so
also-
Oh.
I just wanna say, would she had preferred the map looking like this? I'm sending in general chat.
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
kind of
asking.
cute.
Oh, unironically, I actually would love when games do this because like a lot of the Silent Hill games are like characters holding like it's just road maps and shit. So there's actually a very unique aesthetic for a Silent Hill games map system. But I would love if it's just this cute little like someone doing stick figures and such. But I think the game is trying to tell us she actually has quite a bit of artistic talent. It's just never explicitly told. It's just shown.
also apparently a monster designer in her spare time, because every single monster we discover gets an entry in her ridiculous journal where she perfectly explains to the idiot player what the symbolism for that monster is. Did you know that the liquor monster symbolizes lusty male behavior? Of course you did! The game told you!
Yeah, but did the game tell you that there's interesting points where if it attacks you too much, it will, or if it basically, if you exhaust it, it'll start to cower. It'll actually sit down and just kind of, for lack of a better term, play with itself. It'll just be like just kind of sitting there grubbing its hands in like this very feeble and weak position. It has some very interesting behaviors that you can observe through gameplay that aren't noted in the journal. And basically it kind of has like this men can be very strong, aggressive, abrasive, and overpowering, but also they can be meek and feckless. And it's like, oh, it's almost as if she sees a lot of her father in this as well. Like there's a lot of these elements of like he's not exactly a strong person. A lot of these men are weak-willed, and ultimately they're just all bark, no bite. It's interesting. That's not in the journal. That's something you have to observe through the gameplay a lot with the women as well, and how they interact with all the different enemies as well. The different enemy types interact with one another a little bit.
Nah.
Yeah, it's almost as if there's extra levels to the things that the game isn't telling you.
Did you know that the doll is a representation of Hinako throwing away her femininity? Of course you did!
But
No,
it's
it's not.
also
No.
not. It's an avatar of the Tsukogami. It's actively an antagonistic presence of her past trying to actually tear away at her present. It's the ever-looming presence of her childishness trying to overpower her adulthood. It's several things, actually. The doll is horribly imposing as a thematic threat. Oh,
I never once thought that the doll was her throwing away her femininity.
Well, no, yeah. From the day on, I didn't want to play with the girls anymore, and so I threw away the doll. Like that's the basic element of her backstory, and yeah, it's the whole femininity thing could be interpreted, but it's so much more complicated than just that.
It's in the book! Not only is the journal annoying, but it updates in important moments where I feel the urge to interrupt the cutscene or whatever they're showing me to read it, lest I forget to do it later. Instead of popping them in the moment, update them in bulk at certain rest stops where I can sit and read for a moment. That would...
But it does. And you know what's great? You see that little red circle right there next to the dark shrine right there? That tells you that the journal, that entry's been updated. And you can just, I did that several times. Like, my journal's updating, and then I'll check back in later when I don't feel the urge to do that. I'll be like, oh, a bunch of these entries have updated. Let me go read them now. And I just take, like, 5 minutes to read through all of them? Fuck off? You're an idiot? Are you? You're a fucking the stereotype of a lemming. I know we've talked about this before, but you're like, I must now press this button. It's telling me to press this button, so I'm going to press it right fucking now. I'm not going to be patient and go do the thing that I was already doing before reading all this. You're goddamn. Talk about not having free will.
Yeah.
This person seems very, very misguided.
While the stream is still going, there's a lot to talk about. I hope we're almost done.
Probably be a better solution. Thankfully, otherwise the UI is unobtrusive and remains hidden most of the time. But the fact that this game just tells you what it's about is criminal. The writers were so scared people might misunderstand any aspect.
By the way,
No.
in what world do kids refer to themselves by the current era that they're in?
Yeah, in Japan they do. In Japan they do.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
We do.
Oh my god. Like literally, we have things like the Meiji era, the Restoration, like Meiji Restoration, like oh, I'm trying to think of what the modern emperors are called.
Right now it's the Reiwa era. Before that was Heisei.
And there's Heiwa.
Oh, I was there. I was paying attention to when they had the ceremony of transforming or transitioning into the Reiwa era.
I was in Japan
cool.
during the transition into the modern era.
Oh.
I remember watching live on television when they were announcing what the name of this era was going to be, and Suga-chan, I keep calling him Suga-chan. He's adorable. I love that man. But he accidentally, for a millisecond, nobody talks about this. For a millisecond, he flips the frame ever so slightly to a point I was like, oh, it's Leiwa. And my family was like, what? I was like, yeah, he showed it. And then immediately after, it says, Reiwa desu. And my family's like, how did you know that? And I was like, I told you, he showed it.
Oops. So yeah, I'm sorry. Another thing, I wouldn't have known this until we had this stream, so I could have fallen for this. But now that I know, hey, it might help. You talk to some people that know Japanese things about the game set in Japan, about Japanese characters doing Japanese things made by the Japanese. I guess Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese people, but the writer's Japanese, so.
I'm just so disheartened by this person. It's like, in what world do kids refer? Yeah, I refer to myself as a Heisei kid.
Yeah.
Like when I was teaching kids, because I don't teach anymore, but until this July, I was teaching at a cram school, and I would bring my old textbooks to the cram school and be like, Isn't this super Heisei looking?
Also, I was gonna. Someone brought up it's actually different mindset, but like very similar. Baby boomer, millennial,
yes,
90s kid.
90s kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like we do actually refer to each other by the eras that we're in. Like, and we look back on them now, but Zoomers call themselves Zoomers, and we're currently in the Zoomer era. So. Fuck off again?
Yeah.
Aspect of the story that they just spell out every aspect of the story, so you can't get it wrong. There's not much else to say.
Apparently, you are wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong.
About the gameplay. Exploration felt rewarding enough that I'd do it, though I did find a lot of dead ends where I felt ripped off for not finding anything. My only other qualm is it has the same annoying, I don't know what to call it, modern AAA syndrome where you need to hold X to lift asset or squeeze through gap to move to the next area. Besides looking lazy.
Right, that doesn't happen all that frequently, and like those are early instances where it's set up before you have to do it in combat. Like it's almost as if like the game is teaching you that you'll be vulnerable in these instances and you might need to do these quickly. And that's why, like, every time I saw something, I'm like, I'm going to clear the area and then set myself up just in case. And that's usually proven me right. Oh.
I don't like these elements because they're in every single third-person action game, and I don't feel engaged when I'm made to do them over and over. I just feel like the game is prolonging my stay. I will compliment how great this game looks, though, and honestly, I think that's the only reason I'm not being meaner to it. Some scenes looked photorealistic. The game made excellent use of Unreal Engine's Lumen Global Illumination. I didn't see any Lumen artifacts this time that I could remember. Everything looked fantastic, and the fog was handled perfectly, outside of the fog on the floor and some boss areas that I was hoping
Wait,
would move.
it has fog in a Silent Hill game?
Oh my god!
And the character walks through it. This game puts Silent Hill 2 Remake to shame and just further underlines how shoddily that was put together.
Oh, that's right. She has a really shitty video on Silent Hill 2 at some point. We might want to.
Oh dear.
That.
Oh boy.
That's in the future.
Oh, no.
I don't want to keep inundating people with Silent Hill stuff. So we'll give it a rest. Maybe next Halloween. We'll see. Maybe Townfall will be out by then.
Ignoring everything else, did it even look like Silent Hill? I didn't get the feeling I was playing a Silent Hill game, like, at all. I think I saw a pitch black hallway once in a dead-end stairway. The entire game is
Pitch black hallways make Silent Hill games, I guess.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
said
say
it.
I knew always that I was playing a Silent Hill game. It's on the fucking title.
Yeah.
The Dark Shrine is like pitch black when you don't have. They make a whole point of that. Like you're left in darkness and you have to find places of illumination. Like, also the fog. Okay. Also, that's, again, not definition of Silent Hill. Like, not every Silent Hill has pitch blackness. Like, again, Silent Hill 4. It's a pretty bright game, all things considered.
lit so brightly and cozily that it all looks like it's just some sort of Japanese resort at night. Going
You
into
do not
new
know what a
rooms
Japanese
was
resort looks
terrifying in
like.
the original Silent
Yeah.
Please,
that's a
yeah, please
shrine.
don't.
Respectively, shut the fuck up. You use Chinese music when talking about, like, omamori. Like, kindly just shut the
Hills.
fuck up.
Drenched in darkness, you never knew what would be in there. In F, you could see everything.
Show Silent Hill 4, you coward. Show Silent Hill 2. It's not as... Silent Hill 4 is definitely the brightest, but show it. Show it, motherfucker.
In every room. There's no fear, no mystery. In the original series, there was always a fear when things started.
Why are you showing the daylight version of the Shimizu? You realize that there are 3 levels to the Shimizu household, and each one is uniquely, like, toned. One is, like, red and foggy. One is almost pitch black. Why aren't you showing those ones? Why are you only showing the bright one on the first level? Because even
So
that
she's
one
basically
becomes
saying
corrupted.
she's basically saying that you need things to be dark and barely able to be seen in order for it to be scary for her. It has nothing to do with the tone. It has nothing to do with the context. It has nothing to do with something that may be chasing you subtly, or maybe like watching you. It could be like, it's not the fear of the unknown as you go through these spaces. It is literally just the brightness.
Yeah.
How many lamps that you have, how many candles that you have in the room with you.
Mr. Knight says,
That makes it scary.
I also think the game is too bright, to be fair, after the first dark section of the game. Maybe that's not the kind of horror they're going for in this game. Maybe the kind of horror they're going for is much more cerebral, like a lot of other Silent Hill games carry on. Like,
if you have a very specific idea of what you want your perfect horror game to be, then make it.
Honestly, that's what it boils down to. If you're gonna complain that a game is not scary because it's dark, not gonna lie, I'm one of the people who gets worried if a game is so dark I can't see. I'll be like, oh, did the game crash? I'm a different problem. Like,
honestly, yeah.
Right? Like, what? I would be in fear of my game console than my character's life.
Oh my god! I hope the end is soon in sight.
So about that, we have another 7 minutes.
No.
Let's hope we can shotgun this.
Shifting to the other world when things got darker and more fucked up. that you know shit was going to go down and you'd be scared. Then when the world returned to normal, you felt relieved.
That's not how Silent Hill 4 worked, motherfucker. Like, Silent Hill 4, literally, you are manually going in and out of the other worlds. You were trying to search for safety holes.
Let's shotgun this, he says,
There's
immediately
no dynamic
stops
like
it.
that. There's the red biomass that keeps spreading across the town, but it does so slowly over the course of the entire story, and it never ends up looking particularly creepy. I get they were going for this mix of beauty and rot, but I don't know, man. It just doesn't hit like that. The town was supposed to be
I'm
abandoned
sorry.
too, but it looked so ancient.
It looks
that
creepy to
didn't
me.
come across as
I don't know what's
strange
wrong
when
with
there was
you.
no one around.
Looked pretty
Not to
creepy.
mention-
Wait, it looked ancient to you?
How dare she?
Do you know what Japanese villages look like?
I feel very insulted right now.
Yeah.
Extremely
Ma'am,
insulted.
your
How dare
racisms
how
are showing.
how dare you call something that is very accurate to what rural Japanese towns looked like back then and call it ancient just because it's not up to your Western standard of what a town should look like. That's like you have a bias on what things should look like from your Western point of view. In other ways, it is called racism.
Yes, the Jomon era power lines.
None of this was scary either. The only part that I thought was pretty great was the scarecrow enemies sneaking up on you when you're not looking at them. Though I still wasn't afraid of them since they're easy to kill, but the act of them coming up at you like an SCP was a cool idea. Hinako's nightmares aren't that scary either. You just get transported to some temple at night, or some pond, or inside some traditional Japanese building. There were a couple areas that were a bit darker, but nothing that actually was scary. The lack of darkness in this game is severe. Yes, the visuals are amazing during the boss fights. The lightning effects are very sick and dope. They look amazing on an energy drink. But they are not psychological horror visuals crafted to disturb and terrify you like in other Silent Hill games.
Show the pregnancy monster.
Yeah, it's a perfect opportunity.
Yeah. Also, I meant like someone with their face melting off, that's not horrifying.
That's not
I think
But
people have been fucking disillusioned with how horrific things actually like. I'm numb to it. It takes a lot to actually get a rise out of me these days. That's why I was so fucking shocked seeing the pregnancy monsters. Like, oh, I'm genuine. Like everything else, I'm like, okay, yeah, that works. That's fine. That's great design. I love it. Horrifying, but like, I'm not scared. Pregnancy monster. Oh, I am feeling very uncomfortable right now.
Phil, wait, has you shown the pregnancy monster at all here? I don't think so.
She's
Not in
mentioned
this
it.
section. No, there's been footage earlier.
Yeah, there has, but not in this section specifically titled F's Horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In any way, shape, or form. I'm supposed to be fighting some fucked up monstrosity, feeling dread and horror. But all I'm thinking about is how this kick-ass Naruto fox would make an awesome tattoo.
Again,
It is the
anime
most far
references.
removed
Yep.
the series has ever been from horror, and that's saying something. And the saddest omission of all, the coolest thing about Silent Hill failed to be included in the game. Weird, random, creepy shit. There was one room that I'm sure was a throwback to Silent Hill.
Okay. No.
What?
Silent Hill 1 was actually very light on that shit. So was Silent Hill 2. Wait.
4 that I thought was great. And another room with blood and weird hair. But 99% of the game was just normal rooms. No random cages.
You just opened the door to the infinite honeymoon suite where you walk into the room, you walk into several layers of room, and you get to the very back room, and it's a honeymoon room for a married couple that they're going to spend their first night together. And you look beyond that, there's a vase blocking the next door, but beyond it, you can see that it just goes on repeating the same room on and on and on and on and on and on. The Shimizu house is actually a highlight of this entire fucking game. It's visually amazing.
It's psychological horror in a way that is not overt, I guess is the best way to describe it.
It's not horror in the sense of freaking you out. It's horror in the sense of like kind of a creeping psychological dread of like, oh, this is the room that Hinako would have probably spent, or maybe Junko spent with her husband. Like this is like an impending sense of doom for her.
It's just going to be this day after day after day after day after day
after day. Yep. It's
Yeah,
like it creeps in on you. Fucking hell.
Weird BDSM guys, one-off noises and unique moments. Just pretty much normal, beautifully decorated set pieces, but entirely mundane, just with flower doll monsters running around. Before release,
Okay, the fog world doesn't typically have strange, bizarre things. You're comparing the fog world to the other world. That's different.
Yeah.
To be blunt, this feels more ominous dread type horror, like how I felt with clicking in Ju-on versus more overt gore than this lady wants. It's not even that. Like I can understand a little bit of where she's coming from, but it's a different source. It's a different thing. It has similarities to Silent Hill. That's the reason it's called Silent Hill, but it's its own unique take on it. And again, Silent Hill 4 just completely breaks the bank with her on this.
developers talked about how Silent Hill is Japanese and so it needs to return to Japan. But this is after establishing it in a different country and under a different style for decades. I'm not gonna defend any of the garbage games we got from Western studios, but most of them...
The fuck is the music choice
I was
here?
gonna say, you need a crossfade
Yeah.
here, lady. What the fuck? Wait, also...
establishing it in a different country and under a different style for decades. I'm not gonna defend any of the garbage games we got from Western studios, but most of them at least looked and smelled like Silent Hill. Everything in Silent Hill F instead looks like it belongs in Kuon. I'll be straight with you.
I'll give you kudos that that's a more interesting, obscure reference than, say, all the people saying that the Synthetic Man saying it should be fucking Fatal Frame, but...
Also, the translation, we let people shit on this IP for a while. You mean the same company that's been handling it since the beginning?
Yeah. And also, reminder, Team Silent, not a monolith. And Silent Hill 4, again, fucks you up pretty badly. I'm still baffled you included that in your Puritan mindset. And also, I love only Team Silent. I'm not as Puritan to say only Team Silent can make the game, but only Team Silent has ever made good Silent Hill games. Fuck you.
Make it make sense.
I don't think you should set Silent Hill in Japan at all. Ignoring the canonical reasoning, the setting has always had that northeastern, small American town, Twin Peaks kind of vibe.
Maybe if you actually read the rest of the quote, you would see that, there's a lot of Japanese influence in the early Silent Hill games that we feel has been gradually diminishing less and less, and this is basically an overcorrection intentionally to try and fill Silent Hill with the Japanese influence by seeing what happens when we cut out the Twin Peaks stuff. Like, it's intentional. It's by design.
I have always been very curious, because it has felt for a while now that Japan, at least in terms of the media that we get, has been going through different phases. So obviously in the 80s it was very sci-fi and mecha. In the 90s it was very Western fantasy. In the 2000s it was kind of very much more of a fantasy-esque slice of life with some, maybe the occasional elements, and then you started to get the isekai shit that is just plaguing Japan at the moment. But I've also noticed very much a shift away from the Western aesthetic in general and more towards Japanese.
Yep.
Mixed with pagan beliefs and witchcraft. Yes, there's Japanese influences on the horror style, but the...
What?
I just got flashbang by the goat demon saying, "Where's my coffee?"
That's Incubus. That's the final boss of the first game.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Neat.
It is an avatar of the Dark God, not the Dark God himself. It's kind of complicated, but anyway.
End result of Silent Hill isn't something that looks Japanese. It's like making Red Dead Redemption F with samurai with swords instead of cowboys with guns.
Yeah, they
Sounds
did
cool.
that. It's called Ghost of Tsushima, and it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then they made Ghost of Yote and made a bunch of major PR blunders, and that's probably going to sink the company.
I was gonna say I can't comment on Yotai. I haven't heard anything about it.
People say
I haven't
it's
heard
great,
anything either.
But yeah.
The only thing I know about Ghost of Yote is that my fiance bought it in secret. He fucking kept it from me, and every time he plays the game, I only hear him playing the shamisen or him freaking frying fish, and I'm like, "Is the game fun?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What's the story?" And he says, "I think it's about," and I'm like, "What do you mean you think?"
Ro is too focused on fishing and cooking. Honestly, very based at him.
His himbo is too strong, Noel.
Yeah. I love him so much.
Maybe, but they'd be wondering why they titled it that. Games.
What, again? Twy, it's you.
No,
It just
I'm not
said,
touching anything.
Why then? What the fuck?
I just got flashbanged by that. Holy crap, that scared the shit out of me.
What time code we were at?
Not the playthrough section. We were like, not this. Like we're on this setting, I think. Yeah, here it is.
Oh my god. All right, perfect.
Games have identities, and their geographical setting and background lore is part of their identity. Japan has its own beliefs, settings, aesthetic, and customs, and so does North America. And if you're gonna turn Silent Hill into spooky town anywhere in the world where a character does some self-reflecting, then I'm out. But that's exactly what
Okay, then leave. Goodbye.
Yeah, leave.
Yeah, then
They
leave. No one's
sold it
gonna
on
miss
this.
you if you leave the fandom.
You went into this with this mindset that Silent Hill can't take place in Japan, and you just damned it from the get-go. Fuck you. And the town is technically called Silent Hill.
You
In
know,
Japanese.
It's almost like
I just want to just mention this. Silent Hill is based. The name is based on Shizuoka, a place that is in Japan. I know it is.
Yes.
I know the setting and the lore. It's in. Yes, you cannot deny that the people that have made this game were Japanese, and they were like, what do you think is a cool name for this place? Shizuoka. 英語でサイレントヒルは Like, it's stupid, but it's also really cool. Like come on.
Yeah, and
you
also
can't deny
the
that
reason they can't use Shizuoka, which means literally Silent Hill, is because it's an actual fucking place. You got to be careful with that shit.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they had the balls to say, "Hey, this place is based off of somewhere real in Gifu," and I was like, "Wow, they had the ball to say that."
Series producer wants to do with Silent Hill.
Why does this matter?
Ow, my
Now,
ears.
You might say, big deal. So what? What is the
Who cares?
huge problem with Silent Hill F being a Silent Hill game? You still have all the old games, so why does this new one change anything? Well, because when you add a new game to a franchise by using its title, it also inherits all of the implications of everything that came before it. It might be just a name to you, the individual player, but to the next guy and to all the future players who have never experienced the series before, the package deal is now different, and the context is altered for previous games in the series. There is someone out there born every minute who will be new to Silent Hill, and if they play this, their first experience with Silent Hill is going to be that it's Resident Evil, but with Souls combat. And if they like that, these new fans probably won't enjoy the original games, because they'll just compare them to F and think, what the hell is this?
No.
No.
People that got into Resident Evil through Resident Evil 4 don't compare it like they are. People recognize that games evolve and change and they go their own way. People are not saying the old games suck now because of the new game. Admittedly, fucking
There is
Capcom
she has
but whatever.
She has a macro point of like, yes, the newest games will like sort of set a tone to people starting the series of that particular at that particular point. However, comma, if they judge the entire series on the newest iteration and don't respect the games that came before, frankly, that's a them issue.
Yeah.
Zero brings up very much, again, I played Silent Hill 2 Remake, and that made me interested in playing the original. He wouldn't have played the original if not for the remake.
Yes.
I got into Kingdom Hearts through the third game, Kingdom Hearts 2. Going back to Kingdom Hearts 1 after playing Kingdom Hearts 2 was a very different experience. Like the combat system is not the same. Almost everything the way that you play the game is not the same between those two games. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to go back and play other games like Chain of Memories just because it was a little bit different, or just because Kingdom Hearts 2 has set me on how the series plays.
I got into Halo through Halo 2, and then the fucking novels that barely anyone bothers to read. And it actually pisses me off that when games, actually the new games acknowledge the novels too much. But like, I care very much about the
We
continuity.
don't talk about the new novels. Let's not talk about that.
Let's not talk about the new novels. It was the original trilogy. The original trilogy.
Good man.
Chef kiss.
Indeed.
But also, I'm getting into the Armored Core franchise with Armored Core 6, and I want to go back and play the earlier games. I just haven't had the time or the means yet, because it's again, like a lot of retro series, really hard to get them running on modern machines. I'm interested in Monster Hunter because of Monster Hunter World. I'm interested in Ace. I'm going to be getting Ace Combat 7 here because it's on sale. I'm interested in playing other Ace Combat games. So it's like, new games can interest people. And let us remind you as well, Silent Hill F is technically considered by Konami as a spin-off, even though I argue it should be mainline. So already, what do you want? It's already saying it's going to be different than what came before, and we're not even lumping it in. I don't...
Okay, so I just want to mention something briefly here, and I want to touch on the recent trend that's been happening in Japan with media, especially in theaters, because that's the only thing I know about. Recently, ever since Demon Slayer, I presumably, they have, did this trend of, hey, the movie is canonical. It is not a side story, it's part of the main story. You have to go to the theater to watch it. We've been getting a lot of that. Chainsaw Man has done that too, like very recently. I think like this game benefits from not being a direct sequel to the previous establishments, because then everyone would be like, oh man, I have to know the story of all the way from the first game to like the newest one to know this game. Now I want to play it now, because Konami said, hey, this is a standalone. You can just standalone, a different one, but like by them saying that, a lot of people who are like, oh, Konami just released a game that takes place in Japan, and it's made by actual Japanese people and not Ubisoft, who butchered our country in Assassin's Creed Shadows. I will never forget that game. But like, then be like, I don't have to know everything about Silent Hill to play this game, and then being like, hey, I kind of want to know what the other games offer. That's such a wonderful. I think that's a great marketing tactic.
I think it is, and I think this was honestly, if they had released this first, or the Silent Hill 2 remake first, instead of Ascension or fucking The Short Message, I think the opinion of modern Silent Hill would be even higher. I think it'd be almost stratospheric. I mean, it already is really high. Konami is riding a really strong wave right now in terms of Silent Hill's popularity, and I think they need to keep that momentum going. Silent Hill F, great step in the right direction. I want them to not repeat a lot of things from Silent Hill F, but I want them to take what worked, which is a lot of the story elements, or the story, the thematic work. I want it all to be considered. I want them to look at this game and say, we did a lot of good jobs here. Let's try and vary it up. I think you're right. I think
Yeah.
it was a great job shaking this up, and I think it fits very well into the stories of Silent Hill. It is a great Silent Hill story. Pretty sure Ubisoft is a French company. Yeah, no, don't worry.
Yeah.
We all know it's terrible.
Silent Hill fandom is already so fractured. There's the Team Silent boomers, there's people who accept every single game as canon, there's the casual fans who barely know what the series is about. Now things are just going to get more complicated. The more
That's going to happen anyway.
It's gonna happen
So?
anyway. Like okay,
Every fandom is like that.
Yes. Like, have you seen the Ruby community? Like,
Jesus
Have you
Christ,
seen literally any community?
Yeah. The minute you have
also,
more
like,
than one installment, people are going to be split.
I just want to talk to this person really quickly. Because, like, okay, you're assuming the only people that are going to buy this game are longtime fans. Let's be real. Like, just making something for longtime fans isn't gonna get Konami the money to invest in future products. They need to always find a way to bring in new audiences, whether that be game mechanics, visually, story. Like, there's many ways one can do that. Like, Silent Hill, I assume, because I don't know the full like timeline of stuff, but what I can assume is it's a franchise that was a little popular, a while back, but
it's considered a
dialed
cult
down.
classic. But yes, it is.
Okay.
It is very much been sort of in hibernation.
Yeah, so hibernation. No one has really seen a very like a hit from this franchise. In comes Silent Hill F, a game that is not directly linked to the previous games. So, like, newcomers are like, huh, I've heard of Silent Hill, but oh, I don't have to watch it. Like, okay, like, you have to stop thinking about this. Unfortunately, you have to stop thinking this from the fans' perspective and think of this from a business perspective.
No one tell this woman about Gundam.
Yeah.
I mean, that literally has multiple different continuities at this point. Like, that's just...
Oh my god, just saying. Like, I just want to... I think this person is going to be pissed off when I say, and a lot of Japanese people are going to be pissed off when I say this. Fuck them. I'm speaking in English. You won't know a single word that I'm saying, Japanese people. Like, I got into Assassination Classroom, the anime, because I watched the live-action movie. Do I regret it? No, because, like, not gonna lie, I watched the anime much more because the live action was so bad. I was like, oh, wait, I love this anime way more because it has nothing.
I've never seen anything of Death Note. I've only ever watched the live action film. I love it because it's awful. That said, I have gotten the notification that I am being loud and people are trying to sleep, so we should probably hurry this up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This happens, the less Silent Hill means anything, and the more watered down the franchise's identity becomes. The series has continued to be misunderstood, mashed, and molded like Play-Doh for so long that its form is now modern art, entirely up to the viewer's interpretation. That is not to say that
always
Silent
been that
Hill
way.
can never change or evolve.
You
But
haven't even
like
defined
I
your
said,
own
it needs to be
categories.
done with precision and purpose, not to just grow the franchise. The series producer stated that he wants to make Silent Hill synonymous with psychological horror, meaning basically that anything goes as long as the character is mentally affected in some way.
No, that's
not how that works at all.
Yeah.
That's not psychological horror at all.
It means he wants to make it so popular that when you think psychological horror, you think Silent Hill. That's fine as long as Silent Hill maintains the identity that carries. Like, fucking hell, this woman doesn't understand a damned thing.
She doesn't understand how language works, apparently. She's like Toppy.
Is that really all it takes now? Are we okay with that? This is not a new trend. Konami publishing games bearing the Silent Hill name that only have surface-level similarities to the original 3 games has been ongoing. Probably the worst offender was Silent Hill Shattered Memories, a game that reimagined the first game, but completely changed almost everything about it.
What do you think reimagined means?
Yeah.
See what I mean? She doesn't understand how language works, just like Toppy.
It's also one of the most intricate stories in the entire franchise, and it's depressing as fuck at the end because it's all about a girl trying to get over losing her dad when she was 7 years old. Like, it's an entire game about her trying to recreate him from videos that she had of him as a child. It's... fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And yet, it was well regarded, with the main complaint from people being the controls. I guess the reality is, the game...
Almost as if you're missing something. It's as if you have... You say you're not a purist. You are a fucking purist.
How many more minutes do we have left of this?
1 or so.
Okay.
Oh boy.
The public keeps buying these games, and that's why Konami keeps making more. And once again, I'm in the minority of people who don't accept the past 2 decades of slop and scraps we've had. It's nice to see a decent game entering the series for once, but I do not know its face, I don't recognize its name, and I won't see it as Silent Hill.
Well, maybe if you
Sometimes
haven't
it's
seen the
okay to
child in
take the
20 years, you won't recognize the child anymore. Just saying.
Yeah.
series to rest. And just, you know, make something new instead of tarnishing, changing, and wearing out what people used to love.
Wait, can we agree this game is okay in a vacuum, and fundamentally it's nothing like Silent Hill? Holy shit!
I can agree to the first quarter of that sentence.
I can't
Can we
agree with
agree?
any of it because I don't consider it okay. I consider it fucking awesome.
Well, I can't say that it's fucking awesome because I haven't played it. So it
True.
would be disingenuous of
Yeah.
me.
Fair.
Same.
I can agree with the first 3 letters.
Can we agree?
Can.
Can.
I said letters, not words.
That's fair. I was like,
Um,
so you can agree. Oh.
Yeah, no. It's also like, so you don't. What do you mean? Because you said, oh, it shouldn't be that the story can't evolve. But how would you evolve it then? What would you want to see? What do you want? I'm sitting here like the Notebook. What do you want from me? You're like, it has all these elements that comprise a lot of Silent Hill games and match quite a bit from the original series, and yet it doesn't meet the criteria because of what? Because there's a bunch of other games. Again, by your definition, Silent Hill Origins qualifies as a Silent Hill game, yet you have excised it. Why? You haven't qualified that. So tell me why. You have not explained yourself. Silent Hill Homecoming might meet your criteria, but you have excised it. Why? You're not specific. You're vague. And you're dancing around with like a chicken with your head cut off. It's just so disingenuous at this point. Either that or you are deluded. Ma'am, if that is the case, maybe step back. Think about it. What really qualifies a Silent Hill game, even from the first 4? Because the first, you're going to find a lot of differences.
If you didn't notice this, she said the first 3 games. She does not count Silent Hill 4.
But she's been listing it this entire time.
It's nice to see a decent game entering the series for once, but I do not know its face, I don't recognize its name, and I won't see it as Silent Hill. Sometimes it's okay
I believe that's
to
called
put a series
aphasia.
to rest. And just, you know, make something new instead of tarnishing, changing, and wearing out what people used to love.
How did it change anything?
We don't need to grow the franchise. We need to be like James Sunderland.
Okay, wait.
What
I'm
a
sorry.
sentence!
I need.
Oh, yeah,
I need
Wearing out what
to
people
point
used
this
to
out
love.
because of the whole fist bump thing.
We don't need
Reasonable
to
silence
grow the
between silent
franchise.
fans. Reasonable modern. What reasonable
They
modern
fist
science? You have literally discarded everything that they care about if they are modern fans. You've discarded everyone that's a fan of Downpour. You've discarded everyone that's a fan of Homecoming, of Shattered Memories, of of Origins. Anyone that's a fan of those games, you've just thrown out the window. You cannot have the reasonability because you're not actually lifting your fist here for a fist bump. You're lifting it to punch us in the fucking face. Fuck off. You are not making a poignant statement here. You are making a declaration of war.
Also, this is really fucking cringe. I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is cringe.
Also, it's obvious to me that reasonable for this person is a person that agrees with her, and everyone that doesn't agree with her are not reasonable.
Yeah, reasonable modern Silent Hill fans. Yeah, all of our games are shit, and all of your games are great.
Guys, we need to be like James Sunderland. Put it to rest. And move on.
Oh dear, ma'am.
Wow, that was cringe.
Do you think...
I told you, it's cringe.
Ma'am, do you think
I'm in
that the
pain.
leave ending is considered canonical? I have bad news for you, but most people involved in Silent Hill 2, well, it's not confirmed. People like Guy Seehee, the voice of James Sunderland, think that the in-water ending where James decides to take his own life because he can't move on is the canonical way to end the game. Ma'am, we should not be like James Sunderland.
No,
he killed his wife.
We should not.
And then he killed himself.
And potentially killed himself. I hope you understand, that is a bad thing. It is a very bad thing. People misunderstand that. Like, I sympathize a lot with James. I understand what he goes through, and that's why it is all the more tragic that he committed a heinous act and needs to suffer for it. It is the tragedy of Silent Hill 2 and why it is so good, and now I am questioning whether or not you fucking understand what that game was actually about. Holy shit. You have just plummeted any credibility you have with one goddamned analogy.
Oh my god, like,
if you made
Jesus
it this
Christ.
far, I'm proud of you. You are so
Thank you.
Why are we watching
cool.
more?
If you're still having fun, please enjoy the rest of this video.
I'm gonna leave now.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this image?
The Virgin... Nope.
You spent time on this, ma'am?
No.
Man, this is a literal child.
I will give you.
I'm sorry.
I will give you benefit of the doubt and say you just found this from some other salty person. But fuck off, Hinako and Heather would
it does say memes had no signature and no verifiable original source. If you recognize one, let me know.
We accept command zero respect.
Which is the unfiltered, uncensored highlights of our playthrough through this game, so you can see all our genuine reactions. Don't forget to leave an angry comment. Thanks!
How
No, I'm never touching your shit again.
We might touch your shit again, because the Silent Hill 2 video
fuck.
has me fascinated now.
No.
Holy shit.
No.
Holy shit.
No.
Honestly, I am torn. I don't know who's worse, her or Synthetic Man. At least
they're
he
bad
was
in different ways.
Yeah, they're bad. At least he was ideologically driven. I don't know what this
They
is.
They were both racist, but
they both suck. That's the best I got for them. They both suck.
Like it's the difference between stealth and going in with heavy. Like, Synth is the man that kicks down the door and guns everyone down and says, "If it's stealth, if there's no one alive." Meanwhile, she's just like, "Ah, yes, I'm going to sneak in and slit everyone's throats." Like, look, children, you're both awful.
Yeah.
I'm so in pain. I'm exhausted. Like,
I'm
with
completely
this video.
honest.
I'm so tired.
Like I just wanna talk about a really cool thing about this game, which is just the level of detail to everything, whether that be the lore, the art, like, I mean, obviously the overall art direction, monster designs, but also Hinako's character. The real struggle that she has as someone who just cannot grow up. Like as a Japanese woman, when you become 20, you have something called the coming of age ceremony, where you wear a very pretty kimono that's called a furisode. And you get to sit in like a large place, listen to like the mayor say like he's proud of the next generation, and at the end of it, you take pictures, you feel pretty, but nothing really changed. You still feel like a child despite
Mm-hmm.
everyone saying you're an adult now. Hinako captures that feeling so much. The feeling of I
Yup.
don't feel like I've grown up yet. And being forced to grow up, even though it's not really on her terms, especially back then.
For me,
It's an amazing game.
it was like it's graduating college. Like I didn't feel like anything changed. I have a degree now. I don't feel like a different person, even though there's such a landmark in your life. Like it's this game is haunting in that the more you think about it, the more you just start to relate to Hinako.
Yeah.
I love it. I think it's the best Silent Hill game probably since Silent Hill 3. I lack experience in playing these games other than watching analyses on their storylines, and I do plan, once I finally finish my new rig, to actually go through all of them at some point. I would love to do it on stream for like Spooky Month next year. That'd be great. To actually give my, make sure I earn my credibility as someone who loves this franchise, because I've only ever played Silent Hill 2 in terms of directly. I think I would have very strong opinions. I feel like, there's a guy I watched who did an entire video covering how he went through all of the games from start to finish and his opinions, and he placed Silent Hill F right below Silent Hill 2. I don't know if it deserves that praise. I feel like it's too recent, but I feel like this is just a fucking absolute nailed it on the head with, a flawed masterpiece. I cannot sing its praises enough. I will give its criticism where I think it deserves it, but I think that a lot of the people bitching about this are going to have egg on their face as this game ages well. And you know what? If it ages poorly somehow, I guess egg on my face, but I'm going to stand by my word until I'm blue in the face. I'm tired. Does anyone have
same.
anything they want to announce, or are we just going to flatline?
I might stream tomorrow because I've been saying it since last week that was going to do it, and I didn't because I just slept for 2 days. So I'll try tomorrow. That's it.
I unfortunately am fighting a very horrifying battle for, frankly, the fate of my next book, so I'm sorry for delays.
Everyone here has a book. I have a fan project. I don't.
You have a fan project.
Just do it quickly. I'm dying.
Yeah. Well, while we're all dying, everyone in chat, give it up for Noel. This was what a fucking trooper.
I was going to say, first time guesting, absolutely probably our longest go. I don't think we've had a longer stream than this.
No, we've never.
Oh my God.
Nope, this is the longest stream.
Yeah.
All right. Well, show your thing, and I'm going to die.
Thank you for the POV. No, thank you. I just want to say that despite me, being born here and growing up in Japan, please know that my perspective is not at all what every Japanese person thinks of the game. And if you guys ever have any questions, right? I'm always would love to speak to every single one of you. If you have questions, I would love to just talk with a lot of you, because a lot of you seem like very chill people.
Celtic has become the long bird for the long man. We are now long. No.
Oh no.
Hopefully next week it'll be a shorter stream. No Fruby this week. I'm tired. I'm gonna go tuck in. to some chips. Everyone, please have a good night, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.